I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside.
Oh!
Wrist, you absolute beast!
不要是第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Wrist is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he?
Oh!
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고. 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào, thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down for Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Pun in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Emperor's divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯意义的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. Then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flash the blade, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích off và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn với đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
carry the darkness into the light. I'm a renegade. I carry the darkness.
김팬딩 챔피언이 누군지를 보여줍니다. T1입니다.
왕관의 무게. 지금 생각해보자면 사실 왕관 자체가 그렇게 무거운 물건은 아니라고 생각하거든요. 그렇게 무게를 느끼는 건 저는 본인의 마음에 달려있다고 생각을 하기 때문에 그다지 무겁다고 생각하지는 않은 것 같습니다.
좀 초반 템포가 굉장히 중요하다 생각했어가지고 맵을 넓게 쓰면서 파이크를 몇 번 해봤는데 제가 생각했던 대로 게임 흐름이 편해지는 것 같아서 이제 대회에서 기용하게 됐습니다.
다이브 당하기 전에 좀 그런 핵심을 잘 짚어내는 것 같고요. 작년 월드 때 나르가 굉장히 성능이 좋았었어가지고 자신 있게 뽑았던 것 같습니다.
바위 같은 경우에 이제 강제력이 좋다고 해야 되나? 그래서 그런 부분에 있어서 상대방이 이제 뭐 스틸을 하려고 하든 아니면은 싸움을 하려고 하든 그럴 때 바위 궁극기 같은 걸로 걸 수가 있기 때문에 그런 점이 조금 강점이지 않을까.
캐리아 선수가 파이크로 칼날비를 들었어가지고 저도 그거에 맞춰서 좀 압박을 줘야 된다고 생각해서 칼날비를 선택한 것 같습니다.
우리 팀 위치나 상대팀 위치가 좀 복합적으로 생각하는 게 많아서 어느 정도는 좀 계산하는 것도 있지만 좀 감각적으로 하는 것도 많은 것 같습니다. 세세히 다 얘기해서 뭐 그렇게 상황이 나왔다기보다는 그냥 제가 순간적으로 걸었을 때 팀원들이 저를 믿고 잘 이제 호응해줬던 것 같습니다. 작년 월드 같은 경우에는 증명했다라는 기쁨보다는 저희가 이제 또 다시 해냈다라는 기쁨이 컸던 것 같고 작년에 되게 어려운 한 해였다고 생각했는데 이렇게 마지막에 또 우승할 수 있어서 기쁜 마음밖에 없었던 것 같습니다.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Duncan. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand and see how your story ends.
이번 스킨의 핵심 테마는 무게를 견뎌낸 챔피언들입니다. 단순히 승리한 팀이 아니라 압도적 기대와 무게를 이겨낸 팀이었기 때문이죠. 이 무게를 상징적으로 담아낼 수 있는 가장 적절한 세계관이 중세 유럽 판타지였습니다. 왕관, 기사, 권위, 그런 구조를 통해 Heavy is the Crown이라는 월즈 앤 썸턴과 맞물리게 되었죠.
번개의 신 제우스를 스킬 이펙트와 미니나르 분메랑에 넣었고요. 변신했을 때는 거대한 느낌을 주지만 그렇다고 또 너무 과하진 않게 잘 나온 것 같습니다. 강력한 짐승 같은 거대날의 번개 힘이 흐르는 모습을 보여드리고 싶었습니다. 월즈에서 플레이한 제 스타일의 나르를 스킨으로 잘 표현해 주신 것 같아요. 나르한테 좀 안경을 씌워놨는데 좀 그게 재밌는 것 같습니다. 제가 월즈 우승하고 트로피에 머리를 한번 찌은 그런 사건이 있었었는데 그거를 귀한 모션에 잘 녹여주신 것 같습니다. 와, 살아있네, 메가나르가.
말을 하지 말고 맡기자. 그래서 저의 말을 들으면 들을수록 더 이상해질 수도 있어요.
이 토템 목걸이에도 있는 호랑이를 디자인에 넣어달라고 요청했었습니다. 단순한 장식 요소를 넘어서 제 상징으로서 호랑이를 담을 수 있도록 무기 자체 디자인을 멋지게 해석해 주셨어요. 귀한 모션에서 유니폼을 이제 어깨에 걸친 형태를 제가 희망해가지고 제 아이덴티티를 최대한 많이 스킨에 넣고 싶었었습니다. 잘 나온 것 같습니다. 괜찮은 것 같은데요?
2024년 같은 경우에는 제가 디펜딩 챔피언으로 다시 우승한 한 해이기도 하고 조금 무게감 있는 그런 스킨이 나오면 좋겠다라고 생각을 해서 그런 좀 그림자라든지 되게 좀 묵직한 느낌을 많이 주려고 했고요. 팀으로서의 그런 날카로움 같은 것들을 좀 많이 보여주려고 최대한 좀 뾰족하게 그런 것들을 잘 살렸던 것 같아요.
저는 그 귀한 모션한테 그 뭐 홀로그램처럼 그 추억이 나온다 했잖아요. 이번 월즈에 좀 서사가 있었습니다.
구마유시 선수의 제안은 제작팀에게 영감을 줬습니다. T1 스킨 제작 전반에 큰 영향을 끼쳤죠.
저는 스킨 전반에 회색, 흰색 톤을 최대한 활용하길 원했고요. 디자인은 약간 유럽 조각상처럼 조형적인 느낌이 들었으면 좋겠다고 말씀드렸어요.
회색, 막 흰색, 검은색 이렇게 해가지고 여기 유럽이니까 막 박물관에 그런 예술품들 그런 컨셉을 생각해.
일단 개인적인 생각이라고 말해주세요.
모두의 생각이 아니고
전체적으로 이번 스킨 시리즈가 무게를 견딘 자들에 대한 이야기인데 바로스는 그 무게를 겉으로 드러내지 않는
이미지나 스킨적으로만 표현했으면 좋겠어요. 뭐 숨은 의미 막 그렇게까지는 안 봐도 돼요.
빨간색 느낌이 되는 게 멋진 것 같고 스킬들도 좀 세 보여서 좋은 것 같아요. 그리고 제가 바론스 WQ로 바론 스틸을 좀 했었어서 귀한 모션에 바론 피냐타 이렇게 터트리는 것도 들어가 있고요. 크루아상도 제가 맛있게 먹었잖아요. 그 요소도 잘 살려주셨습니다. It's good.
되게 간지나고 멋지고 좀 진지한 분위기를 나타내는 느낌을 많이 원했던 것 같고,
간지랑 마스크를 쓰고 있으면 좋겠어요.
멋진 마스크, 멋지고 스타일리시하게, 이제 또 요즘 사람이다 보니까는 좀 스타일리시하게 부탁드렸던 것 같습니다. 어깨 장식 같은 게 좀 뾰족뾰족하고 좀 높게 올라가서 이제 포인트를 줄 수 있으면 좋겠다고 생각했고, 무기 디자인도 더 날카롭고 긴 진짜 칼처럼 그런 형태를 이제 또 희망했습니다. 파이크가 살생부를 딱 펼치거든요. 그림을 자세히 보시면은 무슨 챔피언인지 이제 잘 알 수 있을 거예요. 파이크의 꽃이 또 이제 공 표시라고 생각하는데, 그런 표시들이 또 T1의 상징인 붉은색으로 이제 이펙트들 나오고, 그리고 좀 너무 붉으면 또 안 되다 보니까는 은색 같은 걸로 좀 같이 곁들여서 나왔는데, 제가 생각했던 것보다 훨씬 궁 표시가 예쁘게 나온 것 같아가지고 너무 만족합니다. 초월급인데 이 정도면?
이번에는 사일러스인데 여러분들이 또 결승전에서 저희 플레이를 많이 좋아해 주셔서 스킨이 나오게 됐는데요. 이번 스킨은 사일러스 스킨 중에 처음으로 양쪽 팔의 사슬이 서로 다르다고 합니다. 그리고 이펙트를 딱 봤을 때 되게 작정하고 멋있게 만들어 주신 것 같습니다. 더 어둡고 더 위압적인 느낌을 많이 살렸습니다. 귀한 모션에서 왕관이 불타면서 해방되는 듯한 액션이 있는데, 그런 게 사일러스의 멋을 많이 표현한 것 같아요. 제가 파이널 MVP가 될 수 있게 많이 도와준 사일러스 프레스티지 스킨도 많이 사랑해주세요.
2024 월드 우승의 감동을
팬 여러분들이
다시 한번
느껴보셨으면 좋겠습니다.
감사합니다.
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside. Oh! Wrist, you absolute beast!
不要是第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord.
But Rest is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he? Oh!
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데, 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고, 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào, thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down for Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Bob in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Demons there though, they're able to catch the bird out of the sky again and blow it up. Absolute decimation. Jimmy and with that Emperor's Divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯意义的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Till the next objective, Maple's going to get jumped off here, and most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. Then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flashes away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích ớp và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải đấu LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn với đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải đấu LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the LCP Season Finals Playoffs. Tonight, a very, very exciting night on the cards. We're going to find out our two first representatives headed to Worlds already. Up first, of course, CFO going up against Team Secret Wales. I think probably the less confusing or the less ambiguous of the two matchups ultimately here, as I'll be your host again, Vestian. Alongside me it will be Blue Panda, but between these two teams, ultimately CFO coming in. Last time they went against each other, it was a 2-0, and you expect tonight probably to be much the same.
It wasn't just a 2-0 though. It was a pretty one-sided 2-0 in favour of CFO. Not the expected result. I mean, yeah, look, we did expect CFO to win ultimately, but not necessarily in the fashion that they did, because it was just that handily one-sided, and in no small part to this man on your screen.
John Cena, as it were. But, I mean, the two teams, I mean, we'll take a look here, obviously, as CTBC Flying Oyster come across your screen. Driver, Junja, Honku, Doggo, Kaiwing, and, of course, Rest you have to include there up in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, just that interchangeably in the top lane means that they've got the fluidity. Honku not making it into your team of the year, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think justifiably so. With how the split started off, how the playoffs went in split 1 and 2.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, coming into this matchup, while I'd, again, argue Dire is the better of the two mid laners, they are probably the two closest matched at the moment. I'm holding out hope for Maple, given how he looked last night, but I think we still haven't seen him against the caliber of opponent that would make me say that he is coming to that level again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I personally would say Honku right now is the better of the two mid laners. I think he's playing a lot better than Dire is in general, but Dire is really that person on the team that needs to make things happen for Team Secret Wales. If he's ahead, if he's winning lane, he has a really good grasp on how to control the map. He often spreads it to his bot lane, often spreads it to his top lane, and so if he does get ahead, then generally, yes, Team Secret Wales do very well. But up against Honku, who I think right now is absolutely in better form, seems unlikely. Realistically, I mean, Honku, last time we saw him, is just dominating everyone he goes up against, and you expect that to continue here.
And not just that, but we are seeing somewhat of a transition away from Junja. You know, the set piece being Junja sets up Honku to find success. Now Honku is independently finding success, and then they just add to that recipe with Junja, and then assisting rest of the Rift, and that's when things start to get really, really scary. If this is the pacing, and this is the coordination that CFO are bringing in domestic competition, when we go international, I mean, we've had North America's number this year, we've had South America's number this year as a region, we've had EU's number, well and truly. Next surely has to be the LPL.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had them at least in first stand, right? But I mean, yeah, CFO, I mean, that's the team we ultimately expected to be the first to qualify to Worlds, somewhat due to schedule. I mean, actually just entirely due to schedule, because they're the first team we have for the first matchup of the day. But I expect them to come out of first seed, realistically. I think they'll head towards Worlds as our first seed, and I expect them to get there here. I don't think Team Secret Wales look clean enough to be able to do it themselves at the moment, and obviously now, elephant in the room, is Team Secret Wales during playoffs. How much faith can you really have in them? Yes, they beat DFM, but if they didn't beat DFM, that would have been a massive fall from grace. But now they're going up against Team CFO. I think that's going to be a very, very big challenge, and most likely, I don't think they're up to it at the moment. Can they eventually make that third seed? Absolutely, I think it is possible. Is it going to be easy? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, DFM, Team Secret Wales, CFO. Like it really is just mid, bottom, and bottom, mid, and top of the ladder when it comes to how things stand at the moment. I mean, Team Secret Wales, yes, have had some very, very good games this year, and they've looked incredibly coordinated, but something about playoffs. They just either get... It is, I think, because they are such a young roster, they do get in their heads a little bit when it comes to crunch time, and that undoes a lot of the progress that they made throughout the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think realistically, Team Secret Wales, the style they've consistently found success on has been that skirmish heavy, we want to fight everything. Now they've stopped doing that a little bit recently. If they're able to do that again, I think you could find some avenues for success, but unfortunately CFO are the best team at dealing with that, namely Junja. I mean, this guy is probably the best player in our region. He's ranked 10 on the Korean solo queue ladder as things stand. It's an incredibly difficult server to do that on, and he, you know, brings not only his solo queue expertise, but he brings that into the competitive scene, controls the way the game is played, and I think Team Secret Wales really, really struggle to deal with that. Now we are going to head to our right first. Once we're back, game number 1 will get underway. CFO, Team Secret Wales.
Carry the darkness
And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second series here of the LCP players. Actually, wrong. Third. Oi. Unmute that microphone.
Yeah,
there we go.
second day.
Second day.
Yeah, we'll give you that.
Yeah, third series, of course, and ultimately the most important one we've had so far being that whoever does win this series will get themselves a ticket to the World Championship, which is just, I mean, that's what everyone is competing for ultimately.
Absolutely.
They'll make it there, and they also, of course, make it to Da Nang as well, which is just going to be so exciting, especially for team like Team Secret Wales, who would be then getting to finally, after this entire year, compete in a home crowd. As both teams now will take to the stage. We are getting driver in. For game number one, of course, CFO with higher seed. They did select blue side in this matchup.
Yeah, no surprises whatsoever. In fact, both teams that had side selection have selected blue side for tonight. But I mean, coming into it, both this match, the series, and the next, of course, quintessential in making up Southeast Asian League of Legends. PCS versus VCS, which has been such a dynamic, establishing combat throughout the years over this part of the world.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, I mean, obviously I come from PCS, so I'm always going to have a little bit of bias towards the PCS teams, and I think ultimately here in this one, it doesn't feel like too much of a contest. I think realistically, all you got to do is look back the entire year. There have been, I mean, okay, very early on, Team Secret Wales did take the win, of course. It's the only win that any team has found over CFO, but that was very, very long ago, at the very beginning of LCP, so I think I'm not putting too much stock in that, but of late, the only team coming even somewhat close to taking them down has been Garm and PSG. Obviously, PSG a very different roster now, being that Fofo's gone, Maple's in. But Team Secret Wales haven't really come anywhere near being able to take down CFO ever since very early on into the LCP's existence. So, looking at the series, I do expect, I mean, you just go down from the very top to the very bottom of each lane, and it feels like there is a mismatch. I think mid is the closest out of any of the matchups, but you look at Eddie, he's probably the best performing on Team Secret Wales recently.
Yep.
I think Doggo has been performing better than him, unfortunately. I think the only role that maybe you'd argue Team Secret Wales is performing better at generally is support, but even lately, Taki's had a really rough time down there in the support role.
Yeah, I mean, there is a clear bias towards CFO, but I mean, that's justifiable given how the year's gone. Even when it looked like they were under the pump, you look at especially those matches against like PSG Talon, Garm in the mid-season qualifying. It starts with, you know, CFO looking rough, and then they just monster the rest of the series. Like, while they have been, you know, pushed down, they've never been knocked down, and they will just continue to fight back up. So I think, realistically, for the likes of Team Secret Wales, well, yes, you would love a win. The goal is clearly just make it into that world spot. Holding, you know, the ambition to beat CFO is a pretty lofty one. Good, great if they can do it. Absolutely, I will back them till the bitter end. But I think the ultimate goal is at least make Worlds this time around.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? I mean, I'm not going to be upset if they do end up beating CFO, because ultimately I think Team Secret Wales are one of the most fun lineups to watch when they are playing their style of League of Legends. Recently, I don't think they have been, which is something that has somewhat concerned me, because again, they're playing a little bit more slow, but a little bit more methodical. But I would argue that their highest highs are when they're playing that really aggressive, in-your-face League of Legends. And I mean, actually, on that point, and obviously we'll see them in the second series of the day, but that's something that PSG came into yesterday saying, we've been running away from fights, we've been avoiding fights, and so yesterday they came in with a new look on it, just take the fight. Instead of running away, trying to kite around, just go for the fight. Obviously went very well for them, and it's something that I really do hope we see Team Secret Wales go back to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is their playstyle that has found a lot of success, and changing that, especially at such a crucial point in the year, is a very, very dangerous decision.
For sure. Yeah, I think it's something that you use the off-season to do. If really you do want to try and make that switch up, where I do think ultimately in the grand scheme of League of Legends in terms of competing internationally, is this sort of balls to the wall League of Legends going to be the best for them to try and take, you know, a world championship? Probably not, but at least getting yourself there, it probably is. And so just play this aggressive style for now. Next year, if you want to make those changes to try and find those higher highs, go for it. But for now, play what you're good at. Sticking to that same sort of mentality, that aggressive mentality, and I think we could see some success. Is CFO the team that is probably going to work against? I would argue not. Again, Junja just too good at controlling the pace of the match, and he gets the champion. He's very comfortable.
Yeah. Again, we are reaching that territory where the argument needs to be made that we get more bans in League of Legends just because of how many strong picks there are.
Just because of how good Junja is.
Well, I mean, not just that. You see these new champions come in like this Unara, she immediately becomes permaban for the most part. So, I mean, look, Fearless Draft is doing a good job with that, but I mean, we are definitely getting to the point where we may have to consider adding a sixth ban for each team. Wukong, the response, understandably so. And I mean, the thing that especially consider coming out of yesterday, Eddie and Histo, perfect KDAs at the moment, did not die yesterday. Unfortunately, that record probably not going to last past this game.
Yeah, I mean, on the same note as that, win-loss also perfect record for the red side at the moment.
Yeah, 100% win rate.
All of the 4 games were won on the red side of the map yesterday. So, you know, while both teams did select blue, that got side selection today, it's not necessary that you just get the win from getting blue side. As yeah, Wukong Orianna, a scary combo, and Daya gonna finally get his Orianna. Of course, yesterday picked away from him by Arya.
Yeah, the fan sign might actually get what it was angling at, but the response is any for Hongkyu. Now, we've been reasonably critical of this because it has looked incredibly lackluster, but in saying that, they've picked up the Rumble now as well. Hongkyu, if he lands stuns, that's pretty much job done at this point.
Yeah, I mean, and you have such great gank setup as well with that Annie against an immobile mage like the Orianna when you especially have Pantheon as your jungler. So there is very much avenues to play around that mid lane. And again, throughout the entirety of this year, we've complimented CFO on the way that Junja's been able to facilitate for Hongkyu, and they've been able to spread that advantage around the map, and they've got the perfect team composition to do so, as the Rumble in the top lane will also leave Driver to be very self-sufficient. Now, the Nico did remain open through the ban, so it'll be selected, and Taki's going to get his hands on that.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, likely for CFO will be, I would imagine, at least a Kai'Sa ban. Potentially they look for the Varus as well. Both pair really, really well with the Nico into this comp. But, I mean, Alistar taking away from Kaiwing, taking away a lot of his engage supports, just anything that will make sure that that Equalizer gets as much value as possible. So potentially a Rel ban as well, unless they do want to target something away from Doggo.
Yep. Absolutely could be. I mean, the Kai'Sa does stick out as something that is typically banned with the Nico. I would say that it's not the greatest Kai'Sa team composition as things stand, just being that they're not really looking for that deep dive, right? They're looking for snap engages, and while Kai'Sa can follow up on that, it's not necessarily what she excels at. They do ban it away, though. Obviously, that lane pairing is really annoying to deal with, so just taking it away. I mean, there's actually a real consideration towards something like the Misfortune as well. And while it's not necessarily what I want to see Eddie on, it does pair exceptionally well with the Orianna, the Nico, and the Wukong. Do I think he's going to pick it?
No.
Probably not, but it is something to consider.
Absolutely. I mean, there is definitely arguments to be made for it. I mean, Kai'Sa, you see the Wukong in the Orianna, and you kind of just don't want that to be a risk. While it's not the great comp for it to play into, being able to bait out some of those early abilities like the Equalizer, like the Grand Skyfall, and then just jump into the back line with the rest, with that Wukong, means that there is at least some avenue there. Doggo denied the Lucian. I mean, look, it wasn't the angle I thought it was going to be. Galio denied away from Pun in the top lane. We've seen it played already this weekend in response to the Rumble, and on top of the combo that Team Secret Wells are already showing, would have been pretty terrifying.
Yeah, and now consideration for Pun. Again, he's played Gwen a couple of times. It is open, and it's a matchup we've seen a reasonable amount of times. The phase rush on the Rumble and the exhaust on the Gwen is typically how it's navigated to remain somewhat even.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's still learning, unfortunately, Pun, how things work up here in the Tier 1 League. So, I mean, look, I don't hate it.
No, I
think synergistically it works well with the comp. It is going to add that little bit of strength once they do hit those level timers, and then he starts upgrading those items. The question is, what do they put in the bot lane to pair with this Nico? I mean, Varus is open. Yes, it could be a bit of a rough Varus game if positioning's off, goes a wander for Eddie, but he's been pretty consistent so far this year.
And Ezreal here for Doggo. What are they going to pair it alongside? You could go a strong lane, something like the Karma. It's a typical pairing with the Ezreal. You could also just go a Kaiwing, tried and tested, something along the lines of the Rel, the Leona. Either one, I mean, I don't really...
Brom gets some value. Yeah, I think Brom was a pretty safe pick. Is going to deny some of what Team Secret was going to do.
I think the Braum kind of sucks outside of the Ornn. I don't see the most value out of the Braum this game. It's not even necessarily the greatest pairing with Ezreal. You can stack up the Winter's Bite, but regardless, I think there are better supports. But Kaiwing, go back to Comfort.
I think it might be they're reading into either, like you said, a Misfortune pick, which would get a lot of value, or potentially... I was thinking the Varus Corki, yeah.
The Braum has been made even worse, the Corki pick coming through.
Which is, I think, why they angled towards the Corki instead of something like the Varus.
The biggest weakness CFO pretty consistently have had is Kaiwing's champion pool, and while he has fleshed that out a reasonable amount, and it doesn't actually get punished all that much. I think this game it actually has, where he doesn't really want to play one of those engaged mids because there's not a whole lot to engage on. It's kind of just the Orianna, so Leona would make the most sense, but that sucks against the Nico. And so he goes something a little different, of course, one of those bruiser champs, the Braum, it's something he's comfortable with, but against the Corki Nico is not the greatest lane. Really the biggest value it finds is you can block the Ornhorn, but even then, as long as Pun is somewhat creative with it, or patient even, typically that Braum shield will be down and you can still find it. So I think, look, it'll probably be made to work, but I do think, I mean, again, you always got to consider with CFO. I always be extra critical of them simply because they are the team that have the best chance of doing the most damage internationally.
When you're setting the standard for a region, that you need to keep that standard.
Yes, exactly. And so, like, I can't critique them for the same things I critique other teams, but I can critique them on the fact that I think internationally, you pick something like this Braum into a team like T1, right, where Kyria can just absolutely punish it, it's going to get punished, and I think it has been here. Now, you know, gameplay it comes down to, and CFO are typically just the better team, so they probably will still win, but yeah, I think a reasonably problematic Braum pick.
Yeah. I mean, look, ultimately it will come down to how this game plays out. Of course, I mean, last time these two teams faced off, CFO had Team Secret Wales by the scruff of the neck and handily kicked them out the door. So I'm not overly worried, but it could be the avenue that Team Secret Wales needs to take a game, at least potentially push them to actually contesting the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they're able to take this game, it would be huge props to them, and they'd be one away from, you know, making themselves known in Da Nang and then Worlds. And I think out of all of our teams, arguably the most exciting to watch internationally could be this Team Secret Wales roster.
So long as they go back to that playstyle that we've come to know and love, I think the way that we're playing recently won't be as exciting.
Yeah, very true.
Oh, Pun letting down the home side.
Minions have spawned.
Unfortunately, definitely a big skin win up in that top lane there for Driver. Could have been evened out, but Pun wasn't able to find the Choo Choo on skin, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know enough about these champs to know what skins do more damage, unfortunately.
Well, I think Nico just arguably does more damage. So it isn't really a fair comparison into the Braum. Oh, Annie. What a champion. Yeah, I mean, last time these two teams played up, it was just a steamrolling. So you'd have to imagine that Honky was looking to try and lead into that a little bit more. Get up in the face of Dyer, make him sweat, make him panic just a little bit if you can.
Yeah, finding a good amount of auto attacks. Will be level 2s coming across for both. That Q down, Hongq gets a free timer to try and look for some poke, but the shield is there for Dyer instead of that command dissonance, so he's able to protect himself from a bit of that damage. Down the bot side, Shark Horror, the Corki Nico are getting priority.
Yep. Nothing overly surprising. A slightly faster clear coming out of Junja at the moment. I mean, you're not expecting it to be an absolute gapping compared to the Wukong.
No, it is a slightly faster clear to be the Pantheon than the Wukong, but it's nothing that substantial.
And realistically, both jungles are probably looking to power farm, especially Hizdo this game, not having the traditional setup for a Wukong, which would be the Annie mid lane. So he's not going to find the most value until around that level 6 mark. Whereas Junja realistically can look for something off the back of an Annie stun.
Yeah, kind of has 3 lanes to choose from. Unfortunately, ganking the Nico Corki can be pretty difficult. Coming not with the most amount of setup on a champion like Braum.
Oh, Dyer. He's farming well, but he has to have to play this very cautiously. Oh, that attack range is just so egregious.
It is. It really is. It feels so wholly unfair. Histo going to get the bottom crab. Junja trading it for the top one.
Ward chucked in to Junja's jungle, just try and get some vision of him, but he's already moved on to the top side. Will be spotted on that river ward that was placed not that long ago by Pun. So going to go for a recall. Histo is going to be back out on the rift just a little bit quicker at the moment.
Imagine Dyer going to take that recall too, being that he is reasonably low on resources, so Should get it in. Hongkyu going to push the wave before looking for his.
CP coming out now. And it is looking like the Rod of Ages build for the Orianna. Oh, Histo. That's never a fun feeling. You show that clone doggo.
Yeah. At least he gets his mana back, of course, from the Essence Flux. What an annoying champion Annie is.
Oh, okay, there you go. Dai gets a bit of revenge. Although throwing a big ball like that at a child is probably not going to win you any popularity points.
Yeah, doing a good job of trading back now after the first recall. Boots for Hongkyu and components towards the Catalyst for Dyer. Both top laners using teleport as well.
Moby boots first back for driver. Or Swifties, rather.
Yeah, I guess it just allows them to be a little bit more aggressive into pun.
Yeah. Not having that phase rush isn't going to be able to dance in and around.
Ooh. Trades down the bot side as Junja was looking, but already backing away were Team Secret Whales, so they're going to be fine. Tib has dropped, as we quite often see in the mid lane, just for a heavy trade. Driver trying to look for that solo kill, but will not be able to find it.
Level timing's very much there for CFO. Both mid and top just getting there that little bit earlier. Oh, Junja's looking for a lane gang. Unfortunately, the wave's just too shoved in now.
Reasonably sizable CS lead establishing itself in the bot side has led Team Secret Whales to take a early gold advantage, although absolutely is very slight.
Yeah, almost entirely matched by Eddie's contributions. The leads that CFO has in the top and mid lane.
It's over. Team Secret Whales are ahead. Histo getting a crab, so that'll put him slightly ahead of Junja as well.
No, CFO have taken it back, but it's literally about 50 gold, the difference, I think, at the moment. So not enough that need to be worth writing home about.
No.
Oh, the rumble lane.
I missed the old
that is a real corky. It's looking around.
Yeah, just drops the Valkyrie to clear out the wave. We'll be able to reset at the same time as Doggo. Most likely slightly stronger coming back out of base.
Oh, and that is going to be Cyclone online for Histo now. He is on a ward, unfortunately, so unlikely that he's going to be able to find much value on the top side, at least into drive it. May look mid with that command shockwave combo. But again, we see pretty consistently for CFO, Team Secret Whales. Realistically, it's, like you said, talent. Vikings the ones that are less likely to look to play around the dragon. We are seeing that continue. More priority over the top side with Grubs 15 on seconds away.
Yeah, and mostly everyone that needs to be involved is going to be there. Neither top lane has teleport available, but we'll see Driver should be able to get the lane priority if he wanted to then come and join his team. Of course, can impact the fight from roughly at the mid lane with that equalizer. Whether or not he goes to do it is obviously another tale. Either way, both junglers in this top side river. It's Histo, first of all, starting up on the Grubs. We'll see if CFO look to punish, but their bot lane, obviously up in the top for the time being, is going to have priority coming down this river. Coming and Doggo shouldn't really be able to get back down there all that well, as a smite
went wide,
used on the wrong Grub. And so Junja's able to claim the first. Kaiwing getting jumped on, he's very low, it does go down, and I mean, he has heal available to himself and just opts.
No, he doesn't.
Not you.
It's just on cooldown.
All right.
By a sliver.
Kaiwing not able to really do much, does get taken out. That Void Grub smite away, Histo picking that one up, and it will be another one going over the side of Team Secret Whales as they secure themselves two. However, Histo staying maybe a little bit too long. Is going to get taken down immediately, not even really using the clone to get himself out as Doggo arrives as a kill back. He's trying to go forward. Junja gets another one. Knockup does land there on to Junja as Pun has joined the fray here on the Ornn. Junja getting very low, is going to be taken out. That's going to be the feat of warfare going the way of Team Secret Wales. But Doggo's still trying to find the damage, so is Driver. Glacial Fissure does go wide, but it's created enough of space to take down Pun, and a 3-for-3 is the kill trades over an extended battle. That saw Kaiwing go down and make it back in.
Yeah, but sloppy there from CFO. They could have had a much better positioning, but Kaiwing gets caught. It allows Team Secret Wales, even off the back of Hizdo's blunder, to turn around. But then he also then kind of loses his mind and looks straight into CFO and just gets CC chained into the equalizer. Command Shockwave does land on a Honky, which allows them to turn around, but it goes to Taki. So, I mean, look, it does mean the proto belt is going to be up that little bit earlier, but realistically, I think Dyer would have gotten so much value out of it. He does claim the third, but from there they lose Pun as well, as he just gives his life to make sure that his mid laner gets out.
Yeah, absolutely. So slight advantage to CFO in terms of the gold, but Feat of Warfare was claimed by Team Secret Wales as they got to 3 first. Still a very even game. Very messy game nonetheless after that first skirmish. Histo and the rest of Team Secret Wales are going to claim themselves first dragon while they're at it, so they're now one objective away from securing themselves the Feats of Strength, which does mean all but certainly they will be able to pick that one up for themselves. So many opportunities to do so now.
Yeah. Herald in 420. 30 seconds after that, the next dragon. Junja looking to steal Raptors away. Should just be able to do it. He drags it out of Hizdo's vision.
Yeah, Histo no smite as well. We'll spot out Histo here in his top jungle, but Scry's Bloom does notify them of his location.
And Skyfall up and available. No opportunity for Junja to have used it just yet. He was already close enough to that fight that he didn't need to.
Glacial Fissure goes down. Eddie going to be CC'd a little bit. Cleanses there. 1E forward might be able to do it. The clone dropping a lot of damage, and back will come Taki, but Pop Blossom with that channel time not going to lock up Doggo under the tower, but Kaiwing takes another tower shot. Now, with Hongkyu and Junja here, Taki's all but certain to go down. The lockdown there, and Kaiwing snipes it away. The bloodlust on the Braum.
And it takes over. Literally the only champion, or one of the few champions in the game who you would think that is the least bloodthirsty. Him and Ivern, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you might be right on those two.
I mean, Elsa on the Rift, Sundered Sky finished up for Junja. They play that very, very well. They get the opening up onto Eddie, who just takes so much damage, gets caught by that Glacial Fissure as well.
Yeah, beautiful by Kaiwing.
He tries to cleanse away, Taki tries to body block, but it's too little too late. The Pop Blossom just procs. If he'd popped it a little bit earlier, maybe Doggo's stuck in tower range and there's something that he can get back, but Junja's already coming in the back line with that Grand Skyfall. Honky's here as well, and they just collapse in. Oh, Hizdo has not done a single point of damage.
Yeah,
he was CC'd into oblivion that fight.
That's kind of impressive.
Yeah, he got jumped on by Junja, then stunned by Hongkyu, all while under the equalizer. He clones away, and it doesn't actually get the chance to attack anyone.
Kaiwing has done more damage on the Braum than a Wukong.
When the bar is on the floor, it's not hard.
That's true. Either way, slowly progressing the game are CFO. Yet to get themselves an objective, but do have the advantage when it comes to that gold. Nearing on 2K.
Oh, I hope we get another replay like last night. That was so funny.
Oh, yeah.
Just voice lines and pings.
That was good.
Unfortunately, I would imagine completely unintentional.
But it was good, though.
One of those Bob Ross happy accidents.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Sometimes when something to do with tech goes wrong, it actually creates a good environment, you know?
Yeah.
A good moment. Now, how do we progress the game from here as CFO?
A minute to Herald.
Slow and methodical as per usual. Histo comes in, finds his first damage, might even just find his first kill as Carvin goes down. Pop Blossom lands on the Junja, flash over there as the shockwave will land, but Junja does block the damage here. Honkyu trying to get in will come Driver. That's a big clunk of champs as Honkyu will not find the damage there. The support in the area for Histo, and Honkyu still trying to play aggressively, still trying to find himself something. Lands a stun onto Pun, Dyer coming down, flash away here for this Annie. And Doggo in the area, but not able to find all of much. It's just 2 kills going over the way of Team Secret Wales for nothing in response.
Yeah, an absolute mess of a fight, getting caught out of position and punished heavily. I mean, Honkyu doesn't even get the chance to drop Tibbers there. I mean, you look at it, Kaiwing again, just targeted out. They have vision on him. And so Histo says, yeah, this is just easy work at the moment. Jumps on him. There's no one for him to jump into his Junja, it's just too far south. By the time he comes in, everything is just dropped on him. Takes no damage from the command shot, but it's too little too late at this stage. Then Driver comes in, gets isolated and caught in the face of 3. Honkyu, oh sorry, he did drop Tibbers there.
Yeah.
That icon, it always gets me.
And Honkyu having to flash away to make sure he lives. So overall in the fight, 3 kills picked up by Team Secret Wales. As we come back to live, the Herald is more than likely to go the way of CFO, so it's their first objective of the game. And Gold now equalized across the rift, but may be able to find some off the back of this Herald.
Potentially. I mean, Junja in the wings, maybe looking for an angle onto something. Dragon live now, so this would be feats of strength claimed if Team Secret Wales did opt into it. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's damage, but not much.
Yeah, just looking for that damage graph at the end of the game here, Honkyu, and going to give over the Dragon, RCFO, in exchange for that first tower. Will be taken out here. Not a whole lot Pun can do about it. Maybe not even a lot Pun can do about going out entirely, is, yeah, very quickly being taken out here. Not a lot of armor, so Junja shredding through that Ornn, and now looking for another charge on the Herald. Few and far between here in the LCP. Do we see the Herald be used in the same lane twice?
Yeah,
it will be.
Usually we see it go cross map unless you're Betty, in which case you run out of gas 5 meters from the finish line.
2 towers. I mean, definitely a big win. Sure, the feats of strength are going to go over. I mean, actually the Dragon not even started yet, but just getting as much as they can off this timer. So taking away Junja's jungle, and now we'll head towards the Dragon and still will be able to secure it with just how far away Junja is. Although, ultimate here for the Pantheon, if they do choose to try and...
There's no equalizer, so I don't think they're going to. No Tibbers either.
Still, in terms of the gold, a big win there for CFO.
Yeah.
A lot of gold getting picked up by both Honkyu and Junja.
Absolutely, 1,000 gold difference in the jungle off the back of Junja's play so far. Rod of Ages, 7 stacks in for Dyer, so I mean he is ramping up as you'd expect. CFO, while having lost out in the neutrals, have been finding a lot of uptime on these towers.
They have been. Mid lane tower now down to half HP off the back of Doggo's push. Working towards that second item, both 80 carries at this point. Obviously, whichever one gets there first will have a substantial lead, but gold even between the two means that realistically they're both just going to hit the same spikes at the same time if they find those recalls.
He gets Pun, but unfortunately,
a massive chunk of damage.
All it does is clip that shield.
Pun really hurting.
Absolutely.
Walking around with a limp, if you notice.
Yeah. At this stage in the game, both teams still well and truly in it with a chance. There is no clear winner other than those feats available for Team Secret Wales and having 2 dragons already. But I mean, the combat power of the CFO roster cannot be underestimated at any point. Ooh,
a lot of damage by Dyer. You see both sides taking heaps, but 2v1 manages the lane perfectly well.
God leads in 4 or 5 rolls at the moment.
And the one roll that doesn't really matter.
I mean, the proto belt comes online a little bit earlier, but yeah, realistically, it's only going to add so much. The flash is sort of your main avenue in. I think I had some decent time in Honkyu, but let his curse done. Driver has that Leandri's is on the way to that Rift Maker. So we are hitting some all right timings. Stacks, Doggo is currently winning. But it is in Israel. Just Stacks a little bit faster than the Corki. Those that were wondering. Lima, Oscar Lima, lol.
Yep. On cue.
Oh.
The recall is going to be jumped on. Taki's coming with that Pop Blossom as well. A bit of CC out of Honkyu, trying to turn things around, but won't be able to do so. It's a clean pick up there. 2 ultimates used by Team Secret Wales. Finds himself a kill over onto Honkyu, who innocently looking for that recall. Will not be allowed it. Driver, will he drop the equalizer? Feels like it would be a waste, so going to give over this tower. And some gold back into the coffers of Team Secret Wales.
Unfortunately, the any trend continues for Honkyu. Just not quite the impact that some of his other champions in the pool tend to have.
Yeah. I definitely agree.
Minor lapse in judgment on the recall positioning. Thought he was safe. They just didn't have the vision control down on the bot side to let him know that the opposite was in fact true.
Ah, Rumble voice lines are so good. Next objective to spawn, and obviously the Artican up there, but I mean, you need some advantage to be able to pick that up, and the map and the gold is essentially dead even.
Gold is, in fact. Yeah, unfortunately, neither team has a very quick Artican take, so it will mean that a fight is required. A successful one, rather, to instigate. Honkyu looking to try and clear some vision, but he's playing a dangerous game as an any. Doesn't have the flash, though.
He does. Flashes up across the board. Everyone with pretty much every summoner. The only things missing are the top lane teleports, which aren't too detrimental when they are here paired alongside their team. So trying to pressure out, trying to man out in these mid lane waves, trying to establish some vision control for both teams. It is reasonably matched in the river there by the looks of things, although CFO with a slight advantage, and now Kaiwin can be able to make it more so of one.
Doggo's just on the cusp of having that second item of his fully stacked up. Can start hitting a little bit harder. CFO, they're going to tag up the Artican. Will be spotted by the far side trinket. So the response is coming.
A risky start, but CFO have been pretty good around this objective in comparison to the majority of the teams, not only in the LCP, but globally, realistically. Ornhorn coming through, though, looking for Driver. The flash away gets him clear of that Orn ultimate, so combat power now in favor of CFO. Sure, the flash is down for Driver, but generally in the immediate fight, you value those ults slightly higher than the flash. It's the recyclability that gives you the advantage eventually, but right now, that's not an issue. Equalizer there. Honkyu flashes forward, finds his way onto Dyer, and maybe have the damage, but Histo's trying to turn around. A great cyclone, down goes Honkyu. Great shockwave here out of Dyer, as Junja's desperately trying to find him on the back end, won't be able to do so, and Histo picks himself up at triple. A very ambitious look in onto Dyer, is going to go very hard punished, as only the bot lane of CFO here to try and answer back, and the teleport coming in from Dyer in spawn should be able to all but ensure that this is going to be picked up. Doggo gets jumped on, Doggo goes down, and that's a fourth in the fight for Histo on the Wukong.
The quintessential Artican mind control.
This one wasn't even the Artican, it was just Honkyu being way
CFO
overzealous.
just didn't need to keep the aggro.
Oh, it wasn't even that, it was Honkyu flashing forward for Dyer for no reason.
And the mind control continues, so that is a second Bloodletter's Curse picked up by Driver now. I thought it was going to be that Rift Maker potentially, but...
What a perplexing series of events that just occurred.
Yeah.
Honkyu again, I mean, been playing very well recently.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I know he just flashes forward, and as soon as that happens, it's like, wow, this is the freest kill of Team Secret Wales' life. They take down one, they take down two, and then I mean, Junja almost gets Dire, but almost doesn't count for much as he goes down for a triple kill. Doggo trades heavily onto Taki, but obviously this was off our screens.
He's about to lose, yeah, so he ends up losing about half HP in the end as Kaiwin goes aggressive and...
Let's get the kill,
okay,
actually.
I didn't even notice that, yeah. And then just eats it for a rocket, but yeah, CFO just very split right now.
Yeah, unfortunate. Now, Soul Point on the cards for Team Secret Wales here as they start up this Dragon. Taking a look at what's available. Most ultimates across the map are, I mean, True Shot Barrage down, not going to be the most impactful in a team fight generally. But I'm looking at Taki, I'm looking at that Flash, I'm looking at that Pop Blossom. Team Secret Wales in a pretty commanding position now, 2k gold lead, have all the control in the world around this river. Kaiwing is trying to find an avenue in, and again, on this Braum, doesn't really have much of one. Rest of CFO, they have that equalizer to try and make some, I guess, split team fight occur, but they're on pretty unperturbed. That's a great equalizer coming down. Unfortunately, the Dragon goes down alongside, and it seems Secret Wales now, they're going to find themselves on that Soul Point. Doggo desperately trying to get this mid-wave in, but not going to be able to do it in time before the response comes through, and it's just a big win for Team Secret Wales and nothing else.
Yeah. Very odd game from CFO. Not the crack shot team that we've come to expect from them. Playing a little all over the place.
Yeah, maybe for how this game's going, wishing they had picked PSG Talon at this point. Team Secret Wales doing a great job up against them.
Unfortunately, I don't know if that gets much better with how PSG Talon are looking at the moment.
No, I agree. I think picking Team Secret Wales was the correct decision, but nonetheless.
Seems a bit, it might be a damned if you do, damned if you do, don't rather type situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an uncharacteristic game out of CFO, and ultimately, and he's a strong champion, but Honkyu's just really struggled to make it work.
Yeah.
It's one of the few champions of late where Honkyu picks it and he doesn't look like the best mid laner in the league. Unfortunately, here in this one, making some questionable decisions. So is the rest of the team, of course. But.
Yeah, he's not the only one. But definitely seeming as if that time off has done absolute bits for everyone else, but seems to be somewhat detrimental overall from CFO in this first game.
And the ornaments coming through, meaning this Team Secret Wales lead is more than the gold lead would suggest. You see the upgraded Mirror Mana there. And in the back pocket of Eddie, of course, the upgraded Canic Recurn for Pun.
Yeah. I mean, just pretty crazy value given how much magic damage is realistically coming out of CFO. Which I think potentially the reason why we see the double Bloodletter's Curse coming out.
Yeah, but don't worry, they have an Israel. He's really good at killing tanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Off to the deserted island.
Well, unfortunately, Jin may have worked his way off it after last night.
Nope, he did not.
Only if Betty's driving. Well, unless he's driving Herald, then it's a different story again.
CFO, once again, I mean, they're still slow and methodical, and they still are within this game. But with each passing minute, it gets a little bit easier for Team Secret Wales. Still got to actually capitalize on the advantages they have, however, and it's something that CFO has been great at, is even when they're behind, playing from behind and finding the one small mistake their opponents make. And I'm sure Team Secret Wales, based entirely off how they have traditionally played, there will be mistakes present themselves.
Absolutely.
The last 10 minutes or so has been controlled by them, and very well.
Relays for Honkyu, item 3. So, I mean, look, he's going to be just having a little bit more impact with that Tibbers, just wreaking chaos in the middle of team fights.
Okay.
Oh, splits the difference. Great field goal. Oh.
Coming through, and that is Doggo going down. Not even really sure what exactly prompted it.
Yeah, I think it was Taki. I think Taki hits a root there.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's the only justifiable thing.
So Baron buff here. 4v5 for the next 30 seconds. They can start up this Baron and will do so. Now, it's not as clear as they've definitely got it, of course. It's an Annie and a Rumble after all. As down will come this Equalizer. The exhaust great. Dire getting locked in the back of that pit. Eddie getting even lower in the back of that pit. Honku may be able to find a chance to capitalize, but in comes Histo. The Pop Blossom lands on a driver, but he's returned a lot of damage. Histo very, very low and still kiting around a CFO. It's a 1-for-1 in this 4v5 as Junja goes forward, but Pun trying to answer back. A lot of damage here from Dyer. Still full HP on those frontliners. Pun and Dyer. The flash forward. Eddie burning away Leandres. Will it burn him down? No, but Junja is trying to fly on in. Can he find the kill? Eddie so low, goes down, but it's going to be Junja having to run for his damn life in the bottom side of the map and will all but certainly be found eventually. He's trying to get his way out. The flash from Dyer may be able to take him out. And there it comes. Damage blocked. Will eventually get it, surely. But it's bought enough time now for Doggo to be back on the map, and at least the Baron was stopped. Still, a reasonably good fight out of Team Secret Wales, barring the shutdown going to Junja.
Does mean the GA is now finished for Junja, though. So we'll have to see. I'm so intrigued. The setup there onto the kill that happens onto Doggo. Because the only justifiable thing is that Taki catches a root, Pun comes in with the knock-up, and then the Call of the Forge gone. Because he's got flash. Would have had the essence shift as well.
Yeah. Dragon Soul started up. Seemingly CFO uninterested in contesting. More pressure around this Baron. They're not going to be able to start it up, so it is just going to be a free soul entirely for Team Secret Wales.
Cloud Soul at that.
Yeah, that is problematic to say the least, as this game just got made a considerable amount harder. And it was Doggo
okay, so
being
he's forward. Sataki literally had nothing to do with it. I mean, it looked pretty decent, all said and done with that equalizer, just sort of splitting that difference. Eddie takes a lot of damage. Command Shockwave just ends up going into the void.
Taki does manage to find his way to Driver, but Driver turns around before getting hit by the Pop Blossom, so outputting damage the whole time. They do trade away one kill as Pisto's going in. They've managed to stop at least the forward motion from Taki, but the team fight's going disastrously poorly here for CFO. Junja coming in the back line. Resurrection coming through from this Wukong, and Junja stuck in a pretty rough position between five. Doggo trying to do the damage he can, but unfortunately not got enough of it. Dyer very low. Doggo trying to find it. One more Q might do it. Look how low those health bars are, but high enough to all survive.
There is a very real possibility we are about to see Team Secret Wales run it back and do what only they have done this year. They are manhandling CFO.
Yeah, and I mean, you got the Cloud Soul against you now. You've got 4 upgraded Ornn items. The game is very much in a near-on unwinnable position. Now, this fight is so close, but the entirety of Team Secret Wales doing such a good job of coming in and going out and dodging around the damage. Obviously, Doggo's got a lot of uptime here, but he's an Israel. He's not able to get through this Ornn in any quick amount of time. Now, he is landing these Qs. Dyer gets low, but he's even able to survive, and through the tower they come. Eddie's able to finish off the job on him and get himself out as well.
If any doesn't get caught there, if Honky does not get caught, the amount of damage he can put out likely shifts the tide, which is kind of crazy. But unfortunately, with him and Driver jumped on by, Kaiwing.
That's a little lockdown, and Brom getting pretty low. Redemption does top him up a little bit, but Histo will be able to find that one, finish it. Dyer gets that kill credit. Ornn coming through, Honkyu going down. 3v5 to try and hold on to game 1 here for CFO, but all but certainly Team Secret Wales going to march down that bot lane. Pun now coming to rejoin his team, and a very real position that we're about to find ourselves. Team Secret Wales 1-0 up. Driver drops down the equalizer, but it's not equalizing a whole hell of a lot. He's gone gold and he's going to go down, and Taki burning away will still stay up and alive. 10 seconds on Kaiwing. It's a 2v5 at the moment. Taki very low, and Doggo and Junja with a very big job to try and defend this one. The flash forward, the Cyclone. Doggo's down, and so will be the Nexus of CFO, as Team Secret Wales are going to be able to claim themselves this first game of the best of 3. They are now 1 win away from going to Da Nang and going to Worlds.
The most brutal beatdown that CFO have suffered in the longest time.
Yeah, I think since arguably season kickoff against their game 1 of the playoffs against PSG. I think that's the last time I saw them get manhandled this way.
Domestically, their domination streak has been broken.
Team Secret Wales there. 1 win away now. In that back room, talk about what went right, talk about what could have gone better in the early game, because ultimately the early game, gold was favouring CFO, but every single objective picked up for Team Secret Wales, and I imagine the CFO backer room is going to have a good hard look at that and say, okay, how did we manage to give up every single objective?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, we know for a fact that Rest is coming in game 2.
Yeah.
Maybe that shifts that dynamic up in the top lane just a little bit. Not that Pun really had much of an impact other than just joining team fights and doing what On does best and upgrading those items. It really wasn't him that sort of made this game.
I mean, the game lost when Hongkyu flashed forward to try and look for Dyer. That was the game-losing play, unfortunately. He flashes forward, looks for a stun on Dyer. Dyer flashes it, has the Merc Treads as well, so he's just out of that way before anything can happen, and Hongkyu gets one shot by Histo. So it's perplexing to me. We keep going back to the Annie. Annie, they typically win, but that's just because they typically have always been winning. But I think this Annie is just not being given... It doesn't look as good in Hongkyu's hands as every other champion he plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Which, I mean, it bodes well potentially the rest of this series if they do bring in the reverse sweep, but not boding particularly well for the future because, I mean, if this is how it's looking, you're kind of happy to give it over to them. There's no real need to ban it for their opponents. And, I mean, it did start reasonably well in the early laning phase with how they were just, I mean, this is, you know, later laning phase, I suppose, given that Eddie's little ain't. But yeah, I mean, in the 2v2, just winning out pretty handily. They even pull off the tower dive and get Taki here as well.
Yeah. Obviously, I was very critical of the Braum pick, but I don't think the Braum pick particularly mattered this game, unfortunately.
Oh, Kai Wing did get caught a couple of times pretty egregiously. Yeah, it wasn't the Braumness per se, but...
That was not the Braum. If you're any champ there, you're getting caught.
Yeah, it's not Braum specific.
No. It's just, I think, playing the game wrong.
Yeah, I mean, as well, the Pantheon really, at least personally, didn't feel like it got a huge amount of value either. They weren't able to play those side lane mismatches, and yeah.
For my money, this is kind of where the game went completely for Team Secret Wales, because they take the team fight win, all they lose is Taki, and then they get the Arakan off the back of it as well. Yeah, I mean, this looked like a reasonable look in for CFO, but Doggo dying just before the play.
Yeah.
Just for no reason whatsoever other than to E for
get some
1 point of damage onto a Corki.
Yeah. Yeah, it very much is a bleak shot. And there you go. Yeah, this fight here. If Hongkyu gets any real meaningful damage out onto Team Secret Wales, there is a good chance that Doggo just straight cleans this up. But because all the damage he deals is onto Histo, he then immediately heals it with the Sundered Sky and Redemption.
And look how useless Israel is against tanks. I mean, again, it honestly doesn't even... It probably does less damage against tanks than you see Jin doing, which is just... Okay, we've got Israel, so the lane phase is okay, but now you're just Israel against an Ornn, and honestly a Wukong, who is very tanky with that armor passive of his. It's just, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I'd still argue that Jin does a little bit more because he offers the root and does percentage health damage with that fourth shot. So, I mean, there's still something to be found, and you know what else is to be found? That's a live finals, of course. We're going to Da Nang, and if Team Secret Wales win just one more game, they will be 2.
Yeah, absolutely. 20th, 21st over in Da Nang. If you haven't got your tickets and you can be there, I certainly do suggest you find them very cheap.
Have you got your tickets?
I do, as a matter of fact. And unfortunately, as things stand, my itinerary of getting there is about as hard as CFO's is to win this series. We are going to go to a break. Once we're back, we'll see if they can do it. See you there.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside.
Oh!
Chris, you absolute beast!
不要是第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Rest is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he?
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào, thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down for Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Bomb in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Able to catch the bird out of the sky again and blow it up. Absolute decimation. Jimmy and with that Emperor's Divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯1的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
So the next objective, Maple's going to get jumped off here. And most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. And then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flashes away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích ốp và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải đấu LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
Game number 2 about to get underway, and of course, as everyone expected, it is a 1-0 lead to Team Secret Wales heading into the second one. But I mean, 1 game away now, the Wales, from making themselves known and getting themselves onto the world stage for the first time this year.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that maybe is the case. I mean, the stakes are that high for Team Secret Wales, who have fallen short splits 1 and 2. In fact, they've had a pretty horrendous run, all things considered, when it comes to playoffs time, and then that added benefit of having a home lower bracket and grand final, of course.
I'm going to be honest, I do still think CFO take this. Rest coming in instead of Driver on the other side of things. You'll see it soon. Heroes coming in instead of Pun, so we'll see how that top lane dynamic looks, because obviously it's going to be an entirely different matchup than we saw last game. Not that the top lane felt all that instrumental either way.
I mean, look, on Teamfight Time just does what one does best. I think the upgraded items, I think, was the biggest contribution for fun in that game.
Did not matter which player was in.
No, absolutely. And I'm wondering maybe if this is a case of Team Secret Wales have assigned sort of a top laner to a top laner. Maybe that hero's been prepping into rest. Whatever the case may be, the changes have been made. CFO, an uncharacteristically poor looking.
Oh, terrible. I mean, I'm talking obviously from a CFO standards, but that was just abysmal out of them. In comparison to the highs we see, that might have been the biggest low we've seen out of them. And so, I mean, they're a team that is going to be able to bounce back. They have so much experience in the roster with Rest, Kaiwing, Junja, even Doggo. Obviously, Hongju sort of being the only one that isn't very experienced. But, I mean, he's going to be off the Annie. I think, again, Annie has consistently looked like his worst champion. They pick it there, and once again, it doesn't find its mark. He ultimately, in my mind, made the game-losing play, trying to flash for Dyer, who had the Merc Treads and flash up of his own. So now, looking towards something different, I mean, you know how good he can be on the likes of the Aurora, on the likes of the Azir. All of these champions still well and truly available for him, so he's going to be completely comfortable in Game 2.
Absolutely. I think that's where the campaign really starts for them on a champion, where Hongyu is just going to look infinitely better, but it is an interesting one.
Tell you what, though, my team of the year looking good after that game. Absolutely. I'll tell you that for free.
Absolutely. Hongyu just sort of backing up your argument for Dyer. But CFO, blue side, ban away the Nocturne, the Jarvan, and the Rise. I mean, all of those make a heck of a lot of sense. Team Secret Wales returned with two very, very appropriate bans of their own. Talia and Azir banned away from Hongyu, and Yudara denied away from Doggo.
Yeah, so remaining with the same bans, I believe, here in Game 2. Obviously, another big takeaway from that last game, the Nico now no longer needs to be banned and cannot be picked up, of course. CFO, once again, they choose the blue side, see what they are able to come up with here in this first pick. There are still some pretty strong champions available. I think Aurora might be something that stands above the rest, especially when you're going against Dyer, who is so eager to take that for himself more often than not. And there it is.
Yep. You know the craziest fact?
What is the craziest fact?
Well, I mean, to be fair, it was only going to be the VCS, but only the VCS has taken games off CFO this split. No one else, no other region.
Games?
Yeah, games. Not series, games.
PSG have. PSG literally almost clean swept them.
No, this split.
Oh, the split.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, I
so
mean,
Vikings take one, Team Secret Wales have now taken one, and then, of course, Garm took one.
Considering they've only gone against VCS
yeah, so
and
it was
PSG
with an
lost
asterisk.
8 games in a row, I'm not too surprised by that, no. Sorry, I thought you said this year.
No.
Yeah. I mean, the split, it would be more surprising if that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
Then they would have played a secret stage game that no one knew about.
Oh, I love secret stage games.
Oh, Arivi.
Yeah.
Now Kaiser is available if they do want to take it. And a great response, the Poppy. Kaiwing, again, he's been playing this in solo queue a lot recently. Really, I mean, alongside the Nico, two champions, he's been really trying to work into his champion pool. And you see the Ari, you see the Vi, it's a perfectly good game to pick it. You expect now something like either the Rakan or the Kaiser to come through. Poppy good against both of those champions as well.
Absolutely. They're reneked and blinded for the rest of the top lane, but of the champions we see in the top lane, one that is probably the most safe to do so.
I'd argue so.
Jace, okay, for hero, not
all right.
the worst choice.
Now we're here. Do we just ban the Kaiser and the Rakan for CFO? Because obviously it is going to be Team Secret Wales with first pick headed out of these bans. For their side, though, you probably can take a look at the bot laners. The Sivir and the Xayah stand out to me as something that you might want to just take away.
Yeah.
Well, the Xayah against Jace doesn't feel that good.
Yeah, no. I mean, they're going to take it away anyway. I think Kaiser ban makes sense for CFO, but Rakan, I think, more so. Like you said, I think Rakan makes a lot of sense. Kaiser is still able to be played around.
The argument is that one of Rakan's worst matchups is the Poppy, so obviously compositionally Rakan really, really fits Team Secret Wales, but it's a bad matchup. So what are CFO putting more stock into here in the situation? I think you should just ban the Kaiser Rakan personally, because it's not like you have steadfast presence up 100% of the time. So, you know, you make one mistake, that's gone, and they're the ones to ban the Sivir. Okay.
Oh, these fan signs.
That is so cool. That is so cool. What on earth?
That is real talent.
I cannot believe the talent of some of these people to be able to pull that off. Like, I wouldn't even know where to start to be able to do that.
Cardboard and glue.
Yeah, but that
maybe
is
Marcus.
such a cool sign.
Yeah. But
it must be so
they are anticipating this potentially being a Poppy jungle,
Yeah.
or at least hedging their bets.
It must be so humbling to be driver in that situation. But any of the players that have fan signs like that.
That was not a very positive face for Donkey there, but oh well, it is what it is.
He never looks happy until they win. And then he does his little thumbs up. Kind of just copies Junja's celebration where he just sort of shyly looks at the photo, puts his thumb up and calls it a day.
Varus, okay, I mean, yeah, Varus would have looked pretty decent into this comp. You've already got a lot of the go forward. You've got a Jace as well. Laying that lethality Varus on top. It's just a lot of chip damage that CFO are going to have to deal with.
Yeah, Kai'Sa does remain open, so it would be the natural thing. They go for the center instead, so a little bit stronger in lane than the Kai'Sa, of course, especially without that pairing of the Nico. And maybe that's why they've left open the Kai'Sa, is exactly because the Nico is gone. But
yeah,
you can still just play the Kai'Sa or something else. It doesn't have to have the Nico. It just makes the lane stronger.
Absolutely. So, I mean, Senna going to scale quite happily into the late game. Now, we've seen Doggo's response to this before, being a Smolder.
Yeah, I don't even think it's necessarily a bad Smolder game. Smolder are really happy to play these fights where it is just running away. The biggest problem for the Smolder this game would be the Jace, but even that isn't that big of an issue. We'll see if he goes for it. I do think it's a good angle to find that Smolder again that he has had so much success on against the center. I mean, even outside of him, the Smolder has just found quite a lot of success.
Some animated conversation from Kaiwing.
Yeah, Kaiwing and Doggo discussing which AD carry would be best here. I mean, I would be happy to see that Smolder come through.
Oh.
They're going to go for the Kai'Sa, so... Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. It's not terrible. It's just... It's fine.
Yeah. So what's the support? I mean, you get any number of options. I mean, if you do want to go the Rakan, look to just play around that Poppy. So it is going to be Junja in the jungle, of course, on the Poppy. With that Alistar shown for Kaiwing. So, I mean, you are... I mean, yeah, okay. That was the other one I was going to go with. You could play the Rakan. You could play the Nautilus. Both are reasonably strong.
Yep. I mean... Oh, looking at the comps, I mean... Identity is there for the side of Team Secret Wales. They have a much better team identity in terms of what their comp wants to do, right? Isolate someone, take them out. Whereas for CFO, it's kind of just a bunch of strong champions put together. Now, I really do like this Poppy. I think Poppy is kind of the strong point of the composition. If you're able to find, you know, an elimination of one person in a team fight by just smashing them out of there, then you can find some good avenues in. It's also a very strong early game jungler, so it could put some priority and pressure around that bottom side to give Doggo avenue to get those items online and become that power point for the team. And I think that is kind of what they have to look towards, because as things stand, they have a losing lane in the top lane. The Jace will all but certainly have pressure over the Renekton, so it makes it pretty hard to play around that lane.
Until Rest solo kills Hero out of nowhere, just because he's Rest and he can do that.
But anyway, back to what I was saying.
Yeah, no, I mean,
think playing
realistically,
around the bot lane, you really want Doggo to get to those items, because as this game progresses, it becomes kind of, okay, we have Doggo to do damage and not really anyone else. Now, there are squishy champions, and admittedly, the Renekton is pretty good into the likes of the Vi and the Ahri. I do think a lot comes down to how strong Doggo is in this game. If all things remain somewhat even and there's only one person ahead, you really do want it to be Doggo.
Absolutely. And unfortunately for Team Secret Wales, Rest and Kaiwing have the synergy buff. Renekton and Mukau Alistar. It's a rough synergy to play into.
Certainly has got the first correct Alistar skin so far of the season playoffs. And Team Secret Wales up against CFO. Game 2, it's Team Secret Wales leading the series 1-0 and putting themselves one singular game away from making it to Da Nang into that home crowd advantage. And they're in also punching their tickets to Worlds, starting off over in China, be it if they play in the play-ins in Beijing or if they make it straight to the groups over in Shanghai.
Making it all the way to playoffs, of course, Chengdu.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
I don't think they're seeding into playoffs, though.
No, but they've got to make it through at least one or the other to get there. And you'd want to see a potential world where we have a couple of LCP representatives.
All three.
Oh, the dream. CFO Junja can look to try and steal these Raptors away.
Yeah, Poppy very strong in the early stage of the game and is going to be noted, so there is the opportunity for a cross map, and if that does happen, then we will see Hero not going to be able to get himself lane priority, but Junja just takes it away and heads straight back into the mid lane, gonna taxi
mobility,
gets himself an Uber straight over to his Raptors, so finds himself a camp advantage for now.
Yep, trying to steal away what he can. Doggo taking some early damage into the center already, and the Dredge line just a little bit earlier, a little bit better at level 1 compared to the headbutt. And this is making that it could be a very rough game for sure for CFO, who are already in a bleak spot.
Yeah, Junja now onto his Krugs. We'll be able to take those. We'll see where he goes from here, though, because he's going to be well aware that he was spotted, being that the ward dies in front of him. So now does he go straight back up to his top side to try and defend that, or is he just going to... I mean, it looks like he's going to take his red. So now it's really Histo. How fast can he be? Can he make it into the other side jungle? I mean, again, he's not going to be able to fight the Poppy at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I think realistically, Poppy takes red, goes straight to blue. Means that there's no chance that Histo finds much of anything in Hongq. Decent chunk of damage there onto Dyer.
Yeah, to match up Dyer is going to be very familiar with, being that he plays both of these champions to an exceptionally high level.
17 to 10, the classic ranged into melee matchup. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. Blinding the Renekton third. And realistically, you probably could have just taken the Alistar and would have been fine.
Hook lands. Good hook by Taki, but unfortunately he's now on the wrong side of the bottom lane. Uses a heal himself to try and get himself away. The flash is the end. Doggo's not going to follow. Junja and Histo now meeting in the jungle. There is smite available for Histo, so he is going to get this guaranteed, but he's taken a lot of damage to do so. Junja still continuing to wail on that health bar. Rest on the top side is getting punished by Hero, and so no more fight can really occur. Both mid laners also coming to boisterous affair that was occurring in the river.
All this action is going on. As much as there is a lead developing up on the top side, there's still one developing in the bot side. With Taki taking as much damage as he does, means that he was forced to try and keep poke it away.
The good news is, as Senna misses CS, she gets stacks. How OP is that?
Oh, the numbers. Number go up, best number.
Bottom crab being looked at by Histo too, which would even up the camps. In fact, put him slightly ahead as Junja redeploys onto the map. That is going to be the crab going down, and Junja, with a very sad face, is going to realize it. Hero down the bottom lane. So is Senna.
This may be, yeah, okay, Hero is just going to have to run top, so...
What on earth?
Team Secret Wales.
He has teleport, but what?
He's not going to. He is just straight running it. He's about to lose out on a lot. This was a bizarre call.
Why is Jace down in the bottom river? Hello? Hello, top lane. Maybe there was a miscommunication.
Oh, and he misses the cannon. No, it was clearly a miscommunication.
Like maybe they thought there was going to be a lane swap, but Eddie and Taki didn't want it. I don't know how on earth this has occurred.
They all deployed sort of mid. Because we saw Hero come down from mid. Eddie then also come down from mid.
Hook gonna land both junglers in the area. Taki going to head on out. Doesn't have the flash, so is a little bit vulnerable in comparison to the bottom lane of CFO. But now Histo makes his way into this bottom lane bush, probably undetected for the time being.
I think an educated guess would tell you that they're still there. Okay. Oh, both mid laners have lost flash.
Yeah, both mid laners are at least mobile, so hopefully neither of them are going to get punished all the much for it. Dyer, especially now with that Spirit Rush online, is very difficult to reliably catch out, especially with a champ like Aurora that doesn't actually provide any hard CC.
And unfortunately for Est in this matchup, as much free time as he had in that lane, it's somewhat been undone just by the nature of the matchup itself.
Yeah, but Rest was quite far behind and just got given a free ticket back.
Absolutely.
That was
oh, that's a rough spawn for Eddie there.
Hero now going to be spotted out by Junja. There's no actual look in here, I wouldn't think. Dominus is there for rest. Oh dear. Oh dear.
They sniff something. The intuition tells them that there is likely something happening here.
Jungler's intuition, I think they call it. And Junja still looking to try and find angle on the top side, but walks past not one, but two wards if he tries to. Nothing to be found here, so just a little bit of time wasted. There's nothing actually for him to do, though, so it's fine.
Yeah, except that Histo does in fact have things to do, so we'll be hitting 6 very, very soon. Which does put Junja in a bit of a spot. Skywing is on a ward.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to just be a UAV online at the moment for Team Secret Wales.
Oh!
Vision over everything, and Histo gets the smite. Junja not with one.
Just does mean that he's a little late to the party for ultimates. And is actually slipping behind in terms of that CS.
Dominus pops here. Rest. Oh, there's Killer Instinct too. Hero flashing away. This is going to be a kill picked up by CFO, all but certainly. Doggo with the W is going to claim it for himself. Nice play out of CFO. Luring Hero into a false sense of security there. Trying to get that wave in, thinking Rest has recalled. Waiting in the bush though, and Doggo is able to get up there and claim that kill. A little interesting that he chooses to use the flash instead of that Killer Instinct to get himself in range. So now puts that flash on a reasonably long cooldown instead of the 2 minutes the Killer Instinct would have been.
I mean, look, I suppose flash doesn't give you a shield. So maybe.
Yeah, but it's also able to be used anytime.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure of the logic, but it is what it is.
I do think Killer Instinct is just the better one of the two to use. Maybe wanting to keep it because the Void Grub fights are coming, and typically when the fights are happening, your ultimate is just stronger than a flash. Not always, but in this occasion, I do think it probably is.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only justification I can really think of. Yeah, I mean, great play from Rest. Unfortunately, just wasn't getting able to get the Fury up fast enough. So does have to flash in to get that stun off. Doggo with the fadeaway.
There you go, bit of happiness in the CFO camp as Junja's going to claim himself at least 2, but most likely all 3 of these Void Grubs.
At the cost of a dragon, but I mean, rarely do we see the full 3 just handed over.
Yeah, it was a good pickup. Does make the tower pushes that much stronger, being the Void Mites will be spawning. I think for me, the only time the Void Grub for Dragon trade seems good for the Void Grub team is if they actually do get all 3.
Yeah.
I think if it's only 2, it feels a little better to have the Dragon.
Absolutely. Hextech up next, which means that we have a decent chance of going back to the LCP season finals norm. Well, it was Chemtech, now Infernal, so we'll have to see. All lanes, all roles winning currently. Only a slim margin in the jungle. Oh, Doggo.
Oh, Doggo uses the barrier to try and not get his recall cancelled. Gets cancelled anyway.
Oh, Hero. Oh, he's going to do it again. So Doggo is just going to stick around.
I mean, Doggo has to know he was on a ward, right?
Yeah, but Kaiwing is TPing up. Yeah, he has to. He has to know now.
I mean, I guess they're just looking for Hero. There's a Killer Instinct, but he should be able to get away.
It feels like a complete waste, honestly.
What is going on?
Yeah.
This is a very uncharacteristic.
You get no value out of that.
If CFO are playing sort of uncharacteristically worse than general, or if Team Secret Wales have managed to find themselves some form of mind control device and have utilized it on them.
BCS Finals mind control. Yeah, no, this is just an uncharacteristically poor showing from CFO. Whether it's a case of they were coming into this looking to limit test thinking that they had an easy match on their hands, or I don't know. I genuinely just cannot fathom how this has ended up going the way it is.
Well, they are winning. It's just some spells
they're doing
being
some weird
used
stuff
in funny ways, yeah. Well, I mean, they are definitely in a position they should be able to continue pushing their lead, but unfortunately, at least for Doggo, without their ultimate online, it's going to take him a little bit longer to look for any more opportunities. Still, everyone doing well in their own right, so no harm, no foul, I suppose.
Yeah, but again, it's something we've talked about in the past. You're a team that is looking to go to Worlds, that has performed historically well. So Doggo's just got into that lane.
Yeah.
And is recalling immediately.
I mean, he's not going to lose anything, right?
No.
It means if he doesn't push it, then Rest won't either, so that makes sense. Wanted to be down on the bottom side, Dragon spawning in a minute and a half. It's fine. One thing, yeah, I mean, as you said, and for anyone listening, we're not being so hypercritical of CFO just for no reason. It's because they are the team in the league most likely to do well internationally from what we've seen, right? They're obviously looking at MSI, looking at First Stand. And so the reason we're so critical is that no one has really pushed CFO that hard here in the LCP. And we want to see them do very well internationally. And so looking up some of the issues that are rearing their heads domestically, that if they do the same internationally will go punished, which we have seen at MSI in particular, is why we're so critical of them. Again, obviously they are still playing generally like the best team in our league, but hopefully we ideally would like them to be playing like the best team in the world.
I mean, they've definitely shown that they can be
up there with them. They can hang with those dogs.
They certainly have the capacity to contest the best in the world.
Yeah, it would be unrealistic to say they are one of the best teams in the world at the moment, but they certainly can contest them. On any given day, you know, if you have a good day for yourself, maybe.
13 minutes. How many stacks we got? I think it looks like 29 to me.
Yeah, that's not very good.
No. Although it has been rather bleak as centers recently with those changes.
I can't remember who it was in the LPL, but someone finishing the game with over 200 stacks. Even in solo queue, I've never seen that total.
High rolling.
Stackosaurus Rex, you reckon?
And just RNG on their side. CFO will take Dragon to number 2 and a rather quick turnaround on it.
Yep, they're first of the game, first of the series even.
Yeah.
And are just slowly but surely getting themselves more and more gold ahead. Not really off of a whole lot of fancy plays or anything like that, but just by playing the map slightly better, getting a plate here and there, a few extra CS here and there as well. And they find themselves up just over 2K at the 14-minute mark, which is certainly a good total.
For sure. Rod of Ages for Dire again in game 2 on the Ari. I mean, I suppose with the Poppy and the potential threat, you can justify it, but certainly I know you're more often than not looking for that Malignant spill just for the damage output. Herald, 35 seconds away, and could potentially secure the feat of monster slaying for CFO.
Very real opportunity, deploying out that way, putting Doggo in that mid lane now to match the minion wave push that is occurring there. Has himself an extra recurve bow and pickaxe on top of that Kraken Slayer now, meaning he is at a reasonably strong point of this game.
Yep.
Should mean that he does have the evolved Q, which is typically a power spike for the Kai'Sa. It gives you just so much extra isolated damage.
No, okay. I don't know if Funky's going to get that. Okay, he is second of the CFO players now that he's hurt the tempo. Oh, this could be a bit rough.
Yeah. 4 members, or 3 members down here. Teleport coming through, though. This is going to be Rest trying to arrive to help his mid laner. It is matched, and now he's in a 1v4, but using that E aggressively is Dire. Not going to be able to land on that charm. Rest hiding behind the minion wave. Should have picked up Monster Slayer's feet secured, and Rest headed back to that tower. Does have the dominance still, so it is a hard dive, and pops it early. Going to get that rage bar filled up, and is also going to help him with the clearing of the wave. So Team Secret Whales realizing that, are just going to head home. Doggo using this time to secure the feats of strength, though. No one here to defend this.
Yeah, the teleport used. I mean, there's just no chance whatsoever to defend. So, I mean, somewhat of an oversight. You'd have to argue for Team Secret Whales. They lose the Herald top lane as well, only picking themselves up Hongq. They do drop a lot to make it happen. Depth charge, cease and desist, and then, of course, Eddie as well helping from the mid lane.
Yeah, very lucky, or not lucky, but very well recognized by Rest to get behind that minion so the charm can't connect onto him. Otherwise, he more than likely is just going to go down immediately too. Yeah, pops the ultimate nice and early, gets that fury building up, makes this dive a lot harder to navigate, and does mean that almost certainly whoever goes in will be going down pretty quickly. Rest chunk of damage, but with the bone plating there, actually Dyer doesn't take all that much. Could have been a lot worse for him.
Yeah, the health from the Rod of Ages as well. Oh, okay.
Now it is getting a lot worse for him as Killer Instinct comes forward and he is going to go down, so...
Turnabout is fair play.
Both mid laners feeling the pressure here as Taki arrives between Worlds U. Honkyu's going to be able to get back. Oh, Honkyu, he finds one. Can he find another? No. He is taken out.
But he almost gets through.
And all the while, look at the damage occurring to these structures.
Here comes the Herald too in the mid lane, so they are looking to take as much as they can in the grand scheme.
Oh dear.
I think they get the mid as well, just. Yeah, they do. They lose a tier 1 top and Honkyu again, but he gets the 1-for-1. They take themselves all but everything else. Only the top and mid tier 2s remaining for Team Secret Wales.
Utter collapse, unfortunately, of the base here of Team Secret Wales, and Kaiwing just walks on in. It's a good charm by Dyer, but the flash there to follow, and everyone in the area. Doggo gets himself another, and then so much more off it. Great flash.
The miracle that can happen when Honkyu plays on a champion that isn't any.
Yeah, I mean, look how close he is to being able to maybe even take down Taki. Hero flashes to make sure he can't, and the redemption as well is kind of the difference maker between Taki going down or not.
The redemption rush support for item build. Oh, I mean, decent damage on the Kaiwing, but again, it's an Alistar. You've also got that redemption. Shouldn't suffer all that greatly. There you go. Much better looking, a much healthier looking gold graph for CFO this time around.
Yeah, and find themselves essentially 4K hit. Junja being jumped on though. A lot of isolated damage, but in comes Kaiwing to try and separate things. Doggo in the back, completely unperturbed. So much damage going down on the hill. Snipe away. Honkyu gets that kill, and now 4v4 on the cards as both junglers are down, but Team Secret Wales going to head home. Nothing more to be found, just that 1-for-1 trade of junglers.
Unfortunately for them, I was going to say Doggo. Yeah, Doggo is pretty decent at taking these objectives. It's Infernal. Dragon number 3 can take it a lot faster than realistically Team Secret Wales could, even without junglers. And having Smite in the back pocket for Kaiwing is definitely going to help too.
Absolutely. That is Dragon 2 for CFO. Still a wee whack away from a potential of that soul. But yeah, Junja gets taken out really quickly. Kaiwing comes in, plays good distract, and Redemption unfortunately a little bit late to be able to keep Junja alive, but does what's needed to keep Kaiwing topped up in HP, even enough for them to look to re-aggress again, but Team Secret Wales not offering up that opportunity. Do manage to get themselves out. But here, Doggo up 2k gold, and I mean, I said at the top of the game, if there was someone you need to get that gold to get this one across the line, it is going to be Doggo on the Kaiser, and they've done exactly that.
And with us potentially looking down the barrel of a game 3, we might get some fun picks down in the bot lane. We have not seen Doggo's Zeri or Aphelios in a long time.
I think more than certainly we're going to find ourselves at that point.
Oh, I want to see Doggo's Aphelios again. That was so entertaining. At MSI, Hero.
Yeah, Hero's going to get caught out here. Does not have flash available for himself as Junja's continuing on forward. Redemption there to give him a bit of HP back, but Junja just soloing out the Jays. Can he find the last point of damage? Yes, he does. Just throws the buckler and gets it done.
Oh. Imagine losing a game of Ultimate Frisbee because the Frisbee hits you in the face.
Going to be the Arakan going down too, and I think while, you know, kills aren't that explosively in the side of CFO, the game is. The combat power you get from this objective as well. As just the raw stats they have, the map completely broken open. Honkyu coming in 1v3 to defend. Kaiwing in well as rest now.
Oh my lord.
Lands. Honkyu, no between worlds, so can't follow up with any more slows, but he does have the movement speed, pulls back that Q. Eddie's going to be chased down. Doggo finds himself onto Dyer, who does have the Spirit Rush, so will likely get himself away.
You just look at the damage already coming out from CFO. Oh, and more of those souls going awry. 47 now at the 21-minute mark, so still not the greatest of situations.
Yeah, and the poke really not doing all that much here out of Eddie. Oh, sorry, Hero. The Black Cleaver trying to make his way towards that Mirror Mana where it will start to actually do a bit of damage. At the moment, not quite there.
Oh, Junja. I don't know what the heck happened to him last game, but he's looking a little bit more comfortable this time around. Oh, yeah, he long ranges the stun to the wall too. Just slow. Both redemptions landing onto Hero there. So he heals and then loses HP from range. And then the buckler. Oh, we do need an ultimate Frisbee Poppy skin.
Out of all the champs that could be ultimate Frisbee,
Her and Siva.
It's got to be Siva. Definitely not the Poppy, I wouldn't say.
I'm surprised we haven't got like the decathlon Poppy. You know, like the Olympic, you know, they do everything.
I also think Nah is a better option than Poppy for a Frisbee skin.
No, Poppy just gonna be the pity pick on the team. Not as good as everyone. Oh, the charm, but it's Kaiwing.
Dragon, a minute and a half away. Would be surprised to see anything massive happening until that point, and even then, it might just be that Team Secret Wales willing to give it up to buy themselves 5 minutes more, get some gold online.
The blue buff for potentially losing a tier 2. Not sure if that might be worth it, and it certainly isn't.
Tier 2 goes down. No Doggo receiving the credit for that. CFO going to be able to take their recalls now. He'll be matched by his toe.
2 minutes away from Baron, 1 from Soul Point for CFO. An Infernal Soul to boot. I mean, it's going to be a lot of damage coming out of Honkyu and Doggo.
Doggo recalling now too. See if he has that Nash's online. It would mean the W upgrades through. Not quite there with just the components, unfortunately. It will be.
Yep.
So that's W online, that's E online, and Q upgrades all online now for the Kaiser. Will, of course, get stronger with more items, but essentially is at that peak power spike that you get out of the champion.
Fully evolved.
Blue buff being contested here.
Or
will be smited away. It's Histo once again getting it. Pretty sturdy on the smites this series. Unfortunately, game a little bit out of his control here.
For sure.
Likely to be headed into a third.
For sure. I mean, at the current state, it would take something pretty crazy for CFO to lose the grip they have. And I mean, we already saw that in the first game, that fight in the bot side jungle going a bit haywire.
Looking aggressively, Kaiwing finds his way in. He finds it directly onto Taki. There's a lot of damage coming down the Nautilus. So Flash Away is there. He has that redemption still available to himself as Rest is looking for Hero. Killer Instinct available here for Doggo if he wants to come and join the fight. The redemption comes down. Hero gets a little bit of HP back, and through will come that center ultimate. Histo's found himself a way into the back line, and Dyer's found his way in as well. First kill going the way of Team Secret Wales. Knock up onto Dyer, slammed against the wall. 2 kills going the way now, Team Secret Wales. And forward will go Dyer. He's very low, but he can get himself one more reset. No, Junja just narrowly surviving, but here comes one more straight onto Doggo. Does have the killer instinct, but unfortunately, he is the prey as 3 kills for Team Secret Wales and the Dragon to boot.
Oh boy. Did I just do a caster curse? I think I just did a caster curse.
I think so.
Oh man. Now I'm going to get in trouble by the Casters Council. That was brutally timed to CFO, and I did say it is going to take something going pretty haywire for that to happen, and they just commit everything onto Taki. They dive so deep, then looking off the back of Rest, zap it onto Hero. Just look how extended they are. For absolutely no reason other than they thought maybe they could find a pick. And then in the back line, Honkyu's taken so much damage. I mean, this was just greed.
It was a Dyer playing so well here on the Ari. Able to pretty much play the champion to its limits. Forces out a bunch of summoners, and Doggo caught by the charm last second. Does mean he goes down as well, and gives that shutdown over to Hero on the Jace. The Dragon was picked up while we watched the replay, and now heading back, it is still CFO with a gold lead, but unfortunately coming well back towards Team Secret Wales as the scaling through the center is still an opportunity for them to find their way through to Da Nang and through to Worlds.
And would remain the only domestic team, Team Secret Wales, to have beaten CFO. Oh, crazy. Absolutely crazy. CFO. I mean, they've been in these positions before. Unfortunately for them, it's not a best of 5. So they can't lose game 1 and 2 and then just absolutely steamroll through 3, 4, and 5. They would have to steady the ship here, close it out, and then look to game 3. But it has been a pretty bleak look in on the whole.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, I mean, they got himself a lot of gold back. It's evened up the mid lane essentially, but it is still Doggo with a 2k gold advantage. The Baron started up and no eyes on it for the time being. They're going to be aware of it now that the rest of the team has headed up to it, but half HP and still nowhere near the pit. Goes Yuzban Kaiwing. I mean, at best they get a team fight afterwards, but that is still on a prayer. Kaiwing's going to go down. Kaiwing's made his way into the back of the fight. He does get that ultimate. Histo, maybe he's the one to go down. Redemption good for both teams. Eddie picks up their first kill, trying to find more here onto the side of CFO, but still low health bars across the rift. Histo especially very, very low. Dyer takes a big chunk of damage, still does have that Spirit Rush available to himself, but 4 Barons here on the side of CFO as Kaiwing, I mean, I don't think he needed to die there, but unfortunately for the side of Team Secret Wales, it's probably the one member that CFO would always be willing to give up in this situation.
Yeah, okay, yeah, just a bit chaotic, and Eddie went the one to pick that gold up as well. I think it's the fastest replay we've had.
It was. Wow, really speed run through that one.
I mean, Eddie, what, 76 stacks now? So I wouldn't say caught up per se, but definitely evening out the rate at which he's been gathering them.
Yeah, and it's starting to get strong. 3 items online here on the center, trying to get towards what I imagine will be an Infinity Edge here as his 4th item. And Doggo at a very similar position in terms of going towards his 4th item, which will be a Zonya's. Of course, against the Vianari makes a lot of sense. And here we go.
Yeah, Kaiwing lost his mind a little bit. They just didn't have the damage onto Histo in the end. I'm not sure what... Oh, so Dyer did jump out of it. Okay, it was the Spirit Rush. Just because of the timing, it looked like he did get hit by the Junja and sent flying, but no, not to be. And the Oblivion Orb in the pocket for Honkyu as well.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to find which of your champs should have that heal.
I think he gets the most coverage, honestly.
Yeah,
so.
it is. So you kind of have to pick it up in the Aurora. You wish you didn't have to, but there isn't really any other option. Hook not quite connecting there onto rest. The Baron buff still in the back pocket here of CFO. A minute left of it. See if they are able to crack open this base. It's not looking like the easiest for them. That superior range coming through from the center does make it a little bit more difficult alongside this Jace. As well as any misstep, the Arivi can be punished pretty heavily.
Yeah, they're trying to split focus between lanes, but even then, 36 seconds, it's a rather under... Oh, there we go.
The trigger onto Rest. He does pop the Dominus. He's going to be able to get a large amount of healing from the Q, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, not with the Mortal Reminder in pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. So a nice kill found, and unfortunately for CFO, not really anything found off the back of the Baron. Cleans in the back pocket there for Kaiwing, does get him free of the charm.
I mean, it definitely feels like we're in a real problem situation for CFO where
it's
Eddie is going to keep scaling.
The pendulum swung in this game. I mean, they are still just one singular fight away from winning it, but Team Secret Wales certainly found an avenue back in. And for CFO, who are expected to win this series, it is a troubling position. Kaiwing faces forward straight onto Taki, and Taki well under that tower, should be going down. Junjun playing a great amount of distraction. Taki's actually managed to walk himself out. Flash forward from Junjun. Nice man, 2-man knock-up does connect, but still the follow-up damage not quite there. Honkyu flashing forward. Will they ever pull the trigger on this though? Junjun does, and no one's there to follow up as he gets taken out. And boy, oh boy, Team Secret Wales, they've well and truly fought their way back in here, and they are moments away from potentially booking their ticket to Worlds.
I mean, you think they have Taki dead to rights there, but he's able to get away. They then chase too deep onto Team Secret Wales. There's so much kite coming out of them.
Poke trying to come across. Doggo missing out on that Void Seeker means not a whole lot can be found. Now the Dominus is back up here for Rest. If they do want to try and take this, it would be a 4v5 with no Junja in sight. There's no chance of a smite steal. Kaiwing, I mean, may be able to do it. He doesn't even have it, so definitely not. And that's sole point now for Team Secret Wales here in Game 2 as they lead the series 1-0.
CFO have never touched the lower bracket in domestic competition in 2025. They have always been the team to make that upper bracket run. And I mean, how does Tark? Oh, okay. Yeah. The depth charge completely stops the progress of that chase onto him. And then Junja. Yeah, I think if they peel off here, there's no reason to chase this deep.
Yeah, that was psychopathic.
Yeah. No, he is playing Lollipuppy, so it's characteristic. He's just role-playing.
Yeah, fair call.
2 Seekers now, which means that there is far less value. And fully upgraded Zhonya's, in fact, for Doggo means that Cease and Desist is going to have a lot less viability for targeting. Rest has been the go-to, at least the last few times, but purely because he has been so isolated.
Yeah, I mean, CFO, they have a lot to clean up here. They're down in kills, up in gold, and they have taken far more objectives than the side of Team Secret Wales as things stand. I mean, only the 1 tower found. But each fight that goes on has been going more and more in favor of Team Secret Wales, the VCS representatives. They could find themselves being the first team, book themselves a ticket to Da Nang and then Beijing not long after.
Yeah, Rest on his lonesome. Has support nearby, but this is entire game sitting on a knife's edge.
Oh, isn't it just?
And Eddie's just been completely untouched this game.
Yeah, 4-0-4, having a great game for himself. Junja, now on the Poppy, has kind of expired in terms of its usefulness. Of course, the ultimate is always going to be there, but there are ways around it. Vi with the ultimate. Baron buff available, and Team Secret Wales have fought them way into
Kaiwing
in position. Kaiwing on the back line here, looking for a good engage, but it's only going to be under Taki once again. Taki in the thick of thing. Between worlds is great. Eddie's 1 HP, and Kaiwing gets the kill. This time, the flank will pay dividends, as the Bull will get the double kill. You certainly can't milk those, and CFO once again find themselves a commanding position.
Oh, I don't know, CFO milking this series a little bit potentially, but Eddie just thrown to the wolves there by Team Secret Wales. And the collapse then comes in, further compounding the bot lane losses. I mean, it looks like it's going to be such a good catch onto Kaiwing. They split the difference, but Eddie is the center. Flashes into the middle of just absolute mayhem. Yeah, unfortunately, the one major downfall of Senna. No mobility.
Is down now, and once again, for the second time this game, CFO have themselves a Baron and have the opportunity to do some real damage to the base of Team Secret Wales. They were not able to do so off the first push, as Rest got caught out not long after Kaiwing did.
I mean, realistically, for this stage of the game, those are some bleak damage numbers for CFO outside of Hongqiu. And even then, Team Secret Wales ultimately leading in kills off the back of 2 horrendous chases.
Yeah, Void Seeker does get dodged away from, so that's going to be on cooldown for the extended period rather than the shortened one. Should be just willing to give over this tower, Team Secret Wales. Obviously it's a lot of gold, but it's not too harmful in the grand scheme of the map.
100 stacks now for Eddie. So he's got plenty of rage to play these team fights, assuming that he's able to get out, unlike last time. Mid tower has been worked on pretty hard, and they're going to look to try and crack the base through here. Hongqiu.
Between Worlds not really finding its mark.
Creating the zone for the tower to go down, I think, more than anything.
Yeah, but unfortunately now it's a lot of combat down. Histo finds his way onto Junja. Junja getting taken very low. It's almost going to go down, but the Guardian Angel popped here from Histo. And in the back line will go Kaiwing, and Rest is there as well. And CFO, it was far from clean, but it's enough to get them into
Where's the
at least
Penta?
game number 3. The teleport coming through for Hongqiu. Maybe trying to set it up. The Void Seeker.
Oh no!
Hongqiu takes
the
it.
thumbs up from Hongqiu. Oh dear. But what a return to CFO. It was looking a bit dicey in the early stages. It looked like Team Secret Wales had well and truly brought it back through the mid-game. But Hongqiu and the rest of CFO just turn it on a dime and collapse in. I mean, Junja playing that fight there too. My lord, gets jumped on by Histo, turns around, slams him into the wall and survives.
Yeah, Very Narrowly does keep himself alive, and Yeah, unfortunately, it was one good flank found by Kaiwing that was the undoing of Team Secret Whale's opportunities here in Game 2. They played very, very well for the majority of it. They fell pretty far behind, but were finding team fight after team fight and playing their ranges, playing their engagers very well. But unfortunately, yeah, that one very, very crucial flank found from Kaiwing managed to give CFO another foothold back in the game. It gave them the Baron, and then, I mean, from the Baron, the pressure was there to finally close out the game. So now headed to a game number 3 between the two, as CFO look to keep their winning streak alive.
32,000 damage, a good 10k clear of anyone else in the lobby bar Doggo and Eddie, of course. But, oh lord, the CFO really making the fans work for it right now. Oh dear.
Yeah, boy, oh boy. And what
our first blue side win.
Yeah, true. There we go. First blue side win now, 1-5 in terms of blue versus red. And CFO, see what side they're going to go to, as Team Secret Whales will have side selection going into this next game. They chose red yesterday.
It was still an odd game in terms of what we've come to expect from CFO. I mean, look, yeah, there were still some really, really good shouts, and Ben Honku in that top tower dive in particular played it incredibly well. But I think due to the fact that Team Secret Whales were also making some slight oversights in terms of the macro players, what ultimately allowed CFO to get the leads where they did.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Doggo
this
getting
was
himself a lot of gold, and yeah, I mean, Honku, what a play. Makes it so hard for Taki to actually land that CC by using the R to get to the other side of the tower. It means the hook can't connect, and he will get the auto attack eventually, but as that E goes off and gets himself the other side of his ult. Here, honorable trade of jungle for jungle.
Yeah. This was Junja's fadeaway kill onto Hero as well. I feel bad, honestly, for Hero. I think he played this game pretty darn well.
Yeah, at times. I mean, this death was so pointless.
Yeah.
Just hitting a pink ward and dies for it.
But other than that, for the most part, he played this pretty spectacularly. And unfortunately, there's still just as good a chance as any that Partners then subbed in for Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
We haven't quite cracked the code, but yeah, this was where CFO sort of lost their minds a little bit. A couple of really, really obnoxious overextensions that lose them a lot and actually give Eddie a crazy amount of gold.
Yeah, it was very dicey. I mean, it was fights like these that should not occur, right? I mean, CFO were in such a winning position, and actually, because of this, it nearly brings the game back to dead on even.
And then it happens again here with Junja chasing. I mean, at this point, CFO realistically can disengage. There's no real need to chase as far as they do. But Junja spots an avenue in. The team has decided it's probably not the best. And somehow Kaiwing turns this into a play because Eddie just cannot get away the same way that his team can. He's sort of just left there twiddling his thumbs as the team then collapses it onto Kaiwing.
AD 可以吗 ？AD 可以吗？3个，AD 可以飞进来吗？可以飞进来吗？哦，但我不行哦。可以飞进来吗？看着看着，5-3，给5-3。哎，下。最后一直在后面。
We didn't get to find out if he was asking for his penta or not, but regardless, I mean, CFO now even up the series 1-1 rather, as Game 2 does conclude, and we are going to go to a third. Before we get there, we're going to have a quick break, so please do stick around as we'll have that Game 3 underway very shortly.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Carry the darkness into the light. I'm a renegade. I carry the darkness
Game number 3, our first of the playoffs here in our season finals, and it's CFO up against Team Secret Wales. The stakes could not be higher. Winner of this goes to Da Nang, winner of this goes to Worlds. It's all on the line now. We've got a lot of champions out of the pool.
Oh, I just don't know how to feel with this series so far. It's been jarring, I think, if anything, given how Game 1 went, and obviously how back and forth Game 2 swung. But, I mean, coming into Game 3, it is really hard to call it one way or the other, given how close it was to drive it back in.
Yeah, whatever. I can't really understand the method to the madness. I mean,
there is no rhyme or reason.
Yeah, there is not. There really, really is not. Driver's just in. That is what it is. It's CFO at the end of the day. We'll see. Doesn't seem like there's a sub for Team Secret Wales, or no, there's not. They are going to select blue side, however.
Yeah, I'm not overly surprised. Just having that pick priority. I think the later it goes into a series, especially the best of fives, the more value I think you get out of blue side, especially with champions being gone.
Really? I feel like the opposite.
Really?
I feel like you get a lot more out of counter picks the longer or the further down.
At least this split.
The further down in the draft you get, where there's so many champs removed, is like, okay, well, there's not a lot of blind picks remaining, right? You don't get the, oh, what do I pick here? I'll just go Renekton. There's not really much that can counter it, because then, you know, Renekton's gone by then, so I was like, okay, I have to play something a little volatile.
I think it depends on the role per se. I think with mid jungle, you want those value picks earlier. I think it does hit sort of a time limit around games 4 and 5. That's when it swings back the way of counter picks, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It depends on the team as well, to a certain extent, and the players. Situational, let's call it that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think in a series like this, Team Secret Wales taking red side would make more sense to me because of Kaiwing's champ pool. Like, actually, I think Kaiwing alone is, and the champions he tends to lean himself towards. I mean, the only range champ he really plays anymore is, I mean, kind of the Bard, but he hasn't played that in a while. It was the Nico that's gone.
Oh, Sion immediately insta-banned away from driver on his return back in. Talia from Honkyu, Rise, Jarvan from his doing Dire. I mean, Varus, man, I would have thought potentially coming into this game. Oh, true, yeah. So it means Varus is likely to make it through. I would imagine 480. I don't see why Team Secret Wales wouldn't want the Varus. What is there still available?
Sivir.
Yeah. I was just thinking more the rest of the map.
I mean, there's just Lucian's. Oh, the rest of the map?
Yeah.
Go by roll.
In terms of priority. Mid lane, most of that's gone. Top lane, yeah, Mbessa. Jungle, again, most of that. Xin Zhao, at least to me, stands out, but I don't know if that's necessarily all that important at this stage.
Yeah, Xin Zhao,
not really a make or break jungler.
Falling in priority.
I think your most priority supporting bot lane now, especially for the side of CFO. Okay, so the Mbessa for hero immediately.
Yep, no Jarvan that can answer. Sorry, Renekton to answer it, obviously being played last game by Rest, so it's going to have to be something else here for driver. There is Gwen, which not necessarily a winning lane, but it's a lane that you're not going to die all that much in, and you're going to be able to scale into the later stage where Gwen does become very powerful. Although has been absolutely pummeled over the head with nerfs recently.
Just thinking drivers are the champions. Oh, okay, so the Yanara does come through for Doggo. Use the Nocturne ban instead.
Yeah. Obviously, I think it was on the same day, but I think he got the second Penta kill in the world in the competitive. Don't ask Sheep Esports, though, because according to them, it was only the one.
I mean, to be fair, Sheep just doesn't know that LCP exists for the most part.
Sometimes, and then sometimes they do a full article on it.
Yeah. Trundle for Junja. I mean, it has looked more and more strong, and a Galio coming through blind. It could be Flex to Taki.
Could be going to Taki, but you'd imagine...
It could be top lane, and it could be Hero, Histo playing jungle Mbessa. We've seen it before. It was not good. I don't know if that really... You've seen the Trundle. Do you really want to pick that Galio? I think maybe you're just trying to deny it away, and even then I don't even know if you're denying it away.
The thing is, at this stage, can't driver go for something like the Gwen, right? You get the Gwen, and then in the next stage of picks, Honkyu finds himself an AD champ, and then Galio just feels so worthless.
Yeah.
But that's at least how I envision what could occur. Not necessarily will, but certainly is an avenue in. You don't have to handshake the Galio matchup in the current state of the draft.
Absolutely.
The only real top...
Shen. Into Ambessa for driver, I would imagine.
Yeah. Could go bottom, but being that you don't see the enemy support, it's not likely to.
It was Bio that brought it out first this year in the LCP.
Yeah, up against the Gwen.
Yeah.
And just went full wave.
Driver has played it, though. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, someone else has played it. I can't remember if it was Driver or not. It definitely was played, though, yeah. I don't remember who it was. I think you are right that it was Driver, but... there's just too many top laners.
Rakan banned. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Driver, we've seen plenty out of Driver in the top lane. Unfortunately, the Greg is probably not going to have the greatest of times. Neither is the Gangplank.
Well, I mean, I think that Gragas would be perfectly good. Again, you kind of want to try and figure out a way to get an AD carry or an AD champ into the mid lane here up against this Galio. And Driver is possibly the best Gragas in our region.
He just is. I don't think there is actually a debate around that, unfortunately, because just no one else is seemingly playing at that top lane at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Arja plays it, and he's pretty decent at it. Unfortunately, it gets picked in the worst possible positions.
Yeah. I mean, the other champion potentially you looked at top lane is keep resting and let him have his Jax, but...
yeah, I mean, that's still essentially AD. It's a split, but it's more AD than anything. Unless you go the Bal's full AP phase rush.
Oh, baby.
Which typically ends with something like 11 deaths and still wins.
Yeah, good deaths. Doggo fix bump.
3 bans away from Honkyu so far. Can we get a 5th? Yes, we can. What's open for it? Again, I mean, just pick an AD champ.
Yeah.
Galio does not want to build armor.
I mean, Tristana. Probably not the worst game for it, honestly. I mean, Yone, but you don't really have the setup. I mean, you've got the Trundle pillar, which does somewhat enable it.
Yeah, it shouldn't be Yone. It should be... it should be Tristana.
It's going to be a Swain.
Oh, the classic.
Yeah.
How could I forget?
It's because he only ever picks it as a counter into the Galio.
How did Team Secret Wales forget?
Because he's played it like twice now.
Yeah, exactly. But only in the Galio.
Exactly.
So as soon as they pick it, I mean, maybe they know and they're prepared for it, but...
But I mean, again, it could be Taki playing support Galio. There is a real possibility that's what's happening, but... And then in saying that, also... There is a possibility that it is Galio support.
There is. This will harp on it.
Although, I mean, you can just pick Nami here and go Ziggs Nami bot lane into the Yanara, which is going to be a bit rough for Dog on Kaiwing.
Yeah.
I think that's likely... I mean, that's surely the avenue you're going. I don't know if Ziggs Galio is the bot lane that you're looking for. I mean, it is going to provide a decent amount. So, okay, so it's Galio mid, Ziggs Leona bot lane. What does Kaiwing play? I mean, he's got Rel.
Rakan.
Yeah. I mean, look, individual champions for CFO are very, very good.
Well, imagine how crazy... All right, picture this. We didn't pick Braum in game 1 for no reason in the worst possible position. And here in game 4, when we're against 4 melee champions, we had Braum.
And a Ziggs, yeah. Rel, yeah, okay. No, I mean, look, it's not...
Whatever.
It is much of a muchness.
We were running out of champs for Kaiwing. We were left with Rakan or Rel.
Or his Thresh, but we're not playing Aphelios, so we're not going to play Thresh.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, Kaiwing again going to play one of his engaged supports, which
I don't know.
He does feel shoehorned onto a lot of the time.
I'm not sure how to feel about this draft, honestly.
Yeah, it kind of strikes me. Other than the Yunara and the Ambessa, it does feel a bit like a Game 5 draft.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting Taki's Leona, which he was repping in the cinematic.
Yeah. I think, for my money, the Taki character was the most true to how he looks. I think that
Kiaya's was.
That's true, but he had a frown.
Yeah.
That was the problem with Kiaya. He was
too serious.
With a very gleeful smile. So whereas Taki, he's all business until it gets to the dance.
I'd argue Honkyu is much the same. He's very reserved for the most part. Oh no.
If only I knew what it meant.
I'm assuming it's something to do with snakes and ladders.
Yeah.
Well, the skin game.
Yeah.
TPA Shen.
Repping the region. Old driver. Who was the TP? Stanley. Stanley was the top laner in Season 2 Worlds. Stanley is the top. Little Balls the jungle.
Oh, yes.
Toys the mid laner.
I was literally watching their run a couple of weeks back on the LoL World Champs channel.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was watching Kaiwing and Levi as well the other day. It's Season 7 at the moment.
Yeah.
Archie, top laner at the time.
It was BB and... Oh, I've forgotten the support now.
It was a long time ago.
It was Nunu.
Yeah. Nunu Israel.
Yeah, it was the first Worlds I watched.
Yeah, same.
My first League of Legends tournament I watched, actually, was that one.
Yeah, I think it would have been the same for me as
and
well.
At the time, I became a Team Solo mid fan at the time because they were the first pro team I watched. Plus, being from Oceania, we didn't have a server back then. We played on NA, so the first NA team I watched, so I became a fan of them.
Just trying to remember who else. I think Moscow 5 was my team.
Yeah?
I was a big Moscow 5 team.
I think that was a pretty common opinion back then. I think a lot of people had them winning that tournament for a long time.
Alex Itchin's APE.
I was a massive fan of Froggen. Oh, I love
the Anivia.
Because when I first started playing League, much different than nowadays, but I used to play mid lane, and I played a lot of Karthus and a lot of Anivia, which were obviously two champions, especially the Anivia that Froggen was just synonymous with.
Yeah, I played Alistair and Mumu early. Two brothers, Josh and Ben Huberts, that I used to hang out with all the time, got me into it. And Josh was a bigger Mumu fan.
Yeah, my friend Mac actually got me into it. Way back when. I actually cannot believe it. My first skin was a Nocturne skin. I didn't even play him. Oh, I know exactly why. Because you used to get that 400 RP or 500 RP for hitting a certain level, and the Nocturne skin was like 200 and something RP. You pretty much got to choose between that or a Yi skin. It was like the two options.
And there was a Vega one, wasn't it? The White Wizard one or something.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And then I got the free ones, but I got those after the other ones. The Alistair and the Tristana. There was another one that I didn't get.
I can't remember who the I definitely had the Alistair and the Tristana one, so I did. Well, I still do.
Yeah, I think Riot Girl and Unbreakable or something.
Yeah, Unbreakable. Where he's just slightly more purple.
Exactly.
Well. Yeah, Honkyu.
I have a feeling that they forgot that Swain exists because they banned 4 mid laners and the literal champion that every single time he sees a Galio he picks into it.
This is literally the epitome of Honkyu's. This is Honkyu's pocket pick.
Yeah, it is. He has exactly one.
Yeah.
And it's into exactly one champ.
That's not true. Unfortunately, the other one we've only seen the once, and it was the Aurelian Soul.
Yeah, I think less of a pocket pick.
Oh, that was a hell of a game, though.
We'll see what happens.
Oh, max range.
Gets the auto attack.
Oh, and charges the right. I mean, realistically, either way he goes.
Well, I think if he charges the other way, then Honkyu can just cancel the.
Yeah, he just charges into him.
Yeah, exactly. So
diagonally.
A good find there by Honkyu once again. I mean, and again, there's essentially he has one pocket pick. It's this, and we've banned 4 mid laners and not this one. I think, honestly, when you pick Galio, why are you so scared of a Victor? You know, Victor was banned. Cassiopeia was banned. I can see the Cassiopeia a little bit more because of the DPS that she has on isolated targets, but the Victor is a perfectly okay lane for the Galio. He hates it early game, but he hates every lane early.
Dire's just hating everything right now. Oh, go get those! Go get those Ravens, Honkyu. You get a prismatic if you get enough. Driver has not recalled. Hero has come back to lane and already lost some of his HP.
Yeah, I mean, Shen, one of the strongest top lane early games in the game. Just a lot of damage coming through. Free stats essentially off your Q.
How crazy it is to think when this Shen was picked by TPA, the standard was Flash Ignite top lane.
Yeah, well,
no one ran Teleport.
Yeah, Teleport, and that was when Teleport was at its peak too.
back when Karthus was just teleport revive.
Okay, he wasn't, but it was...
It was a Phantom Lord. He was the big Nunu fan as well.
Yeah, okay, hey, that guy's Voldemort, let's not say him.
Yeah.
But that was not the standard on Karthus, ladies and gentlemen. It still was Flash Ignite. Five people in the game would have Flash Ignite. And a 1% crit rune as well. Maybe win your lane, level 1 accidentally.
Oh yeah, the max range Annie auto attack with that 1 crit.
Although back then, I think most people not really realizing the power of just auto attacking your lane opponent. You know, there was the level of gameplay was significantly lower than it is these days.
Yeah, it's because you could literally like use 2 abilities and the jungle camp was done. So jungling was just kind of like a side mission.
Kind of, but the...
you had to be more proactive at the early levels.
The red and blue used to give you an absolute pounding.
Yeah, you actually had to kite camps at the early levels.
Yeah.
That's why you had to leash.
Yeah, back then. But the leash was funny. You just your mid laner auto attacks it once and it just goes charging to them in the mid lane.
Yeah.
There was no aggro range or anything. It just kept walking, ignoring the other guy hitting them. It's so crazy to think that that was like 13 years ago now.
Yeah. It's crazy to think I was watching Kai playing, you know, Season 7 Worlds, and that's 8 years ago.
Yeah.
And Levi and Archie as well.
Yeah, Levi been around for a long time. Good flash from Eddie there. Kai Wing looking proactively on this Ral as we know him to do. Yeah, I mean, just good find for Eddie.
I was actually watching the Flash Wolves as well today. Back then.
Yeah, that wasn't the peak Flash Wolves.
No. Oh, okay. Yeah. Fun times.
Yeah, this Shen champion's really difficult to deal with in the laning phase. Hong Q's going to come up here and...
Oh, dear.
Has the ultimate available too. Histo trying to get himself that red buff and actually misses the smite. Flashes away. Hong Q's going to be able to flash after him and we'll get the kill. Oh, actually, no, there we go.
Yeah. Oh, Driver.
Driver flashing forward. Do they have the movement speed? Hong Q still trying to charge forward. Looks like he's out. Quick 2-0 start though for CFO. And again, it is going to be Hong Q on the Swain, finding all of that value. Unfortunately, Histo goes for an aggressive invade, misses the smite. Junja then gets it, and Histo loses flash and dies as well. So a massive, massive loss.
All the while, Doggo and Eddie have been solo and lane together, and Doggo's beating out Eddie in the 1v1, which is a little bit crazy, you would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, that's typical until the lost chapter's through.
Yeah, I mean, he has it. That's the thing.
Yeah, but he didn't until now. Hong Q, great E, and you see just misses on the smite, Histo. Not quite the damage he thought was there, and he is reasonably fast. He's not fast enough to get away. One more Q does claim him. The driver comes down, but not able to actually get the kill here, as Taki just fast enough to get out.
It's crazy that it's taken us to a game 3 to see this from CFO. Grub's going to be taken for free, or at least 2. Histo is running for his life now. No flash, remember?
No flash, going to get slow, does have ultimate.
Oh,
but a nice little hook there from Hong Q. Dyer, of course, pretty tanky on the Galio. Doesn't feel the most amount of pain. It's teleport coming through. That's going to be the hero's entrance straight on down onto Junja. Subjugate is going to be popped, and that's another kill going over the way of CFO as Dyer tries to flash forward, but Driver's going to be able to stop him in his tracks. He's trying to run away with that phase rush right now is Dyer, and he might be able to clear the tracks, but that vision will
Doggo has ult in
his
2.
demise.
Oh
dear. Will they let him
I don't know if
survive?
Dyer is going to be able to execute. That's the problem. He's got TP. I think that's his only way out. Yeah.
Yeah. Probably no E available here, so does get himself away.
Straight past Junja.
Yeah, and unfortunately this game getting a little bit out of hand for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it. Great catch there onto Dyer. Histo comes back in. He sends it in onto Hong Q. Oh, okay, so no, it was Hero coming in from the top side with the public execution onto Junja with the Hero's entrance as well. Everything's dumped onto him. But between the subjugate and just the natural healing from Trundle's passive,
yeah,
he stays very healthy. Yeah, I mean, just everything there to make sure that in the thick of it, Junja is not actually all that threatened.
Yeah, gets low, but the Stand United brings Shen into the fight, who then drops the Shroud, so no auto attacks had him. It was close. It was very close to finding that kill onto Junja, but again, as I say so often, is close doesn't really count for much.
Especially not when the stakes are this high.
Oh boy, Honkyu is up 1.1k gold. Game 3, and as Honkyu standing tall, gets that solo queue and is solo kill, and is running away with it at the moment.
Rylo's done already, so it is going to be even harder to keep him off you. Oh, okay. So Dire opting into a more aggressive avenue for the Galio as well.
Yeah, I imagine it will be the Riftmaker first, but
you'd think so.
I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what made him go that route. I mean, there is a lot of magic damage coming through for CFO. Even the Yunara doing a little bit. Obviously not that much, but it is still 25-30% of her damage being magic.
Yeah. Oh, Dire. Stephen King would be very proud of Swain.
Yeah. Just a pretty rough state of the map at the moment for Team Secret Wales. And I mean, to their credit, so was last game, and they well and truly bought that one back. Didn't quite get the win, but gave themselves a fighting chance for sure.
Yeah,
first time this
Honky
series
also wasn't a complete and utter monster at this stage in the game.
First time this series that CFO have picked themselves up a first dragon as well. Drive it, trading very aggressively onto Hero, but a little bit too mobile on that Investor. And at this stage, is feeling a little bit stronger to be able to withstand the power of the Shen. Subjugate can be able to come through here for Ginger if he chooses to use it. Was a big committal out of Kai Wing that doesn't land them all that much. There's a flash away from Eddie, as well as Taki, but no kills going over for now.
Torch finished for Eddie. I mean, he's not having the worst game for himself, and the Eclipse done for Hero as well. So they are starting to hit some items.
I'm a little surprised by Team Secret Wales in a game like this, and it's sort of a similar critique I've had of PSG, is that Eddie has just so consistently been that late game X factor for your team, really. The guy that you can guarantee, you get to 30 minutes, will provide all the damage you need in the team fight to get it done on those 80 carries. But being on Ziggs here gives him a low amount of autonomy.
I mean, the crazy thing is to me is I'm pretty sure, it was Team Secret Wales the ones to ban away the Varus. So realistically, instead of the Galio blind, they could have picked the Varus pretty safely.
I'm also in disbelief they just
completely forgot about Swain like we did.
Well, not even that. I think just the Galio blind in general sucked.
Yeah.
Even without the Swain. The fact that you then banned 4 champions against it just to get Honkyu's favorite champion, and like that's one thing, but regardless, I think you put yourself in a pretty rough spot just picking it at all in a blind pick situation. Leandres is going to be the option for Dire.
Yeah. You know what's a shame? If CFO do end up winning Worlds, how good would it be to get a Honkyu Swain skin? Unfortunately, it just would never be.
Yeah, I'd rather him choose a different champ, personally.
I don't know. Swain could make for a really good World skin.
Yeah, I mean, but Riot can make any skin look good.
Yeah.
Look at the most recent ones. I know your favorite is the Pike. I think mine is the Na.
To be fair, they're all just
they're all
crazy
amazing.
good.
Yeah, they're all incredible. I always have a soft spot for Na because he says Demaglio and Sharg. I think voice lines are one of my favorite part of this game, actually. Obviously the art as well. But
unfortunately, we still don't have a highlight clip like last night's with just voice lines. That was really some peak. Maybe we need to request it. Oof, yeah.
Yeah, good damage coming out of Honkyu.
That Rylai's getting some crazy value.
Yeah, making his other abilities a little bit easier to land.
Not even just that.
Play the Rune King.
Hero wants to get on someone and then slow down the process.
Okay, well, the slow doesn't.
No, but
you could have used any other champion.
Oh, absolutely. But there is something about just being a mobile champion, then when it comes to running and just being slowed down completely, that makes it feel even worse.
Yeah, except Hero's movement speed doesn't affect his mobility. Callista is the best example of that. I always hate being Callista and then you get slowed and then you, well, at least I, not everyone, but I cancel all my auto attacks because I'm used to having the fast auto attacks.
Yeah.
And I just don't. But we don't see Callista anymore, that's good.
Yeah, that's what happens when it goes completely winless at MSI.
That was so funny. And the fact people would still be like, you know what? We will be the ones to make it work, just for it to lose.
Well, no, it's not just that. So it's Twisted and Fate Callista. Twisted Fate and Callista go winless. Renata only gets the single win, and it's not with Callista, which up until that point was pretty much all it had been partnered with.
Yeah, the curious thing about Twisted Fate is I almost feel like half of its issues at MSI was just the build path.
Oh, yeah.
It just... Twisted Fate to me is not a champion that should be building Rod of Ages.
No.
You really like cooldown reduction, getting those ults off. You like damage with like Lich Bane and obviously the rapid fire cannon to extend the range of your stun or whichever card you use, but typically stun. And then you just have a Rod of Ages randomly. It's a bit weird.
It was Regie, Team Secret, well, Team Solo mid Regie that was known for his blue card Twisted Fate.
Yeah, well, original. Yeah. I think that was season 3.
Oh, he never got rid of that.
Oh yeah, but
reputation.
that's when there was one game in particular that caused it.
Yeah. He was never quite able to live that down.
Might have even been against CLG if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But yeah. Original blue card. CFO, just not really anything happening, but have just quietly got themselves a 5k gold advantage here. Obviously, the second dragon was claimed by Team Secret Wales, so buy themselves 5 minutes in terms of that dragon scaling, that dragon win condition. But the game feeling a little out of hand. Honestly, at this stage, there's not really anyone that's going to be doing all that much to the Swain on the entirety of the team. The Eclipse will help a little bit, but I feel like Hongkyu has kind of just got the Exodia champion. And again, I mean, critical of their first game as Stan United coming through and maybe looking aggressively onto Dyer. He does flash away, but he's going to be consistently slowed up by this Rylai's, and he is going to go down absolutely. Trying to use that hero's entrance to get himself out, but not going to be able to get himself absolutely anywhere. As Hongkyu will connect on another hook. Taki's going to go down. That's a double kill for the young rookie of CFO, as they are honestly minutes away from booking themselves into their third straight international appearance, and they'll get to go over to Da Nang. It's not done yet, but it does feel like it's on the verge of being so.
Oh, it'd just be so nice if they didn't have to reverse sweep games to do it. At times this year, it has been a hard road being a CFO fan, but they do.
Out of every team in the league, they are the worst team to say it's been a hard road.
No, at least in the early stages of a series. Like, how many series have they reverse swept throughout playoffs?
Two, and then now this will be the third.
Yeah.
And they've played a lot of playoff games, so that's not that much.
Yeah, for a team that's never been to the lower bracket, they've been on the verge of it several times now.
Either way, taking a look at the fight. It's just so hard to get away from Hongkyu. Dyer, no more mobility left, does unfortunately have to fall. Tries to get that ult off, gives a bit of a shield to Hero, and unfortunately the core lands again. Histo does not get taken out, of course, but it does mean Taki is.
Yeah, the sacrificial support lamp. Leandri's done 4-0 on Hongkyu. At 18 minutes 40, he is 2,700 gold ahead, and the lead is ballooned to 6,000.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just, again, an oversight, it feels like, on the camp of Team Secret Wales to have banned so many mid laners and left the counter pick Hongkyu goes towards against Galio up and available. Sure, it shouldn't be this bad anyway, but you get solo killed in lane and then it just feels all the more worse.
Yep.
You do wonder if they did forget, because it's not like anyone else in the world does it.
Yeah.
But being that you should be doing your homework before going up against CFO, especially with a team like Team Secret Wales that do tend to like to pick the Galio. Unfortunately, you can have these mishaps in draft. Our region knows oh so well about it. Hats off to 2023 Worlds. Game 3 against BDS.
That wave would have been cleared by now if Dyer had his Radiance. unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know. This Galio's is falling a little bit flat for Dyer, unfortunately.
A little bit.
The drive-by smite from Jundra as he drags it towards the top side, and I mean, just look at how much map control CFO have. I'd be genuinely surprised if Team Secret Wales found a comfortable avenue into this.
Yeah, and the problem they have, right, is they kind of have a lot of burst for one person. They go in with the Sambessa, and the Viego really wants a reset, but then a Stand United comes down on top of them, and it really does stop you from doing anything
And
whatsoever.
Heroes just had to flash away.
Kaiwing, maybe looked at. That's a really good ultimate there from Hero, but again, there it goes. Stand United coming through. Dyer comes into the middle of things, but Dyer with that taunt flash combination is going to lock down Dyer to go down. Slow connecting from Doggo, but a great satchel out of Eddie. Does navigate the side of Team Secret Wales out of that situation. Still Atakan picked up and a kill on the backside of it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, even looking in on Kaiwing, they can't find the kill because of Driver's intervention.
Yeah, I mean, I never even really processed it fully in the draft, but it is such a smart Shen pick. When you see the Ambessa and you see the Viego, there is only one thing that Team Secret Wales are trying to do is burst down someone and pick up that possess, that reset. And Shen, just one of the best champions at stopping that. I mean, what is it? Isolated burst damage, I suppose.
And I mean, it also somewhat matches the Galio. I mean, you're looking to come in with the Hero's entrance, the person that's in the middle of it, Shen ult just, yeah, see, like, even right here, on the tail end of it, he only the most damage Kaiwing takes there off the back of that follow-up engage is the Hero's entrance.
Yeah, and another problem that Team Secret Wales have is, like, maybe you can work around it by getting yourself a Serpent Fang, but the only champion, realistically, that can buy it is Hero, and he has so many other items that he needs before that. The likes of the Black Cleaver, of course, there's Spirit Shojin if you want to go that angle. So he can't really afford to peter off and pick up lethality because it just lowers his overall damage so much. But because he's not, then as long as Shen ults up, it's pretty much impossible to take anyone down at this stage, especially with the gold lead that CFO have established for themselves.
Leandri's finished Oblivion Orb next for Diant, which, I mean, to be fair, someone has to build it, and it's not a great position that he finds himself. And in fact, he's sitting off far, itching my ear, sitting off far worse than Eddie. So you kind of don't want to slow him down to stop that healing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, CFO just 8k gold ahead. It's not over, but it functionally feels like it is. Of course, I mean, one, maybe two more fights left in it. Ziggs Bomb coming down to stop at least the top lane push. CFO, very dominant here in Game 3. The only game they've been dominant in the series, admittedly. So Team Secret Wales still putting themselves in a good position to still make it to Worlds if they're able to continue with the success they've found in this series, with the level of play they've had in this series. But it's not looking likely to be here and now. Gonna have to go right through the gauntlet. We're gonna find 2 of our representatives today, and the next one will be found out in something like next week, Saturday, I believe, is when we'll find out the... No.
It'd be Sunday.
Sunday is when we're going to be able to find out our third.
Right before you head to the airport.
Yeah, actually. Straight out of the LCP into a plane.
It's going to be a race for you and whoever it is to Da Nang.
I think they probably can make it quicker than I can.
Yeah, the question is, are they leaving at the same time? I doubt it, given that it'll be, what, 6 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, for us. For them.
Which will be about 1 a.m. for them. So again, probably not.
Yeah, no, I doubt it. But then it does still take me 18 hours.
Oh, joy.
Oh, we're so geographically challenged.
No, that's a different game. Driver. I mean, essentially full build. I don't, realistically, I'm not sure there is enough of this game left that he gets more than this.
Yeah, I mean, Honkyu as well, up 3k gold against Dyer. It's just an absolute shellacking. I think even Dyer's looking to finish the Morello is how bleak this game is. The amount of gold income he has is so low, he's actually finishing that item.
Oh, there's another one for Eddie as well. I only just saw second Oblivion Orb.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we both... Yeah, we really don't want both of these champs to have it.
I thought Dyer was the one biting the bullet there because Eddie was doing so much better, but no.
Wow.
Oh, it's death rush time.
A rare moment of restraint from Kaiwing. How many times have I seen him walk into that bush?
Oh, Doggo cleanses.
A little bit overcautious there, but reasonably so. He's not likely to really need that in a fight with just how much protection there are. Hitting the Baron could be an avenue in for Team Secret Wales, but instead turning off it, now looking for Taki. Down will go that pillar. He does have flash available for himself if he needed to use it, but able to walk that one out.
Oh no, all that healing that Trundle's not getting. Oh wait, that's right, it just doesn't matter. And they're just going to turn around and start smacking it again.
Yeah. Ultimates available as well as teleport for both the Shen and the Galio, who are currently in that bottom lane. Ginger taking a pretty reasonable chunk of damage. As CFO still not feeling confident enough to fully hit it, and I do tend to agree with them. I mean, they can just play this one slow and steady, and they will eventually be able to bleed out Team Secret Wales.
Sorry, can we just look at the damage numbers? So currently Driver has done 770 damage to Dire. Dire has turned around with a whopping 54.
Yeah. I imagine Drivers is from hitting the minions in the Titanic Hydra, though. And getting this tower.
Oh, they were smacking each other, and then Dire said, I don't want this, and then recalled. So, unfortunately, it is going to also mean a tier 2 goes down. 1,400 gold lead in the top lane for Shen.
Oh, classic CFO. It comes down to the final game of the series and they just very slowly bleed out their opposition. It's been a classic from them. The duration of this year.
It almost feels like vindictive at this point. They want Team Secret Wales to well and truly know that they lost this series. Well, okay, so Riftmaker finished out for Dire, so he isn't going to finish up the Rellos, and neither is Eddie from the looks of things.
Okay. Good, good. 3 items, however, here for Hongq as he finishes up on the Riftmaker himself. 3 items as well for Doggo.
And Eddie just walks into it. Okay.
Now, the one thing Team Secret Wales have is unless this Baron goes down, it's pretty impossible for CFO to break open the base.
Yeah.
Being that the Ziggs wave clear is just a little bit insurmountable. You can't really siege against it without the Baron buff, and even then it's not the easiest, but starting up on the Baron again will be CFO, and more than likely looking to turn, not going to finish it off immediately if Team Secret Wales come.
The problem being is Driver can just safely play this bot lane. And then come in at any point.
Now certainly looking to turn this one around. You see Hero there is going to be spotted out. Solar Flare lands on a Hongq. He does have the ultimate available to himself and is going to have to pop it. Then comes absolutely everything. Flashing into it does go Hongq. He's very, very low. Can they get the reset? It could be a big pickup. He's so low and he will go down. But unfortunately the reset won't be there, and so does Histo. Hero desperately trying to get himself out as Doggo claims the kill onto Taki. Down will go Hero. And it's a 3-for-1. Only Hongq falling, and CFO will turn their attention back towards this purple worm.
Yeah, I think unfortunately a little bit of a misplay there from Driver. He teleports in and then ults. So it does mean that unfortunately Hongq takes the brunt of the punishment there. I think if he just stands united onto Hongq, there's a chance that Hongq doesn't even fall. But either way, they come out well and truly ahead in that engagement, get themselves the Baron, take 3, and are up a comfortable near 11,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, Hongq, you'll see him. He gets hit by that public execution, just flashes in. We'll see if the Stand Unite even got off onto him. I think it did.
No, it does. So he teleports in and then Stand Unites onto him. So here he comes. Here's Driver, Stand United. Oh, actually, it's onto Junja.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, I mean, to be fair, Hongq probably too far gone at that point that it really only would have offered so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was.
Oh no, sorry, well, no, it was onto Hongq.
Was?
It was the boots shield that Junja had procced.
Right.
Yeah, so it was onto Hongq, so he still dies anyway. But
yeah, Baron buff now, so they can start trying to siege into this base of Team Secret Wales. We'll see an incoming across now for Doggo as well, who was very far ahead in terms of that XP. Down goes the inner in the top lane, as they are going to make quick work of the inner in the mid lane as well. And Junja, Doggo still pushing aggressively onto the inhibitor tower now. Not going to be able to get it off this wave, but possibly the cannon minion going to be able to do the rest of the work for them.
mean, Doggo should just be able to get it here. He's got support close enough that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, just continuously pushing in. Dyer takes a reasonable chunk of damage from just the singular auto attack out of the Yunara as the top lane inhibitor will fall. A possible final stand here for the side of Team Secret Wales, who very clearly dominated game one and have struggled a little bit ever since. Hongkyu teleporting on into the fray. It's a 5v5 in the base against the Baron. CFO, will they pull the trigger? There is no flash for Kaiwing, he does have the Ghost. Inhibitor's going to fall also in the mid lane and still staying in the base at the moment are CFO. Marching towards these Nexus towers as another minion wave comes in from the top lane. Kaiwing popping the Ghost. Taki trying to go forward, finds his way on to the Swain, but there's so much peel. Kaiwing comes in and Doggo remains untouched. Double kill comes through from Driver and Junja will mop up a fourth as Eddie running desperately into the base can do little but onlook as CFO will punch their tickets to Worlds. They'll punch their ticket to Vietnam and it's going to be Team Secret Wales fighting through the lower bracket.
Off the back of a hell of a Game 3, CFO cement their legacy in 2025, the only team to go to every international event of the calendar year.
They've done it yet again. I mean, always, as always with this team, they show up when it matters every single Game 3, every single Game 5. They've been able to pull it out of the bag since very early on in the year. They're going to be representing us over in China for 2025. And of course, now that's all that's left for them is to decide in which seed they'll be going there. But if history repeats itself, it will be that first seed.
Is it time? Is it time?
What are we going to get? There we go. Always a man of the fans as Driver, and he can very happily pack up his stuff. He doesn't have a game to play for another 2 weeks, but he will be going. He will be making his way to Da Nang, and what an exciting prospect that is for him. What an exciting prospect it is for everyone as Hongkyu there on the Swain. I mean, a massive oversight to have banned 4 mid laners against him there in Game 3 and left open his favorite counter pick into the Galio.
Absolutely. I mean, what was a somewhat shaky Game 1 and 2, it could not have been further from in Game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going back to the tried and tested ways of CFO where they very, very slowly bleed away at their opponents, taking a look at the damage graph, Eddie did top it. Not a lot of action in this game. 13 kills for CFO, 1 for Team Secret Wales, but really most of that happening at the very end.
Yep. Oh dear. Just... yeah, unfortunately the draft this time around letting Team Secret Wales down. The blind Galio a little bit questionable. They have to have forgotten. I mean, that's the only thing I can put it down to.
I agree. I think, honestly, all 3 games of the series, a lot of it did come down to draft. I think you're playing Ari alongside Vi into Aurora Poppy. That feels really rough to try and navigate in those team fights, and it was the side that had the better draft in terms of those 2 that won out, at least in our Game 2. Game 1, the most out-of-place Braum. Take a look at Kaiwing, getting himself almost certainly the player of the series, and I think justifiably so for him. Obviously, Hongkyu, a big factor in that last one, but Kaiwing on the Alistair was so pivotal because there was a stage in this game, despite the early game advantages that CFO found themselves in, that they were actually going to eventually lose that when the scaling's coming through and they were really struggling in those fights, and Kaiwing finds that flank and is able to get that one across the line that gave us that Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, just with how rough Game 1 looked, he still had a couple of moments where it felt like maybe he was going to be able to turn fights for the team, but yeah, I mean, consistently just in the right place, especially in that second game. He really was that sort of make or break point a number of times, and then on the rail as well, just locking down so many of these team fights. And oh, Hongkyu, another solo bolo kill in the mid lane for himself.
Dyer has solo died on Galio a concerning amount of time, actually. Unfortunately, here again.
And finds himself up 4-0 at one point in the game, off the back of some great Swain play. And again, he's about to get caught. Sort of out of no, so he was caught, which is what set up this play ultimately. And yeah, then it looks like they might have the numbers, but Driver comes on in, helps turn the fight, and they absolutely just run rampant throughout the remainder of the game. And again here, you've got the flank for sure, but I just don't know if you've got the combat power that you necessarily need, and they could seemingly, again, forget about the Shen.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I mean, the Shen pick was really, really smart out of CFO, whether it was Chowie or Driver or whoever identified it, but you see the Ambassador, you see the Viego, their entire win con is getting those resets through, and what Champ is good at denying them, well, Champs like Shen that just drop down a massive shield and kind of stop your forward momentum. And there as well, there's like realistically not anyone on the side of Team Secret Wales that can afford to build the Serpents, not until much later into the game in any case.
Yeah.
And Doggo, I mean, quietly just going entirely untouched the whole game. Didn't really need to do a whole lot, but did everything he needed to.
I 慢点，OK， 我回来，我回来。
欢迎奶奶。
Somewhat blasé. Just like, yeah, okay, let's go. Very much the CFO of old from what we saw in player comms earlier in the split.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's a classic comparison between both them and PSG yesterday, where PSG is so loud and yelling about everything, a lot of nice-oos, and then there's CFO who is like one person is calling what we're going to do. And of course, as I talk about PSG, our next matchup of the day is going to be Garm up against them. Garm on your screen now. I mean, they've been second seed in the last split, obviously in mid-season, second seed. PSG, second seed in our first split. Didn't actually make it internationally, but did come second. Kaya, Levi, Emo, Artemis, Alio, a really formidable lineup that have just gone from strength to strength of late.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think arguably the more exciting of the two matches, given how Garm have looked good, yes, but PSG seemingly on the rise. It could be one of the most competitive matches this split, at least.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Levi versus Maple storyline, and importantly to note about both of these teams is, even historically, the last 2 years, PSG won absolutely everything in the region, Garm much the same, but both of them consistently look pretty rough around the edges when you're in the regular season. The start of the year, they look pretty bad a lot of the time, and they get better and better and better and better. They find form when they get to the playoffs. They're now going head-to-head in what is probably the most important matchup for either team, where whoever wins, again, much the same as CFO, will be going to Worlds. It doesn't matter who wins, you're going to Worlds, you're going to Da Nang. So far, no VCS team has made it, of course. Team Secret Wales falling in the last game. Garm could be that team to make it, but I would be so scared to be going up against PSG at this stage.
Yeah, especially with that return to form. It would seem Maple is hitting his stride. The rest of the team, Betty has not lapsed in the way that he's been approaching the game in Split 3 in the season finals. He has literally been the glue holding the team together, the one putting in the real legwork, and I think that's it. He's done the work to keep the team in it mentally. You know, he's been the one putting up that effort so that the team can now step to match him.
Absolutely, and while it's not necessarily a derby, we are going to have a bit of a sibling rivalry, if you will, between the two Orcs coming up. Before we get there, it's time for a break. Congratulations, of course, to CFO for being our first team to make it to Worlds, and Da Nang, and we're going to quickly find out our second. We'll see you there.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love riot doors, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
carry the darkness into the light. I'm a renegade. I carry the darkness.
김팬딩 챔피언이 두 번째를 보여줍니다. 태원입니다.
왕관의 무게. 지금 생각해보자면 사실 왕관 자체가 그렇게 무거운 물건은 아니라고 생각하거든요. 그렇게 무게를 느끼는 건 저는 본인의 마음에 달려있다고 생각을 하기 때문에 그다지 무겁다고 생각하지는 않은 것 같습니다.
좀 초반 템포가 굉장히 중요하다 생각했어가지고 맵을 넓게 쓰면서 파이크를 몇 번 해봤는데 제가 생각했던 대로 게임 흐름이 편해지는 것 같아서 이제 대회에서 기용하게 됐습니다.
다이브 당하기 전에 좀 그런 핵심을 잘 짚어내는 것 같고요. 작년 월드 때 나르가 굉장히 성능이 좋았었어가지고 자신 있게 뽑았던 것 같습니다.
바위 같은 경우에 이제 강제력이 좋다고 해야 되나? 그래서 그런 부분에 있어서 상대방이 이제 뭐 스틸을 하려고 하든 아니면은 싸움을 하려고 하든 그럴 때 바위 궁극기 같은 걸로 걸 수가 있기 때문에 그런 점이 조금 강점이지 않을까.
캐리아 선수가 파이크로 칼날비를 들었어가지고 저도 그거에 맞춰서 좀 압박을 줘야 된다고 생각해서 칼날비를 선택한 것 같습니다.
우리 팀 위치나 상대팀 위치가 좀 복합적으로 생각하는 게 많아서 어느 정도는 좀 계산하는 것도 있지만 좀 감각적으로 하는 것도 많은 것 같습니다. 세세히 다 얘기해서 뭐 그렇게 상황이 나왔다기보다는 그냥 제가 순간적으로 걸었을 때 팀원들이 저를 믿고 잘 이제 호응해줬던 것 같습니다. 작년 월드 같은 경우에는 증명했다라는 기쁨보다는 저희가 이제 또 다시 해냈다라는 기쁨이 컸던 것 같고 작년에 되게 어려운 한 해였다고 생각했는데 이렇게 마지막에 또 우승할 수 있어서 기쁜 마음밖에 없었던 것 같습니다.
as the scores are now 1-0 PCS versus VCS. We get to see if that enlarges or shrinks or comes even, if you will, at our next series, PSG going up against Garm. It's a brotherly rivalry that Garm have of late been winning out pretty heftily.
Yeah, Garm very much taking its place as second best team in the region, as you know, and coming off the tail of mid-season, they've looked very, very good. Even in this split where they've had a bit of a slump in the early stages of the season finals, definitely feels like they've bounced back in a pretty meaningful way. So, I mean, you really can't count them out at any point, but then you look at the opposite side of that equation, PSG Talon very, very much on the rise coming out of yesterday. I mean, a standout performance from Maple and Casa.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, and I think that's the important thing to touch on, is those two have seemingly found their cohesion. They've been able to play together the entirety of the series yesterday, and it wasn't against any slouches. I mean, Vikings are, I mean, you'd argue, very similar to the other sort of teams, you know, PSG, Vikings, Team Secret Wales, and Garm. At times, I mean, either team can really beat the other, and yesterday it was just PSG completely destroying them. And that's after the back of just essentially a 1 week gap between when they got destroyed by the Vikings, right? So PSG really seemingly coming into their own and looked like an entirely different squad. If anyone here did miss it, they did do sort of an interview, a bit of a documentary, and they were talking about how for the entirety of the year, essentially, they've been running away from fights. They've been trying to sort of kite away from fights, avoid any unnecessary battles that they don't think they need to take. And then they're going into yesterday, they were like, you know what, we'll just take them. We're better players. We can prove we're better players. We'll take the fights. And they did exactly that, and it looked really, really good for them. So if they can continue to do that, I feel pretty confident in their ability to at least make this competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the autonomy that they've been showing. I mean, not just in individual lanes, but when it comes to team fight time, there isn't just sort of this, oh, well, what do we do? Throw abilities, then something will happen. It doesn't happen, then you sort of just fall apart, which they have in the past. Now it's, well, there's a very clear and concise way that they work their way through these team fights. They've been incredibly coordinated, and they found something that they've been lacking all year, which is that aggressive coordination between Maple and Casa now out of that mid-jungle combo, which they have been lacking, not because Fofo's a bad player, but because the way that PSG Talon were approaching the game was reactionary more than proactive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think talking to how PSG play, I think we need to discuss out of the two teams, where do we think is going to be the most successful role? Where do we think the win will be for PSG? Where do we think it'll come from Garm? I think of late, at least, Arj has been struggling quite a bit up in that top side. Now, as Yorick yesterday was insane. Don't get me wrong. Okay, yesterday looked like a man possessed on the Yorick in particular. But he's going up against Kiaya now, who I think, for my money, has been the best top laner individually over the course of the year. Now, it's really hard to argue with Driver and Rest being there because of how they sort of are very interchangeable. But Kiaya consistently playing every single game looks really, really good. RJ, can he stand up to that? Because if not, Kiaya very well can take over a game and carry it for Garm, take over a series even, if you will. And then obviously pairing with Levy, who is very, very experienced. But the one benefit PSG do have is that across from Levy is Casa, who is just as experienced as Levy. So you'd hope that at least he's able to match the pace. Maybe Levy slightly edging out in current form, but it shouldn't be, hopefully, for PSG too insurmountable. And where I do think they get an advantage, at least if he's playing like yesterday, is that mid lane. I think if Maple and Nakasa are playing as well around each other as they did yesterday, a real opportunity for them to succeed in this one, because I don't think Emo or Ares have found the same success with Levy as a duo as Maple and Casa found yesterday. Of course, bot lanes, I actually think Artemis and Betty are fairly evenly matched alongside Woody and Elio. I think Elio maybe edging out slightly recently.
For my money, Elio does just edge out that matchup. Yeah. And, I mean, honestly, recently, I'd actually give it to Betty. Just because of how self-sufficient he has had to be in a lot of these team fights that we've seen him play recently, and he has been handling it magnificently. Artemis really hasn't often found himself under that same level of pressure, so I think Betty has gone through somewhat of a conditioning test and passed quite colourfully, whereas Artemis, we haven't seen him in that same situation, so it's hard to gauge whether he is at that level. But for my money, Betty is just looking that little bit stronger. Yeah,
it's always going to be hard to judge because Garm have had a pretty successful looking split, whereas obviously PSG started the split going 0-8. You know, like literally didn't even find a game win. So Betty at least was performing well in those games. I think he's the literal only player on PSG that can look at the split 3 and be like, you know what? I played well the entire time. But I think all other 4 roles looked pretty bad, realistically, at the first half of the split. Now, obviously, yesterday, that did change around quite a lot, and now they're all looking pretty good. If they're able to replicate that today, I don't necessarily think it gives them the upper hand. I wouldn't say that, okay, they're now all looking cohesive. They should just win this one out pretty clearly. But I would say that I would slightly favor them, and that's largely just the sort of X factor that Maple has and how important that mid lane can be to how the map plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the thing that we've been hypercritical of this year for PSG talent is that draft.
Oh.
And I think that is potentially what ruins this series for them. Admittedly, they have been better recently, even in spite of the Jin picks. But Garm definitely have felt like, especially Archie. Archie has really helmed this team behind the scenes in terms of the way that they're approaching the drafts and all the rest of it. The support staff of this Garm roster, they're really getting their value.
I think my co-caster's a liar, and I think the split, their drafts have been arguably worse than ever.
I mean, they're giving Betty champions that he can do work on, aside from the Jin, which he did work on anyway.
Yeah, no, that's true, but like you need things to facilitate that. I guess yes, Betty's doing well for himself.
He is doing well in spite
of the
draft.
team is doing horrible. Again, I don't think it's necessarily worse or better, but I just think they're drafting, and I don't know if it's something about the Fearless draft, but honestly, this has been a pretty continuous trend for the last 3 years. Has just been really poor. And in the past, they were winning in spite of it because they just had the objective best players. Now that Junja's gone, it feels like they don't have that anymore, and they haven't been able to get over the hurdles of these drafts. And that's kind of where we find ourselves in such a problematic position. Now, if they can tidy that up, do I have very high expectations for them? Yes, but I still have had no proof that they're able to do so.
Yeah, like you've said time and time again, they often win in spite of the draft rather because of the draft. And look, I think the one time that they've won because of the draft is when they're fighting the Varus for the likes of Eddie.
Yeah. There are times where they're like, don't get me wrong, it's not every single game. It's like, wow, this draft sucks, but it is more often than not. It's like, okay, we're starting this game and it feels like we're starting 2K gold behind, and that's just due to how a lot of the champions interact. So coming into this, I mean, Garm have had fantastic drafts all split long, all year long. They've had very, very good drafts. That's going to continue. You know that's going to continue because it's just been so consistent for them. Can PSG navigate that? Because if they can't, then Garm probably do just take it as another very, very clean handshake.
Oh, it has become sort of a tradition now to just somewhat get it wrong. Just you don't have to do it 100% perfect. There is nothing that is quite 100% perfect when it comes to the LCP. The imperfections, the imperfections are sometimes what makes it so magnificent.
A bit more experience.
Yeah, I mean, with what nearly it'd be closing in on 2 decades worth of experience between the two junglers.
Yeah, it would be very close to. I mean, Levy's over a decade.
Oh yeah, he's over 10 years.
So it's
now.
Probably over 2 decades between the two. I can't remember exactly when Caster started. I believe he was there at least in season 5. I don't know.
He's been there at least 8 years because he was playing at Worlds at season 7. So with the core of this roster as well.
Yeah. I mean, Betty wasn't there from the very beginning.
He was at Worlds with them.
Yeah, but not from the very beginning. Caster and Maple started playing together season 5. Betty was not there at that time. I can't remember who it was, but it's a very popular meme in the Threads community. I've noticed. They always post, do you know who was Flash Wolf season 5 AD carry? I don't understand it personally, but it is very common.
Because Betty's so good that it's hard to remember who the guy before him was.
No, there's definitely something else to it. Archie and Corgi, 2 of the more well-known coaches.
Formerly top lane of Garm in that Season 7 roster as well.
And former world champion on the side of PSG. So, I'll take the world champion personally, but unfortunately, I don't know if it's the Fearless draft, but it seems like he's having a bit of trouble navigating his way around it. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, we'll see. Recently, it's hard to say whether the success has become because of the draft for the side of PSG talent. Again, it just consistently feels like it has been in spite of.
I'll tell you one thing, Corgi always comes onto the stage looking exceptionally dapper. That is one thing that he has remained consistent at. Emo going to be starting here for the side of Garm, and blue side, as we said at the start of the game, was selected by them. So far, it is still the red side with the much higher win rate. In fact, I believe now it's, 1-6, I believe is the overall win rate between the sides. 1 being blue side, 6 being red.
I have the answer to your Threads question as well, by the way.
Yeah?
Kramer.
No, I knew who the AD carry is. I just don't understand the meme, is what I'm saying.
Well, he left immediately November. So.
No, I do. Yeah, I just don't understand the meme. That's all. I already knew the answer to the question. Maple, there on your screens, comes out of retirement to try and revitalize this roster. It was a very rude awakening as he did come back, but now seemingly finding his stride alongside the rest of his team.
Yeah, I mean, look, phenomenal coming out of last night. His mid-lane performance, it was just, I mean, such a breaking point for the team.
Casa really stacking up those drinks. Just a thirsty
Hydration is
guy.
key. Well, I mean, he's got a lot of work to do.
Oh, they all do. Azir going to be taken away from Maple again. It's his most played champion of all time. So, yep, it's strong. Get rid of it. Aurora next to fall, and Nocturne as well as Wukong against Levy.
Maple currently has a perfect KD coming out last night, 16-0 and 24. He was the only one to, I mean, there were multiple that came out of last night with a perfect KD. Unfortunately, all but Maple have now fallen. Betty as well, 15-1 and 24. So, I mean, look, that momentum you'd imagine would do absolute numbers for the confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw a lot of things online about, oh, why did CFO choose Team Secret Wales? It almost got proven to be a bad choice, but honestly, when you think about it, I mean, if you've watched all three splits of the LCP, you think back to split 1, split 2, it's like, okay, well, Team Secret Wales have always fallen off during playoffs, and PSG have found their stride most of the time during playoffs, of course, falling short a little bit, but you compare the two over the course of the year, I would be much more scared of PSG than I would be of Team Secret Wales, and you compare the two yesterday, where, yes, Team Secret Wales dismantled DFM, but then PSG dismantled Vikings, the stronger of the losing teams. So.
3 jungle bans away from Levi, and it leaves the Nico open for Elio, which, I mean, could potentially be somewhat detrimental. In terms of junglers that are still available from what we've seen, Vi and Xin Zhao, although Xin Zhao has been few and far between this, season finals.
But as you brought up yesterday, I mean, Casa, his most played champs are all tanks.
Yeah.
So he's probably
which we just have not seen at all.
Yeah, and honestly, Levy's played a lot of tanks as well. It's sort of Junja, Casa, and Levy seem like the junglers in the league the most willing to go towards the tanks.
Funnily enough, the Flash Wars game I was watching earlier, Casa was playing Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been such a strong champ for such a long time. But the Vi's open.
Yeah.
And really, I mean, what's the other answer? Trundle is kind of the other pick that sees...
Yeah, I think it may be a case of you just don't want to give the Vi over into a comp that's already got an eco, just because that becomes very, very scary in terms of, well, Betty in particular.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, you just take it. I don't even think it's that. I think it's like, well, there's not many bruiser junglers left that are really strong, so we'll take the Vi.
Absolutely. Rumble. Okay. Nico Rumble already. Going to be a little bit concerning.
Yeah, I mean...
And the Kaiser, okay.
I would argue Kia's strongest champ just given over to him.
Yeah.
What does Arja try and respond with? Does he go for like the likes of the Yorick? I mean, again, yesterday's performance was inspired.
I mean, you could go the Galio. I mean, you're getting so much value out already.
Okay, it will be Galio, actually. Looking at the comps, it's Galio. It just has to be. It's so good with the Vi. It's good with the Talia. It's good against the Rumble, the Nico, and the Kaiser. Just pick it. What are we waiting for, fellas? We talking about bans? We must be. We must be talking about what we're banning because Galio will be locked in.
Yeah, there's just absolutely zero reason not to.
Yeah.
But now, unfortunately for Garm, you kind of have to lean towards... I mean, I'd say that. You'd kind of have to lean towards AD in the mid lane for Emo, but we've seen it in the past where it then just forces Kaiser to go the AD build, the crit build, and you look for something AD out of the jungle.
Which was hugely successful in the OPQ. A little different tier of play.
Yeah, it was. That was a very interesting playoffs and one that I've chosen to get. I've already blanked it from my mind. Any band. Yeah, I mean, look, Emo has been more proficient on the AP mid laners. We haven't seen all that much in terms. I think we've seen the Yone out of him, but I mean, not much. I mean, the AD carries more of an Ares pick, I think.
Yeah, I mean, seemingly sharing a champ pool a lot of the time outside of the likes of the Akali, I think is definitely an Aria's pick. Corki banned away from Betty. taking away one of those stronger laners. I mean, he's still going to have things available to himself. I fear we are walking
Oh,
into
it's Jin time. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Oh, no.
They've essentially just got a replica of Game 2 draft so far of yesterday, which of course they did handily win against a very different team and a different team comp, mind you.
Absolutely. Jarvan taken away from Levi. I mean, the synergy with the Rumble and the Nico and the Kaiser, realistically. Just a lot of value. Yeah, 80 champions, 1. Yone has been played by Emo. At least this year. Oh no, that's just season finals. Hold up.
Yeah, we'll see. It's the
he's played Tristana.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
the problem is the AD mids aren't very good against Talia.
No. No.
Oh, I don't know what he goes for, but it is a problematic draft from Garm just with the damage profile. I mean, the Kaiser will be going AD, all but certainly, but still.
I mean, this wouldn't be a terrible Poppy game for Levi, but again,
it would be a good one.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Damage.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't really change the damage profile in a meaningful way. Senna for Betty, so it's not the Jin.
Good.
No, I do rate it. I really rate it.
I do like the Senna,
especially into the Kaiser. Just gonna offer that little bit more range, more security as well into the Nico. Not necessarily in the laning phase, but when it comes team fight time, yeah, you're gonna have a pretty hard route getting onto Betty unless he's out of position. Maokai. So it is going to be the Yone.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the team combo has some pretty strong parts that are, in terms of that fighting. I do hope in a comp like this that the Maokai doesn't go AP. While I do typically like going the Leandries, where we do see the Bloodleader's Curse and stuff come through, it makes the Maokai quite squishy, and realistically, the Rumble could pretty happily pick that up for himself.
Yep. Absolutely.
In part because, I mean, you like the poke out of the saplings, right, as people clear the bush, but Galio can kind of just tank that up for free, and then you also have the center heal on top of that to, even if they do take damage, can kind of get around it a little bit. Still, I mean, team comp kind of got rounded out pretty well here from Garm. I think the Maokai Yone was a cute little adaptation. It isn't the easiest lane, of course, to go against the Talia as a Yone, but it is survivable. You're going to be low in the start of the lane. As long as you're getting the CS, it doesn't really matter if you're low, because second win first, what is it? Fleet footwork.
Yeah.
Will keep you relatively topped up alongside that Doran Shield, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Maokai hasn't seen as much in the season finals, and in fact, most of the tank junglers have sort of just completely fallen off a cliff in Split 3.
I think Maokai's kind of the only one.
Yeah, it really is. I don't think we have seen a Sejuani. I'd have to double check, but I would be very surprised.
Yeah, I don't remember, but we might have. We did see Skarners, because Casa was picking Skarner during their massive loss streak. But regardless, yeah, Maokai certainly is, out of those CC heavy junglers, is the jungle we've seen the most here in the season finals. Garm time coming through. Skin game. Oh, it is just an absolute wash. Maokai and Super Galaxy Rumble on the same side alongside the IG. There's actually no contesting. I think they've got 3 of the best skins in the game on the same team.
Yeah, and unfortunately Woody's fumbled the bag entirely with an Elderwood Alistar pick. Yeah.
It looks like Warwick. His face looks like
It does,
Warwick
a little bit.
Now, RJ has gone the Infernal Galio skin, which is one of the 2 that I own. The other one I have is the green and black one. I forget what it's called.
Gatekeeper.
That's it?
Yeah, okay, so 5 Maokais. We've had 3 Skarners, 4 Poppies, and not a single... Oh, no, we have 1 single Sejuani.
There you go.
Which is a pretty bleak fall-off, given that you look at, you know, Casa, it was... Sejuani was his most played jungler this year.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's probably happy he's not on Sejuani duty, honestly.
Yeah.
He's probably pretty happy with
a little bit unleashed.
Yeah, yeah. And at times he's looked at, I mean, him as well, if you think back to how the last splits have gone, he's looked pretty poor in the regular season, but he's always come to his form during the playoffs. That's the one thing that
transitioning
has been
off the tank champions as well.
Yeah, he's always come to playoffs looking back It's like he is back, and he's, I mean, unfortunately fallen short both times, very narrowly, but falling short nonetheless.
Again, I think it's largely because of the approach to the game for the team that they had at the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
there he is.
He's back.
He's finally back.
Hashtag Garm girls, the prettiest of the Garm girls there holding that sign.
Yeah. TK, of course, is the prettiest.
Oh, I'm so excited. I would be very surprised if he was not in Da Nang. He just has to be if his team is there. But I think of the people that we might meet in Da Nang, I think he's probably the one I'm most excited to meet.
Mine's Mr. Steak.
Oh, he'd be a close second.
Mr. Steak deserves it. The unwavering support he's had for the Chiefs all year. I feel like I owe it to him, being that I'm from the same region.
Yeah. Yeah.
Seems like a slight delay. Hopefully get into game soon. And oh, seems like everyone's posturing up, getting ready. I mean, game one between them, the drafts. Honestly, I don't really have a favorite between the two.
I like the center. I like the center in the bot lane. I think it does add a little bit more to PSG's comp, at least for me. They've got, I mean, the problem being is a lot of what PSG talent is going to be doing is looking for individuals. They're not looking for that sort of 5v5 that gets a little bit rough. But
does it? No, I think their 5v5's good. They've got the center alongside the Galio and the Talia.
Oh, yeah, Galio top lane. Yeah.
5v5's
for some
good.
reason, I convinced myself that's not what was being played.
I think both teams have a perfectly apt
no, they
5v5
both
comp.
they do.
Really, it's about how we play around the objectives. And oh my. I think the most important thing, and again, it's time and time again, you're against the Maokai. If you can have the control of the objective before the Maokai, it is a lot harder to play. If Levy is faster around the map, if he's at those objectives, if the control is there for the side of Garm, then PSG are going to have a hard time walking into it, barring RJ already being with the team, which typically your top laners aren't. They typically teleport in, or I mean, in his case, he can ult in. But regardless, you don't always, especially in sort of first, second Dragons, have your top laner there, so it does become a little bit difficult to play around.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that somehow this is already a 5-0 and it's just in the skin game. Especially given it's a best of 3. But I mean, coming into it, definitely things are going to be a little bit tougher for Artemis, at least in the early to mid game, depending on how things. Oh, okay. Yeah, look, luckily it's an Alistar for Woody. Yeah, just the headbutt.
Woody actually hitting Alio out of Betty getting a stack there. Which, I mean, one stack's not going to, turn the tides of the game, but it would have been nice. Emo just lost half his HP level 1.
Yeah, because he was trying to get his Q3 so he could clear out the minion wave.
Oh, this is a disastrous start. Boulder's about to come flying. Oh, he's aware. He's well aware.
Oh, and auto attacks. An otherwise perfect plan.
Another one from Maple. Oh, there we go. Meteorite comes flying in at Emo's head.
But Emo does hit 2 just a little early. It doesn't really make much of a difference. Just Maple ticks over seconds afterwards. Oh, and he misses that minion.
Yeah, Maple getting 11 of 12. Emo getting substantially less.
Oh, Emo.
Oh, yeah, this is a really good start for Maple.
It's a rough gig.
He's back.
He is.
We're in playoffs. Maple's here.
Unfortunately, somewhat handed this matchup. Realistically, there wasn't much better in terms of AD that Emo was going to be able to play in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? I think, here, as we said, PSG don't always have bad drafts, and I think on this occasion they actually got themselves a relatively good one.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily hard winning. Obviously, the early stage of the game in mid lane is, but there's a lot more than just the early stage of mid lane.
Very much so. I mean, synergistically, there is a lot of setup for that fate sealed for Emo, so just a couple of good team fights and things can swing pretty drastically.
Yeah, I mean, already, right, you kind of like having the Maokai with the Rumble. You also kind of like having the Maokai with the Yone, and then that just pretty much means you've got a good combo for you.
And then you just chuck a Pot Blossom on top for good measure.
Why not, huh? Why not? If we didn't have enough ways to clear out Vision without going near it, let's just have Nico as well. Unfortunately, Cannon Minion missed there. As the lead that's established itself in the mid is not even close to that of the bot lane at the moment.
Yeah, Levi is here. Oh, Emo.
Oh, hold up! Oh, Carson not quite connecting. Oh, this could be bad. This could be real bad. A lot of damage coming. Q does land. Actually, Carson getting off the concussive blows. Kill down the bot side, though, as Woody's going to have to flash away. And good dive out of Garm, and then maybe even looking for a relook. Flash there for Woody, though. Should be able to get himself out if he really desperately needs to.
And the headbutt. Classic Alistar gameplay. So it is traded. It's matched. Both the lanes that were suffering going to be suffering even harder now.
Yeah, top lane trades, phase rush propped, and RG will head on out of there. No lane swap. Gonna be opted into, so gonna keep lanes as they were. We'll take a look at the dive. I mean, oh, just a double root. Just well done by Elio, and he turns into a cannon minion. I think Woody correctly identifying if he can stop that. Actually could find a kill back for himself, but Elio flashing away from the headbutt pulverize combo means they couldn't take out that cannon minion, and I personally believe that should be removed.
Yeah.
I don't think that Nico at level 3 should be able to tank 8 tower shots, but maybe that's an unpopular opinion.
Although, to be fair, if the changes that are being proposed to minions go ahead, she kind of completely loses her disguise. So no more minion shenanigans. Not that they actually find much effect in pro play.
Yeah, I think that is a bit of an egregious thing that only Nico can do.
Yeah.
On a champ that is already so strong in lane, can also just tank, I think it's 7 tower shots. Flash forward here from RG. Equalizer's already online though for Kaya, and he has the flash available for himself, so we'll match. Possible point to punish though with Casa. As soon as he gets that cease and desist, can quickly have RG come down on top of it, and could be a very good looking up side. But Levy, he's found a way back into this bottom lane, but the movement speed there from that shroud is going to allow both Woody and Betty to get themselves out. Seismic shove lands. Fate sealed also going to come through. No scattered earth, meaning they did not get that lockdown.
I mean, in saying that, Emo has done an alright job of stabilizing, honestly. He's only 7 CS down. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Betty.
Yeah, Betty is currently located at Struggle Street.
He's got Swifties, which he's just recalled to pick up.
Yeah, pretty typical, at least.
Yeah, but he was down. He was in that bot lane. Levi comes down, he then backs to pick up his boots. So he's had a lot of time where he's just not been hitting minions, unfortunately. Oh, and Casa. Just on his way back to base, only to be rudely interrupted by a support.
Oh, this Nico champion, man.
Yeah.
Arjit doing a great job up here. I mean, typically we see this Galio answered into the Rumble, but the Rumble still ends up becoming a head in CS. This time, however, able to do pretty well.
Unfortunately, it was somewhat interrupted, courtesy of Cardissa. And again, I think we are seeing sort of an evolution, or maybe a de-evolution technically, where he's going back to what he more consistently has been throughout his career, which is a little bit more free-flowing in the jungle. And less restricted to just playing for response in those CC tanks. And it is looking like it's also going to be the tank Maokai for Levi.
Great job by Emo. Lane's becoming a little bit more survivable now.
I mean, he's even up that CS gap too.
Manageable. Yeah. Things going back in favor of Emo, or at least evening up for Emo. Artemis going to be now going up to this top side. We'll see if it's matched.
Doesn't look like it. I think it's smart, honestly. Betty has needed some time alone with some minions to catch up, and he again as well has closed that gap compared to Artemis.
The wave's in a pretty good position for him. Casa setting up on the Void Grubs will at least get one before any answer can come through, and is just going to use that Vault Breaker to get himself out. And giving over the other two to Levy more than likely.
I think you're perfectly happy with that for PSG. It just gives you that little bit of extra value when it comes to siege time. Means that it's not the full 3 that go over to Garm. You can potentially look to play around that dragon.
There you go, Kaya finally coming. I mean, A lot of minions actually was lost down on this bot side just because it was frozen by Betty. So I think good work by him. Kaya will come and is definitely strong enough to break the freeze as Betty desperately tries to get that stack, but will not be offered it.
Oh, last hitting with boots and a Doran's Blade.
Yeah. Essentially last hitting at level 1. Not much difference, unfortunately, for Betty.
Aggression onto Levi in this red buff. Oh, Casa.
Yeah, Vault Breaker doesn't make it over the wall, and that makes this pretty easy for Levi to now.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. In comes absolutely everyone, though. Weaver's Wall's going to close the gap. Pop Blossom's in onto 3. Great Pop Blossom from Elio. That's a quick kill going the way of Garm, and maybe even more. Casa able to answer at least one back as Levi flashes a wall and gets himself one. But Arja and Casa still locked away in this pit. Emo desperately trying to land anything. Casa turning it around, as well as Arja. In some way, somehow, they make it an even trade.
Yeah, but all that time, Artemis is up in the top side, looking to beat away at these plates, getting himself gold, getting himself value.
Yeah, the big winner somehow ends up being the Kai'Sa completely uninvolved. Kai'Sa not going to start up the dragon just yet, but has 3 kills for himself, so as accelerated as you can be on a Vi.
I mean, this Galio sort of been absent on the rift, really, but in the perfect place. Comes in to assist. Emo jumps back as the Pop Blossom comes through. Emo then flashes. I only just noticed that he flashed into the Weaver's Wall. Maple looking like he's going to get away, but Levi chases him down. And then
Arja,
yeah,
with a quick decision, snap turnaround, knock up onto Emo, and he does not have the damage. Neither does Elio. So a 2 for 2 overall, but as you said, Artemis picking up those tower plates for himself. Is giving himself a reasonable advantage in terms of that gold, 600 ahead of the Senate. Now luckily for Betty, on the Senate.
Oh dear.
Oh, does have ults. No, he doesn't. Not quite.
No. But has finished boots, so he's moving reasonably quickly. Oh, Rumble damage numbers. Still less. Or actually, no, it is just going very, very closely with Maple, but that's, again, both sort of ranged into melee matchups, although Kai's is pseudo-ranged.
Yeah, melee, but functionally ranged.
Artillery melee champion.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Rumble's lane phase.
Oh,
is so
dear.
Oh, Emo. Oh, dear. Has the fate sealed, I think, available to himself, but it would be a waste as Maple gets himself one.
Dragon started up in response by Levi. Yeah, I don't know how much value you're really getting continuously trying to beat down onto this Yone, just given how much setup is going to be there for the team. So he's always going to find a somewhat decent fate sealed.
Yeah, but I mean, a good job to keep him down so that fate sealed isn't as impactful as it could be.
I think the fact that it translates into Dragon, though, and puts Garm within 1 of getting those feats of strength online, somewhat of an oversight. But I mean, realistically, it's not the biggest power point on the Rift, especially given that the most impactful of those boots being the Sork ones aren't going to be picked up, I think, this game.
You think the Sorks are the most powerful?
Percentage magic damage.
Yeah.
There's some value.
I think the cooldown ones are.
I mean, realistically, they all have some value.
Extra movement speed for landing abilities is kind of crazy. Elio not going to be able to connect there.
I mean, to be fair, all of them have some pretty decent value. We saw the shields coming through in that last game.
Yeah, I think the tank ones are the worst.
Yeah, I mean, they're not they're far from the best, but it's still value that you wouldn't have otherwise.
Oh, of course. That's the point of it.
No, not the clone.
No, that's good for Betty. He gets a free stack off that thing.
I mean, this is far from what we've come to expect on the Rumble versus Galio matchup. Usually, the Rumble ends up pretty well ahead, but Arja has played this so well.
Yeah, he's done a really good job, and he's played around Casa and the invades that Casa and Woody have looked for as well, of course, giving this lead to the Vi. Now, while not necessarily the champ you want the lead on, it's better than not having one at all.
Yeah.
Turret plating
Oh,
soon fall.
the Galio sword wings are so cool, but just completely cosmetic.
But the Super Galaxy punishment delivery mode is definitely not cosmetic.
Oh, they're looking for Emo again.
Nothing going though.
At a certain point, it just becomes diminishing returns.
I mean, kind of. But if you're getting objectives, not really. Obviously, neither team yet to pick themselves up a tower or anything, but the Grubs as well as First Dragon did go the way of Garm.
Exactly, that's what I mean. For PSG, you're only going to get so much value if you just keep going back to try and beat down Emo. Especially when you see Levi go and get that dragon in response.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, dev timers do extend, and if they do it again, then it's just going to be the tower, and that is getting very close to Emo. Just able to dodge out of that scattered earth, but as he snaps back, we'll get stunned up by it.
I mean, if you're going to headbutt something, you might as well. But the problem being is it's a lot of time that they've spent looking up for Emo. I mean, yeah, look, Herald is spawning up. They just get vision. It's just they establish the vision line. Unfortunately, it's just then going to be immediately cleared out by Garm.
Yeah, what I mean is during the while, it's not like Garm got anything.
No.
So you may as well. Again, they want to be proactive. They're finding a way to do so. It does mean that their mid laner is going to be stronger too, while not necessarily gaining everything for the rest of the map. It is doing what it needs to in terms of giving that advantage towards Maple. Obviously, he has his first item online, but not yet upgraded. I mean, he's not really at a massive spike by any stretch of the imagination. A slight one, sure. Battle over the Scuttle Crab is going to be picked up. Not sure who got it, but the fight breaking up. Pop Blossom's going to connect as the seismic shove actually makes it so it does land there onto Maple. First kill going over to him, however, as the cease and desist comes down onto Elio. He's going to fall as well, all but certainly. He's flashed away. Can he get out? In the thick of things goes Casa, 1 HP, burning, ticking.
Ooh.
And he lives.
It did go the way of Levi off the smite. He got the crab just. Unfortunately, it cost him his life, and they weren't able to find anything off the back of it. Casa was just so very nearly dead there. Yeah, it was a close affair. It was a very, very close thing, but just. And unfortunately, Emo just a little bit late to the party. If he was there a little bit earlier, there's potentially a very clean fate sealed into an equalizer that turns this fight.
Oh, and Elio,
yeah,
by the skin of his teeth, and then Casa, much the same. Boy, oh boy. In that occasion, I think the fact that Conqueror was stacked up probably saved Casa.
Yeah.
Now, it probably healed him for something like 10, 20 damage as Maple tries to get that Weaver's Wall out, but is going to be denied by the flash there for Livy and the Twisted Advance. Nice knock-up coming through from Emo, and that's going to be a kill. A shutdown at that for Emo, who has been put so far behind. Finds a great traction back in.
500 gold into the pocket. 600 ultimately as he starts wailing on that wave as well. So definitely lessening the trenches that were there in the mid lane. Levi off the back of it with no Weaver's Wall to come in and cut things off. Is going to start up the Herald. There is no contest because it is going to be a straight dragon trade.
Yep, so feats of strength picked up by Garm. At least PSG still being proactive, getting themselves their objective, meaning that they will stop the dragon stacking for the time being, but top lane tower does go down as Emo collects that one. So a big win for Garm.
Maple, oh, it's so rough. He starts the Weaver's Wall only for Levi to grab him. Deny him the chance to get away. Oh. If not half a second earlier, there's a chance Maple maybe gets out there, but nope, not to be.
Chance Levy listening into our cast as he does go tank Maokai this time.
I said that a while back.
Oh, I don't know. Just doesn't listen.
To be fair, he's got 56 charges on that Heartsteel, so he has had it for at least, what, 2 fights now.
Sometimes you see that by the end of the game. I remember...
It was Casa's Skarner that was always so guilty of it.
When was it? Worlds last year. Junja on Skarner, I think it was. He picked up a Heartsteel, and he got it very early on. They were winning, and then by the end of the game, which was 30-something minutes, he'd used it once.
Yeah.
It was the most depressing thing I've ever seen.
Just playing keep away with the giant Scorpion. Tower in response to the bot lane, going to be picked up by Maple.
So I think it might have been MSI. Anyway.
Opposite ends of the map being affected. Oh, the slows. I mean, again,
A stack.
Betty's been catching up
There
in that
you
farm
go.
too. Sitting pretty comfortable for himself. What is he?
64?
I think it's 50 or 60. 54. There you go.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. It's much easier to see when it's in the bottom left.
Yeah. Which I think is still 5 better than the last series at this stage of the game.
Yeah, not
Much of a
hard
muchness,
to,
really.
to do better, unfortunately, than Eddie's center. Not that it's necessarily his fault, but just a pretty rough game for the center.
Sometimes you high roll, sometimes you don't. Gwynsus, 2 items deep now on Artemis.
Yep, so very strong. It's going to be able to have his Q evolve upgrade thus far. I don't think it's quite E. Maybe it is, actually, especially with the upgraded boots.
Oh, more fighting around this red buff.
Numbers certainly here. Smite going the way of Casa. Again, PSG proving exactly what they said in their documentary of wanting to actually take the fight to other people rather than kite away and avoid them. Have been doing so, whether it's to their benefit or not. This game has kind of gotten ebbs and flows.
You can take the good with the bad, honestly.
But ultimately, they are looking a lot better.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, by this stage of their last series against Garm, they'd almost lost. So,
For sure. A lot of posturing, a lot of looking. Artican is alive, but of these two teams, well, between these two teams, they're the least likely, I think, to take a risky Artican fight. They, more often than not, will wait for that advantage to present itself before they start it.
yeah, Garm with the advantage down here, though, in terms of that vision, in terms of that control around the river. Woody not going to be too harmed by the sapling. A little bit of a death bush established. Levy, Bramble Smash.
Second item down for Maple as he leaves the base.
Oh, I mean...
And Black Cleaver, so both Betty as well having the second item.
It's a 5v3 down here at the moment, as Maple as well as Betty are nowhere near the area. Now establishing, or trying to establish mid lane control, but Artemis able to do so himself as well. It's going to be Scuttle Crab picked up. A minute till the Dragon. Obviously Artican alive, but yeah, you'd want to have a bit more of a substantial advantage than just the vision control, I feel.
They don't know they're in that brush. They could have been
Good
angled
amount
for
of damage
collapse.
coming through, and Levy, he's going to have to try and find a way out. Maybe the twist advance is that, and it will be. But now down exceedingly low, flash forward, and they're looking straight on Artemis. He gets to flash away, Levy limping on out of there, but Maple will throw a rock at him and take him out. That could be what starts up this Artican for PSG. At least so far, they're not headed that direction. They're looking for more in the jungle.
Not sure the Fate Seal was used.
Me neither. How befuddling.
I think it may have been to try and stop Arja. Potentially, I don't know. I'll have to see on the replay where he was on the mini-map.
Artican now will be started up, and I don't really think there is a contest to come through. Levy obviously dead for the next 5 seconds. Also doesn't have ult even if he were to be here. Arja can just be spoiler here in this bush, although Garm are coming down and just testing
There's
the
no
waters.
equalizer. They haven't got any of their team fighting tools other than the Pot Blossom to actually contest this.
Maple teleporting to try and defend that mid lane tower, and will be able to successfully do so. Artemis losing both the flash and the barrier in the last fight makes him a little bit vulnerable now.
Okay, so Garm's response is to start up Dragon number 3, but PSG are all in the neighborhood.
Yeah, no one leaving. They are here. It is going down very quickly, and it should be able to be picked up as Cass is going to see exactly what, RJ rather is going to see exactly what's going on. Emo over the wall. Woody getting taken very, very low here. Cass continuing on forward, seeing what he can find. RJ in the back line. Kiai is going to get locked up. Artemis able to ult outside of that taunt, but Kiai has to flash away very, very low. Betty trying to find that damage on the backside alongside Maple. First kill goes through. It's Woody going down first. Cass very low again, having to get himself out. As RJ doing much the same. It is going to be a kill going over the way of Garm, the Dragon as well. Second of the game for them.
Yeah, a bit of a dicey spot. I think, unfortunately, that it was just too far spread. They were too deep. PSG talented to actually take that fight the way that they wanted to. Okay, so Fate sealed. Where is it? Was it onto Woody? He's held it this entire time. Comes through. And it was used off screen into nothing. Okay, unfortunate, but yeah, Woody a bit deep. I think they were too worried about Elio here. With Arjun on the back line. We're just so deep looking for Kiaya, and Woody gets a little bit over ambitious.
Well, the flashed 3-man queue. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up, so he is just pretty swiftly taken down. Now, Baron spawning 40 seconds. Admittedly, Garm's Baron take would be very, very quick. PSG, on the other hand, with that Senna, will not nearly be as fast. 71 stacks now for the Senna, though. 72, as I say it. Doing very well as Betty. 24 minutes in. Similar to the Smolder, does get exponentially faster, but just by virtue of there becoming more fights. Every objective becomes more meaningful, so you're not really willing to give them up, so you are just battling more and more.
Baron in 10. Hex Tech, a little over 3 minutes beyond that. So I think realistically, we are just going to see sort of that downtime until Dragon number 3. Garm potentially could look to rip that cord and start up the Baron, but again, they're not a team that is going to take that risk. More than likely, they posture as if they are going to and then look to turn a fight on top of it.
Sure. Betty at the point of the game on the center now where he can actually establish mid lane control over the Kai'Sa. Just with that superior range as well as the static shiv, going to be the mid lane tower going down. Opening up the map a lot more now for PSG to try and establish that vision control. It makes it a little bit easier to contest these objectives against the Maokai.
Just trying to hit those second and third item timings. Shield bow done for Emo in the mid lane, and then of course Identity Despair for Levi. So tankier and tankier as the game will go on. Rift Maker now for Arjun top side.
This game is just so classic.
Yep.
PSG Garm. Both teams more than happy to give over an objective if it's not certain. Just scale on up. I do think, of course, being that they have a Senna, the scaling should favour PSG slightly.
Absolutely.
But not by any massive amount outside of, you know, we make it to 50 minutes and all of a sudden Betty's auto-attacking from outside Yonol range.
Terminus done for Artemis. 3 items deep now on this Kai'Sa. So unfortunately, getting to a point where it feels like maybe Garm will need to force something in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon 1 minute away. Again, these neutral objectives is where the Maokai thrives. If you're able to be first to them, the Maokai very hard to get through. A bit of a brick wall when he has the tanky build in comparison to just doing a lot of damage with the saplings. Either way, it's a difficult task. The Nature's Grass makes it that already.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely no need for Garm to realistically force the Dragon fight. Yes, he gets some soul point, but with the comp that they have, they could just sort of potentially look for a handshake. I say a handshake, a gamble into a Baron trade.
Wow, I didn't know that. When the clone disappears, it can give over a stack. That's the first time I think I've ever seen that.
There are a number of very just crazy, unique interactions in this game. Like ones that your average player would just never experience because it is so niche.
Yeah.
Like Cassante turning into a machine gun because he got clipped by a Talia wall or Rel ult.
That was awesome. Now, Betty goes back, has his third item. A Chempunk Chainsword is... That's a weird
Might just
item.
be the first time we've had it built in the LCP this year.
I think it is. I don't remember ever seeing that item built, and for good reason. It's terrible in terms of its gold efficiency. Obviously, you can't go the Lord Dominance, being that he has, rather the Mortal Reminder.
Yeah.
Because of his purchase of the Black Cleaver. Dragon Live caster trying to find himself on a flank. Garm battling to try and establish some control over this river.
I mean, I think realistically, Garm don't need to force the Dragon here. They could legitimately go towards the Baron and try and make the trade happen there, because it does go down very quickly between a Yone and a Kai'Sa.
Livy flashing forward, finds himself onto the back line, but Maple goes gold and the Pop Blossom lands on the 2. But in the thick of things, Woody finds a 3-man pulverized. Down will go Elio. The cease and desist comes through, straight onto Artemis. Does have that killer instinct, gets himself out, but Emo will not do the same. Goes straight back into the entire team of PSG. And Levy left to his own devices will fall as well. It's an absolute wash. Only Artemis will survive as 4 of his teammates fall. The Dragon around sighted, and more than likely the Baronabu.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a completely unnecessary fight to force for Garm. They've got 2 champions that will take that Baron very, very quickly. PSG were looking for the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they can't do Baron because there's no setup around it. And if they're setting up around the Baron, there's no pressure around the Soul, so PSG don't... You can only really make that trade if you're on Soul point, is the problem. Because, I mean, how are you going to start it up, right? You start it up and then a Talia can come in from across the map, the Galio can come in from across the map. Cast is really fast, very mobile on the Viking, get there very quickly. Woody much the same, and then all of a sudden you're just
I don't know.
stats.
It was a very odd fight to force, realistically. Levi flashes in.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just start off with a Nature's Grasp. The flash in onto Maple, who immediately is able to just go golden, and that's everything used onto a Talia that's completely unperturbed. And just look at how much damage is coming down in the thick of things. Yeah, sure, Levy this whole time is just trying to hit away at this Talia and not really getting anywhere.
And once again, Betty is just completely untouched in a team fight and allowed to wail away in the back lines. Which you would have thought, given how things have gone in the last couple of matches for them where that's allowed to happen, you would have think that teams would have learned. Yeah, it just seems like a very odd fight to force, and it has come back to bite Garm in a pretty big way.
Yeah, pretty substantial advantage now for PSG. With that Baron online, they can start to try and crack open some of these towers, some of that standing gold, and maybe even make their way into the base of Garm. First on the hit list, looking like this bot lane in a tower, although there is a defense here at the moment for Garm. A recall did come through as well as RJ goes back. Nature's Grass coming through. Teleport's going to have to be channeled. Does RJ make it down? Weaver's Wall going to cut off Betty as well as Woody, but it does well enough to get Maple out of there. Nemo now teleported in. RJ's going to do much the same. Straight into 4. Finds a good taunt. Betty way in the back lines. There's absolutely no threat onto him, but still no kills coming down yet for the side of PSG, and Garm do remain available. Health bar's very low though, so PSG are going to use that to take this tower. They can even look for more on the back end.
Just how consistently can Betty be left unthreatened? I mean, Emo had the avenue in, but because of how much damage had already been dealt to the rest of Garm, if he goes in, they just collapse in on him, he dies. So, realistically, the best of a bad situation, but unfortunately, it's all bad situations.
Yeah, bot lane now well and truly broken open as RJ's pushing away at this mid lane, and PSG come to match. Elio going to get caught up there by that seismic shaft, takes a massive chunk of damage, will survive. But Emo going forward, knocked up, going to be able to go back. Teleport available for Maple, so looking for a reset, try and get those resources back, come out and join his team again. We see him teleporting into that mid lane where the minions are going to be crashing. This is going to be the inhib tower going down in the middle lane. Nature's Grass coming out once again, but Cast is going to be able to be there to block it. Betty going to get that equalizer put on top of him. Going to have to cleanse as well this time, but so much damage coming back onto Levy. He's going to go down. The Nature's Grass going to keep him up just a little bit more. But Levy able to survive, and the Pop Blossom from Elio is magnificent. Great turnaround from Woody though, as it's going to be just Maple left. He's limping away, but he's able to at least clear the distance! And Artemis will snipe him down.
Oh my lord, Emo, what a fate sealed for him to hit. He has not had an angle like that all game, but it presents himself and the team fight comes together. There is nothing that can dampen that man's spirits.
TK thrilled with the result of that engagement.
Just watch it. Levi comes in with the Nature's Grasp on the flank. They've actually just overstayed their welcome here. Equalizer slows. They get the hero's entrance, but the only person in it is Levi, who's able to dodge, and then Emo comes in, boom. Catches 3. The follow-up Pop Blossom is there, and Artemis just flashes out all the damage. And then finishes off Woody. And what a snipe. Far sight trinket. Boom.
It's amazing to me that a fight that has a 3-man Yonol and a 5-man Pop Blossom could possibly be that close. A real testament to how far ahead PSG were and no longer are.
Yeah, I mean, that lead that Artemis has in the bot lane is doing a lot to stop Gap. How far ahead PSG Talon are. 7 towers to 2. The
Yeah,
feats may have been
unfortunately-
claimed, but completely irrelevant now.
Well, the lead is impressive for Artemis. There is also 113 stacks for the center. So
Yeah.
kind of less concerned about the gold as center at this stage of the game, as those 3 items are online, working towards an Infinity Edge, and really just happy with continuing to get stacks. Now PSG, despite that fight, are going to be first to the Dragon and will get this completely uncontested. Emo trying to make some headway in the top side.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, I don't know if they will be able to replicate that team fight. Garm. It is very hard to find that lineup the way that Emo did. But, I mean, you look at it. IE's there, Guardian Angel now for Artemis. He is full build, 35 minutes in. 17,000 gold for himself. But unfortunately, whatever else he gets is not really a heck of a lot that he can add.
Yeah, for sure. PSG on that soul point now. Baron spawning in just 50 seconds. Going to start to work their way into this topside jungle and get some vision for themselves. Denied as well away from Garm. And Casa being the tip of the spear this game for the side of PSG. Has fallen only the once in that fight.
I mean, transitioning from the team's bulwark to the spear, I think a much needed change. The best defense is a good offense, and that is exactly what Casa is embodying right now.
Yeah, and exactly what PSG strategically wanted to embody coming into this playoffs. So far paying off. That last fight, yeah, maybe a little bit overzealous, a little bit of an overstay. However, still find themselves in a comfortable position. And certainly a position they should be able to capitalize upon with 120 stacks now on the center.
He finished the 4 items deep. Betty's nearly at his full build as well.
Yeah, and you'll see he has access to auto-attacking from a pretty ridiculous distance now, but this vision control around the topside jungle, or topside river, has been fought back from. Garm able to reclaim that space. Emo has to be careful here in the mid lane. Castle with that cease and desist could collapse upon him, and the follow-up absolutely is very strong from the side of PSG as Levy gets taken exceptionally low. RJ desperately trying to get into the fight. Won't be able to for now. Weaver's Wall coming out from Maple, still trying to look for this kill on the Maokai. Seismic Shop has to be flashed away from, but PSG with so much control now are going to head towards the Baron.
Yeah, tools are somewhat limited. No equalizer. The damage that had been taken by Levi means that he's going to be in a pretty roughened state.
Just looking for a turn at the moment, PSG. Not going to be able to find it, so have to get themselves off the Baron. Maybe Woody learning from Kaiwing earlier on in the series. Trying to look for that flank. Garm doing a great job in this mid lane. Are going to get themselves that tower, but Casa, can he find the trigger pull? Can he find a way onto someone meaningful with Arj's backup? At least for now, no, he can't.
PSG looking to turn collapse back on the Baron. So once again, Garm can't really leave.
Yeah, Emo having to go back down to defend his bot lane, so it is going to have to be a teleport channeled for him to rejoin his team. Down to half HP now on the Baron.
Here it comes. Equalizer in as well onto Betty.
Nature's Grass comes through. The Baron's very low, down to 3k HP. Is going to come down to a smite, and it's going to be picked up. Archer actually gets it as the hero's entrance comes through. Artemis flashing away. Guardian Angel there. Pop Blossom lands onto 3, but it's not onto any key targets. Emo somehow finds his way in the backline, somehow assassinates Betty, but still the number advantage is there for the side of PSG. Archer trying to get his way onto Emo here. Does have the flash for himself, but there's no follow-up in the immediate vicinity. Now he makes his way on there. Here comes the Weaver's Wall, and down will go Emo. He's surviving thanks to that shield. Trying to turn it around onto Maple, but does not land the Q, and Arjet will finish the deal. Still chasing forward into this base of PSG, but Alio will escape.
Yeah, unfortunately a little bit messy. Just too much damage taken by Levi. They weren't able to synergize those ultimates, or synergize rather up those ultimates, and this is likely just game, courtesy of PSG Talon, who weather the storm in a pretty spectacular way. And we'll look to take game one against Garm.
They have truly turned their fates of the split around at the moment. Game one, a victory up against Garm, and for another moment, it's the third time this year now. PSG are one game away from getting themselves into an international competition from where they were just so consistently making it split after split, year after year. Haven't found that here in this split, but now with that 1-0 lead, they are but one game. Game two could be them finding their way to the World Championship.
Absolutely. Nah, you're already into it. Figuring out what changes need to be made, what they need to do to give Garm a fighting chance at the reverse sweep. But PSG talent looking very crisp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, starts off the game phenomenally well. Again, I mean, Maple, this man, he comes into the league and he looks shaky. He looks very, very shaky. And at this stage, pretty dominant against Emo. Great rotations around Casa, finding so many successful opportunities on the Talia. Has really found his comfort here in the LCP.
Yeah. I mean, it begs a lot of questions. I mean, you look at it, you'd think the draft for Garm had a lot going for it, but just was never enough in the face of PSG, who established a pretty decent foothold in the mid game.
Yeah.
I mean, Maple, 33,000 damage into a comp that included a Rumble.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, game starts off, there was already a kill a piece at this stage from dives on the opposite sides of the maps. But this, I mean, it starts off dreadfully poorly. Great pop blossom out of Alio, able to take down the kill onto Woody. They end up finding the kill as well onto Maple at the back of Levy's flash. But then this two-man unit between Casa and Arjet just fighting tooth and nail in here. The turnaround, a great find from Arjet, and Casa capitalizing perfectly well.
Yeah. And again, just a lot of these very hectic moments. Levi, the tank Maokai, only so tanky in these situations. All the while, Betty just in the back line, untouched. Emo dives in, but at best, you're taking him down to about 60% HP. And then it's not the Great Wall of Sparta, but Galio does make up that stopgap pretty darn well.
This, of course, pretty good find by Levy. Able to cancel that Weaver's Wall, give over a nice kill to Emo at a time where he desperately needed it. By this time, 0 and 3 and 2. Finds that shutdown, gets him back into the game. But again, Maple finds a nice seismic shove that kicks off this play. Levy flashing away exceptionally low. They look for Artemis, not able to find him. He does have both those summoners available for himself, but eventually they get that pop there onto Levy. This is not the greatest.
Unfortunately, the Talia is just so problematic into this comp, but yeah, well overextended, just too far split from the rest of the team. By the time PSG gets back in, Woody's overcommitted and the team is actually second guessing itself.
哎，我看到雅尼了，我要锁卡莎，雅尼，我要锁卡莎，看一下我路口。雅尼，帮下雅尼。大龙帮下路，没闪，双龙，小龙先吃，小龙先吃，安静。
Oh,
last fight coming through.
Not quite. This is the three-man fate seal that Emo's about to nail.
Oh, true.
And give Artemis the quadra ace with a massive snipe onto Maple. But again, how close this fight was. Could have gone either way, but ultimately just did not matter.
A lot of happiness there for Garm, but unfortunately it was short-lived. Yeah, they try and find their way in. A nice route lands onto Maple, but he goes golden again. Zonya's paying off in a big way this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Emo dives in, gets Betty, but because he is so far away on the snapback, it just isn't enough. But you want to know a crazy thought? Grand Finals in Da Nang, one win away from a PCS majority in Da Nang. It would be well behind enemy lines, but PSG talent could do it and seal themselves a chance at Worlds, the 20th and 21st of September for seeding.
Absolutely, they are one game away from making their first international berth for PSG, which is so surprising to say at this stage of the year, but of course they've still got one game to get it done. Garm, they didn't look out of it. They look like they're fighting back, and we'll see if they can do after our break.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside. Oh! Wrist, you absolute beast!
不要是第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Rest is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he? Oh!
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào, thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down for Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Bob in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯1的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. Then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flashes away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích up và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn với đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
carry the darkness into the light. I'm a renegade. I carry the
Now, Blue Panda, I know you've been a big fan of the VCS throughout this year, but I personally have come from the PCS. That is my roots, and I am here for the majority of our Da Nang finalists, for the majority of our representation to come from the region, because, at least in my eyes, PSG are so back.
They are looking like that indeed, but it would then make the last VCS team, the third team going out of these potential three. The last bastion, the last hope, and our last stand VCS holdout could potentially make for a historic first seed run. We'll have to see.
Until
of course.
DFM.
Oh, that would be so bleak.
Yeah. Nothing would be more upsetting than going to Da Nang and it's just no VCS representation. Look, I don't think we're in much threat of that. And honestly, Garm, still, I mean, that game was really, really rough for them. They still managed to find ways to fight back. And you go back 2 weeks and Garm handed it to PSG.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to be fair, pretty much everyone handed it to PSG, but
and the Chiefs came and revitalized them. Oceania, baby!
Throwing down themselves on the altar of sacrifice to bring Maple and the boys from PSG Talon back to form. Who would have thought? Oh dear. Red side opted into by Garm, so they will have that final counter pick.
They will, and to keep in mind, I mean, everyone's choosing blue side except Team Secret Wales. It is currently 1 win on blue side and 7 losses.
Oh dear.
So red side winning 7 of the 8 games we've had in playoffs so far. And the trend, you get, it's like, oh, it's just coincidence. When it's that consistent, you start to wonder.
If it's like 3 times, that's coincidence. Beyond that, yeah, it becomes a trend that's statistically not anomalous. Oh, Azir Pantheon banned away by Garm, Nocturne, Wukong, and Annie by PSG.
I'm a little surprised by the fact Emo stayed in. Not that he necessarily played terribly or anything like that. He was targeted down, but I mean, it's not like they're out of the competition after this if they do lose, but it's like, okay, we kind of want to get to Worlds now if you can. It's a lot of nerves that get taken away, right? Because then all you got to do is play games to try and play for seeding, but ultimately you've still made it.
Absolutely. I mean, Garm unfortunately just sort of backed themselves into a bit of a corner with that draft in the end.
A little bit. I mean, I still think their draft was fine. It just kind of got lost early on. I think Casa had one hell of a game for himself.
Oh, absolutely.
Aurora locked in early here. Could go to RG, most likely will go to Maple, but importantly, it's a takeaway from both Kiaya and Emo.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you look at it when still available. Again, someone having fallen off in terms of popularity. And Bessa Sion standing out as Kiaya champions, but Oriana going to be taken here. Wukong banned, but the Trundle very much available for Levi if he wants to go that route.
Yeah, very much could. Does strike me as kind of the main thing left open after the bans have come through. We'll see if he does opt into it. Goes for the Corki first for Artemis. So again, a takeaway from Betty. I like the identification of this pick. It's something that Betty very much goes back to time and time again.
Interesting. I mean, if we don't see the Trundle picked third phase, it maybe makes me think that Levi might be going a different direction entirely. We've seen the Z from him. I'm thinking that Talon.
I'm not thinking the Talon.
With Oriana online?
Well, the thing is, the Talon looked good, but it also was in the, you know,
it was a very
against
drastically
SHG.
different matchup.
It's not, it's, you know, again, PSG, I mean, they're looking
Oh,
similar in strength
look at
early
that.
on. That is a sick looking skin.
Oh, the new Battle Pass looks so good.
It does. Casa gets himself the Trundle. Now, Poppy is an option.
Oh, that's not a Trundle.
Rather the Jarvan. Poppy is a good option to the Jarvan. If Levy wanted to go
Ooh, something we didn't really think of even.
Yeah. How befuddling. Sorry, I've been a big fan of that Heimerdinger quote recently. I don't even know why. It's just a good one.
There are a few of them.
Yeah, you've gone mad.
It's rather interesting just how different his personality is in the game compared to Arcane. Like, he's a very studious, very academic person, and where in the game he's a bit nuts.
Bit of a goofy,
he's a bit unhinged.
Bit of a goofy goober, if you will.
And Pacific in the top lane. So there is definitely an avenue for the Trundle ban here for PSG.
Yep.
Which again, I'm thinking that they're going a different route for Levi in that jungle role.
I mean, typically when they leave it for 5th pick, he does pick up something a little cool.
Which is why I was thinking maybe something along the lines of a Talon, or maybe something a little bit more assassiny. Oh, the merch.
I do think if anything, it would be the Z. But maybe, I mean,
It's definitely something that he's played before.
Yeah, Kindred. Kindred good against the Jarvan, of course.
Xin Zhao banned.
Zhao banned.
Oh, it's going to take a bit of getting used to.
Darius banned.
Yeah.
Or
Yorick
Old
from
Man.
Aja.
Yeah, logically so. You saw what he did yesterday.
Absolutely.
Against Kratos.
That's the airline that I'm flying today. One of Garm's main sponsors.
Oh, Vietjet. I am too, actually.
What is the final ban? What are you taking away here? Do you target something from Elio potentially? Yeah. Oh, the Poppy is going to be banned. And there was a decent amount of value already.
Yeah, I think a good identification here from PSG is looking decent. I mean, you don't really know about it in the support lane, but definitely in the jungle it was an option for Levy. So just get rid of it. Don't want to see it.
Unfortunately, you're not getting much Brom value, so I doubt it's going to be that. Potentially a Rel angle.
Could be.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Next to come through, we're looking for probably a top laner and a support here for PSG. Could, in theory, be a mid laner. But
Yeah, I would have said Aurora probably more for Maple.
Yeah.
I think realistically, what we've seen from Aja.
what will Arja go for? I mean, historically, there are champs like Aatrox that he likes, not necessarily the greatest into the Ambessa. There's, of course, Udyr. There's still just the Ornn, Scion, tried and tested.
Yeah. Brom, yeah, look, so far you get value out of the Ambassador, the Rel.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a better Braum game than last series' Braum game.
For sure.
Not the greatest, but not the worst.
Absolutely, and it does potentially maybe make Garm second guess whatever Levi's going to be picking. What is Aja's pick here? Renekton banned, Yorick banned.
Yeah, I mean, what is his pick here?
Scion.
Okay, just the tried tested.
Yeah.
Nothing too flashy for all.
All right, it's time. What is Levi playing in that jungle?
Yeah, usually is something fun when he leaves it to 5th pick.
Zed.
And it is the Zed. So, I mean, it's a great champ against Jarvan, because how is Jarvan locking down a Zed? Spoiler, he's not. However, it does give extra value to the Braum. So, Woody feeling very happy with his pick now that the Zed's come through. And honestly, it's not the greatest game for a Zed, realistically. Into the Jarvan, yes, it's good. It can't die to the Jarvan, but it also doesn't really kill the Jarvan that well. The Scion's never going to be phased by the fact there's a Zed in the game. Neither will the Braum. And Yunara, as long as she's not randomly out by herself, should be perfectly fine. And Betty, I mean, his positioning out of every AD carry, arguably the best. I'd say. I mean, you're looking at his center game. Yes, he ended up dying in that last fight, but it was more of an overextension from Emo.
Yeah, literally, because he threw everything at trying to find that kill while the rest of his team died.
Yeah. And I mean, you just think about, I mean, the easiest way to do this in the LCP is to compare Varus's. And I think Betty is the best at not having flash and still living as Varus. In fact, more often than not, it gets used aggressively and not punished. So he is just fantastic at finding himself on the in the right position on the map pretty consistently. And here on the Yunara has the ability to reposition as well. I mean, it is always scary being an AD carrying up against the Z, but I think out of everyone, Betty should feel pretty comfortable, especially with the Braum beside her.
2, 3, 4, 5. 50% of the lobby is skinless.
Yeah. And I think ultimately Casa just solo won the skin game.
Visions of the Fallen Jarvan. The Prestige Edition even.
Yeah, that is such a sick skin. Why does it look blue in game? Now I'm mad.
I don't know. They are blue side.
Indubitably.
Oh, TK.
There he is at the end there.
If there is not a single Garm fan left on this world, it is because TK has passed on. Until his dying breath, that man is going to bleed red for Garm.
Must be...
It is blue. It's his cape.
No skins in the mid, no skins in AD carry, but both supports. Unfortunately, it's not Grill Master Braum. Wow.
Just sitting.
Serenity on the rift.
Peace, and then mid laners start smacking each other.
Wait a second. Wait a second. What on earth is going on here?
What in tarnation is PSG cooked up?
Kaya hits a question mark ping, justifiably so.
Lane swaps. I mean, yes, but also at the same time, no.
PSG have cooked. They may not have Grill Master Braum, but possibly Grill Master
invasion in the
Corgi.
jungle. Levi's being hunted. Observer, jungle now, please. Emo's there.
Oh, it's Casa. It's Casa being hunted. Nice little knock up there. What is...
PSG may have taken a page out of the Team Secret Wales playbook, beating the VCS by embracing the VCS.
This is... Yeah, we've cooked. I mean, Betty's never going to be under threat from this Ambessa. Well, I'm perplexed. This is awesome.
This is some big brain.
One thing, and I mean, admittedly, this is while Junju was still on the roster, but going back to particularly 2024, the thing that PSG was always best at in the PCS was lane swaps. Partly, I have to admit, would have come from the fact that they were the team that was consistently representing the region internationally, and so they got more experience against those teams internationally that were even better than us at lane swaps. But they were very, very good at them, and I kind of like this, you know, like, okay.
This is given season kickoff vibes, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, Corki has a strong lane against the Yunara. We want the Yunara to be scaled up, and Bessa can't do anything to the Yunara, so we just put the Yunara against the Ambessa.
Yeah, I mean, the CS is evened out a little bit there. Ki was falling a little bit behind, but...
Yeah, I mean, this is more for Betty than it is
absolutely.
against Kiaya, because Kiaya also isn't going to die to the Yunara at this stage.
No, but he was definitely caught off guard a little bit early, you could tell.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, Levi, the Casa flashed aggressively to try and get onto Levi.
Did he get the wolf camp? That's what I'm looking for.
No, he had to run.
He's out of there. Yeah.
If not for the fact that he was too, he was pretty much dead there. Oh, what a game.
Levy is substantially far ahead in the jungle on the back of it.
What a way to play game 2.
Now, let's see what PSG do. Do they now just accept the regular lanes? No. No. Woody's recalling. Arja's going to recall. Ali was holding the lane admittedly. So that's going to be nice for Kaya.
The Siu Long strat.
Yeah. Being adopted by most teams now. Unfortunately for Betty, if he is...
No, okay, so it is going to be matched.
Yeah, so it's Arja that's going to pay the price for this wave state. But, I mean, it got Betty through the hardest part of the lane now.
Absolutely. Innovations. And I mean, something that we probably wouldn't have seen much of from PSG talent in the early stages of the year.
No, not at all.
They were very much ones to stay the course.
This, if PSG end up winning the series, has made me much more excited for Luria's translation of the interview.
Yeah.
Because this will surely be mentioned. I'd love to hear what they, whoever it may be, have to say about it, because it is a very interesting adaptation. I think a very smart one.
Yeah, unfortunately, Casa still struggling somewhat, and potentially will struggle and continue to for the next wee while.
Yeah, I dare suggest.
Artemis and Elio aggressively positioning into Casa's jungle for some deep vision. So I think they've identified that that is the weak point on the Rift now for PSG talent, and they want to exploit it as much as possible.
Yeah, Casa's still not with a sweeper, so has no dream of being able to take those out. Could get the pink ward, of course. But actually just ignoring his jungle completely, and is maybe even looking for a gank. So where Garm is situated in the lane, it's not likely to pay off all that much.
Yeah, they were well aware of this. So even more time where Casa is not farming. To be fair, he's got nothing up, so...
Yeah, it's looking bleak for him. Levy, once again, possibly the best jungler we have in the league at using the red side 5th pick.
He's 2 levels up on Casa. And Emo's there as well with that command shockwave.
Yeah, trying to find his way in, and Emo's wearing a sombrero, bit of a pie on the face. Levy going aggressively, but it's first blood for Betty. What more can he find? Really in the thick of things, Maple comes through with that between worlds over the wall. Will go Betty. Oh dear. Oh dear. About as poorly as everything could have gone, as it's going to be a pretty much a complete wipe. Emo's going to fall as well. Double kill for Maple, a kill for Woody, and a kill for Betty. And way too overzealous. Emo, unfortunately, completely whiffs on that command shot.
Yeah. Oh, that...
Betty, great repositioning there, gets out of the bulk of that Z damage. As soon as Levy uses that ultimate, it's already with the exhaust online, and all it really does is kill off that 1 HP Jarvan. Betty goes over the wall, tries to be followed, but again, just such great kiting out of him.
Oh dear. We are rapidly again approaching that situation where it is a PCS majority. Live finals.
Yeah, I mean, while I love every team that we have in our region, I do certainly have a soft spot for the PCS. So, I mean, again, while CFO this year have been wildly successful internationally, it's not like in the years gone by that PSG weren't, right? They always fell slightly short. I mean, taking BLG to 5 games, almost beating them out in the best of 3 in a couple of the games too. They have been on the precipice of being massively successful, and while, you know, they have largely the same roster, they've changed Junja to Casa. It would be so good to see them have their shot, and then honestly, Maple out of everyone, have his shot one last time. That one last hurrah for such a storied player. Of course, I mean, last year was supposed to be. That is Levy.
No.
Oh, dearie me. He gets the grub at least.
Yeah.
Used as well. Down in the bottom lane. Betty sidestepping the stun. Probably is a kill anyway, but still just adding a bit of flair to it.
I mean, the innovation's paying off.
Look at the difference in player cams. Betty having a laugh. Artemis searching for answers almost.
Yeah.
Now, Levy did pick up the 3 Void Grubs, so at least something has been gained.
Yeah, but you look at the CS lead, and it just doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's,
now on Emo. He does have Flash, and he's going to be able to flash away from that flag and drag, but now vulnerable in this mid lane will be Emo.
1,000 gold lead in the bot lane alone. 1.7 overall. And the fact that Levi has gapped Caster as much as he has in the jungle, it just doesn't change anything. Levi has Flash here too.
Maple, what a chunk.
Yeah.
I mean, as soon as that happens, there's nowhere really for him to flash, unfortunately.
No.
Obviously, had no vision of him, didn't know he was there, and just so much damage. Really actually missing the W, but watch the sidestep on the Q. So beautiful.
Dragon taken in the picture by Levi. And I mean, it has been a long road for PSG talent. This would very much be vindication for them after a somewhat disappointing first part of the year.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously all credit to CFO, but you go back to mid-season, you'd argue that PSG were just the better team in that series.
Oh, they
did
literally
eventually lose.
one game away from taking that spot for themselves.
They were one dragon away. Instead chose a random fighter mid lane and Smolder and Alien Soul. You can't make mistakes against those champs, but nonetheless, I mean, they have been on the verge so consistently. And honestly, their drafting has time and time again let them down. Now this series, doing a pretty good job in at least both of these games. And Garm, they are far from out of this one, right? Like, the game is not over. But
Kiaya has also just not been involved. Neither has Arjit.
Yeah, I feel bad for Kiaya. He's actually holding his own after getting stuck against a ranged 80 carry in top lane. I know I've been vocal about this, and my time of playing top lane is so miserable. Although, admittedly, MPS is one of the best at dealing with it.
Casa again, Stefan Levi's here. Oh boy.
Yeah, both junglers are here this time, though. A really nice command shockwave, but it's not going to be enough to get Emo out of this as Maple's just sitting there auto-attacking away at him, hops over. One ability landing will do it. There it is, and he gets the reset as well. Levy does have the death mark. Maple has to be a little bit careful.
No, he used it on...
oh, yes, okay. It was just waiting for the pop part.
On Casa, who, again, just narrowly avoids death. Kiaya got jumped on there by Arjit. Dropped the ult, we heard it, but it was just to try and, I think, stop.
I think it... Yeah, actually, I don't know. I was going to say maybe he was trying to cancel out CC from Kiaya, but Kiaya didn't use ult either. Heal going to be used there for Alio to dodge out of a bit of damage, but just look how dominant PSG are being. And this is what a good Braum pick looks like. Finds the value up in that early skirmish around the Void Grubs area. It wasn't Void Grubs at the time, but...
Yeah.
A good read from Garm, but unfortunately there's no damage coming out of Emo. Shockwave definitely finds its mark, and it cancels out what
yeah,
Casa wants to
okay.
do,
Levi flashes into the Cataclysm, at which point Casa then flashes out. A bit rough.
Back to live, another couple minions there lost for Artemis.
Looking for that turnaround.
Well, I would love this series to go the distance, but I mean, Garm are going to have to find something miraculous. And it could be Kiaya, admittedly.
The Eclipse now done for both Levi and Kiaya. So if they do find an avenue in onto a target, it is not an insubstantial amount of damage.
Oh, it's a scary amount of damage. If BD accidentally gets hit by the public execution, he's going to be executed and more. Possibly from the afterlife as well. Back to live Emo. Cataclysm there again. Between Worlds comes out, but Elio's here, so is Levy. A lot of damage coming down, but look at that Braum shield. Look at the value. And the fifth side, well, the fifth pick of the red side, unfortunately, while it was great early on against Casa, Woody now being active on the map has completely shut it down.
Yeah. I mean, just every single time Levi has been there to try and match Casa in the mid lane, but it just has not mattered worth a damn.
Oh, what a sidestep from Maple too. Just so crisp. It is so unreal to me that I am watching the exact same team that 3 weeks ago was 0-8 in the split.
Yeah.
It took the sacrifice of Oceania once again. PSG. I mean, you got to tell me, how ridiculous is this statement on a scale of 1 to 10? But if PSG continue on this form, based on what we saw earlier tonight, they are looking better than CFO.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's entirely true. Off of the isolated day that we've had. Unfortunately, that doesn't quite track for the rest of the year. But if
absolutely.
CFO continue to play the way that they did earlier today, I'm
Yeah.
very concerned for our prospects at Worlds. Although less so with how PSG talent are playing, strangely enough.
Such a turnaround. It is such a monumental turnaround for them. Getting targeted down this top lane, the death mark is going to... Actually, it wasn't even up. They just get it with the public execution. Woody walking through the tower, going to be able to block it up. He might even go down. One more tower will do it. Not able to find it. No one falls. Emo able to survive as well. Does cost him his flash. Now, that was concerning.
Well, Levi just can't do Herald, it seems.
And RJ is getting manhandled in the top lane. It is a bad matchup.
Oh, Elio. Oh, Elio, and this should be another kill going the way of Betty. Yep, killing spree. Oh, it's just both Levi.
Yeah, still. Feats of strength. Can be claimed now for Garm.
Somehow.
Yeah. Tower goes down the bot side as well, but yeah, I'm just so impressed by the way that PSG have turned around the split, at least for now. I mean, all but certain that they're going to make it to Worlds. Like, the gold lead not that massive this game, but that's because of top lane. Whereas you look at the entirety of the rest of the map, and unfortunately Ambessa, while a strong champion, not really the 1v9 type.
No.
Not in competitive, in solo queue absolutely, but there's a little bit more organized playing against a Braum as well, making it that much harder. And unfortunately, the side, or the member of PSG that is behind, is the best champion to have possibly been behind.
Yeah, takes it on the chin pretty well.
Yeah. Like, RJ will very happily just be sacrificial lamb every fight.
I'm
if it
not
means he
entirely
gets the
sold
auto attack.
on the Rod of Ages, Orianna mid lane.
Yeah, I guess.
I just unfortunately don't think the game has the legs to the point where Emo is going to be affecting all that much with how well Maple and Betty are playing right now.
Yeah, I'm a big believer that this Rod of Ages item is not that great. Outside of Rise. On Rise, it's crazy. But, yeah, I'm not a big fan. I kind of like I mean, if you want to have a bit of health, then you go to the Leandri's build if you're having it. Betty's getting low here. Artemis, he might be behind, but boy, oh boy, does he offer damage, but it will come. RG, he's not going to be able to find his mark. That is going to be ult gone from Betty, though. Keeps his summoners at least.
Maple finding uptime on this tower. Kiai is up there, but also so is Woody. Okay. All right. Tower. A good fight, giving some map pressure over to Garm. Still fighting for a chance here. He's going to... We'll see. I saw this yesterday. It was Betty doing it too. Did he top it up? How's the gas canister looking here, Levy? Oh, he did. He gets it. He headed to the mobile before he left. Yeah, got himself that 98 unleaded. Gets himself 2 towers, mid and bottom. It's answered by only the one of PSG. So still fighting, and fighting well at Garm. Off the back of what was a really, really decent trade out of Artemis. PSG in the vicinity. I don't know now that Artemis is here that they necessarily do. Yeah, they won't. They just can't take that tower. But we are 2 minutes away from Arnican, 3 from Dragon, 7 from Baron if you're feeling real spicy. So there's going to be a decent amount of downtime where it's just straight farming. Yeah, I guess while we're on the numbers game, we're 13 away from Da Nang. We are indeed. Well, some of us are closer. I meant from the actual games. Yeah. Shojin's done for Kiaya. So, I mean, look, he's going to be hitting pretty hard, all said and done. But he just has not been all that involved in the action. Yeah. Sprinting at Artemis. Definitely is stronger as Betty at this stage of the game, but not the easiest to actually fight into the Corki without that front line. Yeah. Oh, the slows. Hold it. Looking for this red buff. 99%. Kaya and Levy here. Kaya is very strong. Now, there's one part of the map that still remains about even with the entirety of PSG, and that is Kaya on this Ambessa. Really has to be that catalyst.
If Garm are going to take us to a third, if Garm are going to lock themselves in to Worlds in Da Nang, it has to be Kaya getting that ball rolling.
Shojin second for Casa. So he's going to be hitting reasonably hard as well. A lot of damage threat out of this PSG Talon roster. Betty.
Spare Shojin now for Casa. I really hope his next item is Frozen Heart. I think he gets so much value this game.
Yeah.
Oh. Spawn. Casa looking for Levy. Gonna force that flash away. And Archie might even find his way onto it. The slow, the knock-up. Levy straight back to the clone. Does use that ultimate, but he's gonna go down. No! Oh my lord, the dipping and diving as Levy will navigate his way out of a pretty peculiar position. All the while, Kaya continuing to launch minions into that bot lane tower, continuing to launch himself ahead in terms of gold.
The problem being is there's a pretty good chance that Kaya comes to his first team fight and just dies anyway.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, this Braum is such a good pick this game.
Yeah.
Has the spellbook with the exhaust. He's not going to want to use that randomly. Very good against both the Ambassador and the Zed. All he needs to do, it's not easy to land a Q on the Zed or the Ambassador, but if he gets an auto attack off...
Much easier to punch.
Yes.
Oh, Artemis. There is no Cataclysm, but there's a flag and drag.
Does get the Valkyrie out. Dragon is going to be the goal here for PSG. You see, this could be possible activation out of Kaya. Emo not in the area. His teleport is there for both mid laners.
Now,
but Levy, as well as Elio on that top side, looking to see if maybe Maple overstays.
Pings onto the Artican, but I genuinely don't know if this is what you want to take. They do have vision. They know that Cast is mid, so they just can't, I don't think. The Andres, Rod of Ages finished now for Emo as well, fully stacked up. And now with level 14 online, Command Shockwave is not going to be doing an insignificant amount of damage.
Yeah, starting to have a fighting chance now. Continually bringing this gold lead back is Garm. Obviously, it still continues to be mostly because of Kiaya. Mid lane tower trying to be taken out. Between Worlds misses its mark.
That's a big ultimate down.
PSG really wanting to break open that mid tower, but not allowed to do so. Betty feeling a little bit weary. Not exactly sure of the positioning of both Kaya and Levy. Means he is going to back away from this wave. Levy with 2 items as well is definitely able to one-shot an 80 carry, landing all of his shurikens.
Okay, Kaya looking at a more third item potentially. May just sit on the drinker.
Yeah, that is a little interesting.
I mean, to be fair, Maple is doing a lot of damage, and Betty does some magic damage.
Yeah, true.
Especially with his third item going to be a Infinity Edge.
PSG looking potentially towards setting up for an Arakan. Would be relatively quick.
Meanwhile, in the bot lane,
RJ has had another wave arrive at his tower and has cleared it.
Kiara is about to usher another one in. Both have teleport. Oh, that Yunara slow is so egregious.
It is. Dragon far from spawning.
Maple up in that top side, just ushering waves.
Pace of the game, explosive for the first 14 minutes and has come to a grinding halt.
Yeah. Really is.
I mean, for PSG, you really don't need to do much. Just wait.
Yeah.
Once BD gets that Infinity Edge online, can find quite a lot of success.
Oh.
Livy going to find his way here onto Maple, but with that between worlds, Maple trying to dip and dive, and will be able to do so. So an exchange of ults here between the mid and the jungle. Elio may be caught out, but does get that flash away. Cataclysm was there, crash down as well. A lot used here to try and hunt down this Rel, but not able to do so. That's a lot of abilities used for a Rel that gets away. Arakan still going to be started up by PSG. And keep in mind, I mean, while gold lead is substantial, it's one singular shockwave away from this turning around. If Emo can find it, he's full on HP. He's got his 2 items. Arakan getting low. Can this might come through? Can Levy get it? A perfect execution coming down, but Betty's trying to get away. He gets 1. Look at the damage coming through, and Garm, they get 2. Maple will get 1 for himself as Arja trying to land what he can, and Garm have tipped the scales.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Critical Mass. Garm have tipped over the edge a phenomenal team fight. Get themselves the Arakan, they'll look to Baron as well, but these health bars are a little bit dicey for Levi and Kiaya. They should be fine. Artemis ducks out of the pitch. They just had to wait, and it was all Kiaya. We talked about it. Could be the catalyst to success. Public execution slams down onto Betty. It is perfection incarnate, and then the command shockwave off the Magnet Storm is just absolutely magnificent.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the LCP, where the biggest victor is always the Arakan.
It really is. The Arakan throw. And they have been very vocal off the pop-off, but I think that's the most vocal they've been this year.
Absolutely. And PSG, they are not in a particularly good position any longer. Now, there is still leads at some areas of the map, but maybe, just maybe, Artemis has been caught. It's Arja who shuts him down, and Arja finding the impact play with Casa. Livy limping away, but he will not get out. And PSG are reclaiming this one.
Oh, swings and turns. Not a moment of peace on the roof. Does PSG Talent immediately find themselves a great fight? The number of Barons, I think, all but gone. I think it's Kiaya, the only one with Baron remaining. It is a negative gold Baron play. Oh, there you go. Elio has it as well, but no minions, so it matters not. What a fight.
Casa finding Artemis. He almost got out too, but Arja somehow finishes him off and takes down the Dragon, takes 2 towers. Dragon Soul point now with the Hextech Soul on the map. And it's going to take heroics again from Kiaya, but look at Casa.
Just complete and utter disrespect from Artemis. Not anticipating the potential gap close there.
I mean,
and a disastrous turnaround off the catch.
Wow, this is such a different PSG. I swear, 3 weeks ago, they throw that Arakan. It is so over. But Casa, he finds his moment, the EQ flash, extending that knock-up on the Jarvan, and then the Cataclysm on the back to land onto not only Artemis, but Emo as well, ensuring both of those carries have nowhere to go.
The same jungler that EQ and then flashed onto someone without connecting the combo.
Oh, that was, yeah, that was fun.
Oh, dear. What difference a few weeks make.
And Maple here, 5-1-7.
Oh, Kiaya.
Kiaya! Oh dear. Glacial Fissure lands well from Woody, and he might go down. The Redemption's going to try and keep him up, but it isn't going to pop. Betty, is he able to kite? Yes, he certainly is. Kiaya nowhere left to run. Emo much the same. And ripping through Garm, Artelon, as they are now so close to getting their first international berth in 2025.
A complete and utter desperation collapse from Garm, and Artemis trying to cheekily recall behind the wall, but Arja is on his case. The hunt has begun. The little gyrocopter that could. Can he get away?
Absolutely
the TP
not.
coming in, and there is no hope.
A lot of damage. It's Levy left up to try and defend. Now teleport there from Maple, Casa, Betty and Maple. The Flash Wolves alone at the Nexus as Woody will come to join. Elio trying to defend. Nexus Tower 1 will fall. Elio will fall. Levy, Kiaya's back. Emo's back and the game might just extend. Oh! Finds his way in. He finds Casa, but Maple comes out of retirement to bring Talon back to their former glory. Can they get it done here and now? The redemption going down would suggest yes, as the Nexus will fall. And PSG will make it to Worlds. They'll make it to Da Nang. And it took Maple to get them there.
Oh, the man was retired. He was too darn old for this, but they drag him kicking and screaming back to the stage. And the difference made, and you can see just how much it means. Casa is in tears. The passion, the raw emotion that this year has dealt to PSG Talon now manifests itself in a trip to Worlds.
This is a man who has gone to the World Finals. He is now crying just off making it to that tournament. And he has done so well to get there. The crowd are in tears as well. Emotion throughout the LCP arena. Very justifiably so. And for that team on your screen, Garm, they've got a tough journey ahead of them. They've still got a chance, but only one spot remains to that trip to Da Nang and eventually China.
I mean, it has been a year of trials and tribulations for this roster. They have bled to try and stamp their mark on the LCP. And they missed out twice in some of the most heartbreaking matches we have ever seen. And to get themselves here to go to Worlds at the ultimate crunch time is everything.
Absolutely. You can see just how much it means to everyone.
Except
so
Woody is
smiled. Yeah, I was laughing. As I said it, Woody just looks like it's just another regular day. It's just Saturday for this guy.
I mean, to be fair, Casa has enough emotions for the both of them. That dude has literally put in everything this year.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's a tale that just, I cannot believe how consistently it rears its ugly head. This is the same lineup that was 0-8 to kick off this split. They had not even been able to find a taste of winning a game. They got pretty close one singular time. They threw the game and it looked all over. And now to make it as our second team, I think globally, the second team in the world to qualify to the World Comp. Is it third?
Genji, CFO, PSG Talon.
Third team to qualify for the World Championship after so many near misses in the seasons gone by. And again, for Casa, and he was the difference maker. This play, because they threw, let's be honest, they completely yeeted that. It was a 90-yard touchdown off a quarterback there, but turning it around off that extended EQ flash and then getting the two-man cataclysm, what was turned the game, and the
And a phenomenal, I mean, there has been so many times throughout this year, at their worst moments, Casa has still given absolutely everything to try and make the hero play that the team has needed. And justifiably has earned player of the match today.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And now, I mean, look, again, I'm from the PCS. I myself am quite happy with how things turned out. Not that I want to see the other teams not succeed, but it's so good to see this team that so handedly dominated a region for 2 years, and it wasn't even close, has finally managed to get across that final hurdle. I mean, these fights, it started off so incredibly well in game 2.
And I mean, Betty is just such a good AD carry. Look, with the form that he's showing at the moment, he is the best. I'm sorry. Just with everything that gets thrown at him, to still find the positioning and the plays that he does, he is just the best. Doggo, narrow, close second. It is not a massive margin at all. But, I mean, look, the one saving grace, I have zero doubts whatsoever that Garm are going to be that third team that goes to Da Nang and to Worlds. But now, there is a slim chance, and it is a very slim chance, that not a single VCS team does make it to Worlds, and that is kind of criminal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not feeling like that.
I'm not worried at all, no. But there is going to be at least the one.
And I mean, you know, CFO possibly helping out their brothers, realistically. I mean, the good thing, again, about this region, as while there is rivalries, there is still, you know, a lot of care for one another. And CFO, I'm sure, are going to be happy to see another one of the PCS representatives make it through. Garm was so far behind this game, and Kiaya managing to find that one ult onto Betty, and of course, between Alio and Emo, a big combination in the middle of that team fight. Turn this around, but it's here.
Oh, greeting for award. What a story.
被断了，被断了。关一下，飞机 VD， 球里，接，安比他屁股，中线，杀他吗？杀掉，中线，nice，先小龙吧，一波不了。
And they just absolutely monster. You watch them, the micro of Betty throughout these team fights, dancing around everything that Garm could possibly have, and Casa, again, just completely keeps Alio out of it, denies any sort of meaningful CC. And it is going to be, once again, an all-PCS upper bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, what is this, the second?
Third split in a row.
Third split in a row that we get the CFO, PSG in the upper bracket final. This time for PSG, they've actually qualified for the international ahead of time, so they don't have to get over that barrier. They've made it, they're safe. Obviously, still stakes are high because the higher seed you are, the easier the Worlds run theoretically will be for you. Of course, it doesn't always pan out that way, but nonetheless, it is both the PCS representatives making it there. You see it there in round 4, but we've got a long way to go until we get there, because tomorrow night, we have our first team getting eliminated from contention.
The lower bracket VCS gauntlet. No matter who it is, no matter who wins that match, they will have to continue the run through the rest of the VCS teams to try and take that third and final spot to go to Da Nang, to go to Worlds, and it all kicks off with the last hope of the minor regions outside of the VCS and PCS, the LJL's DFM versus Vikings.
And imagine the story it would be for them to finally qualify to playoffs and then make a deep run into the bracket. Now, how realistic do I think that is? Not very, unfortunately. I don't think they show the same strengths as the Vikings do. Obviously, we saw them for the entirety of the start of our split, and then Team Secret Wales are kind of a step above again, and then, of course, raid leader Garm. I mean, they almost won this series. They've looked so consistent throughout the year. It's going to be a tough run for DFM. It's going to be a tough run as well for the Vikings, of course, regardless of who wins tomorrow. It's going to be rough, but that is all for us. That's all of our best of threes done for the year. From here on out, it's all best of fives up until we get that third representative and head to Da Nang. Thank you so much for joining us today, PCS fans. You can enjoy, you can celebrate, but be back here tomorrow because the VCS is still hungry for that berth into their home crowd favoritism over in Da Nang. We'll see you tomorrow night.
You'd say if you could see the way that I've behaved, would you have stayed? I wonder how you feel about the choices that I've made. Am I okay? Honest, truly, I'm not all I can be. All this time spent wounded after you. Surely I'd be confident and carefree. Now I only feel that in my dreams. If you could take it back, knowing that I would to sit with me. Reluctantly, I wonder how you'd plead if you were put on trial for damages to me and my mentality. Well, too late for that, 'cause you're not coming back. So why am I still holding out for you? Judge me, love me, I don't even like me. Now there's no one here to carry me. If you could take it back, knowing that I would lose control and drive off the track, would you take it back? Seeing that I would only crash, would you have still done that? Take it back, knowing that I would lose control and drive off the track, would you take it back? Take it back. Seeing that I would only crash, would you have still done that? Why do I feel angry when I have thoughts of you? I find it hard not to have this selfish point of view. You didn't even think of me, I was your biggest fan. Left me off your list, was that part of the plan? If you could take it back, knowing that I would lose control and drive off the track, would you take it back? Seeing that I would only crash, would you have still done that? Take it back, 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 take it back.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take you ain't the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your